Hello.
Hey,
Hey,
We're, we're just about to start, but my mic is, or I'm not sounding all right on stream, so we're
well,
fixing
it
that.
wasn't just you, it was Noah too for a little bit. I think I fixed it.
That's good.
Um,
how is
I,
everyone?
hopefully that should work.
Hungry.
Um, let's see. Let's just go with that, and hopefully that's good enough. Um,
All right. How does this sound?
well, if it's not great, I'll deal. It's whatever.
I'll just not say anything so the audience doesn't miss
You're
anything.
fine. You're fine.
Damn it, he's learned my play.
Okay. So, um, let's see. So before the recap today, there's something I want to say, and I'm gonna be saying the same thing on stream tomorrow. Um, Last week we didn't have a stream on Saturday because I had a conflict for my Saturday session. The following Sunday started off well, and the session uh, ended in chaos. And I want to personally apologize for anyone who's watching the VOD because the VOD will be uploaded in full. I'm not gonna just pretend it didn't happen. Um, but for those of you who didn't watch and for my players on my Saturday session, to give a little context, what happened was in the Rise of Tiamat setting, they were coming back from one adventure, decided to go do a shopping thing. Fenrir, his character, ended up stumbling upon a pet shop and for 2,000 gold bought a pet or bought a hellhound puppy from this animal place, but like it was unruly and he couldn't tame it. And he did very, very well on animal handling checks. And for whatever reason, whether it be my headspace that week or anything else, I screwed up and I was not making it. I was making it completely unfair. I kept on making it where it was still aggressive to the party, even though, by all intents and purposes, at some point I should have said, "Yeah, that's enough," and I didn't. I screwed up, and I that was not fair to them as a DM to players. They kept on having to deal with me saying, "Okay, you're taking damage," even though by they rolled multiple rolls over like 20. I was just not all there, but I apologize to them and to the people watching for what unfolded as a result from all of that. And to my players for Saturday, if I ever run into a situation where I am being, and you guys have had me for up to 3 years for some of you. You guys know that's not typically the way I run things. I usually try and keep things relatively reasonable. If I ever get in a situation like that where I get completely unreasonable with how many checks something's taking, go ahead and call me out on it, preferably just over DM and just so that way it doesn't become a whole big spectacle like it was last Sunday, and I could address it quietly. Um, but at the same time, I don't want to be unfair to you guys, and I'm deeply sorry for what resulted in or the results of what happened last Sunday. As for tomorrow, as of right now, I don't know whether or not we're having a session tomorrow or whether or not we are taking a week off. That's not, that's both a mix of whether or not enough players are coming. It's whether or not enough players are coming, and I know for a fact Fenrir has at least told me that he's not coming, but it's not because of that. So I don't know what's going on with everyone else though. Two of the players I've already talked to. I'm still talking to one or two more to figure out what's going on with them. So if we have a stream tomorrow, we have a stream tomorrow. If we don't, we don't. But again, I'm deeply sorry about everything that happened, and I'm gonna say the same apology tomorrow. Anyhow, with that out of the way and that little depressing bit over, let's get into a recap for the War of Dragons because it's been 2 weeks, and I'm personally I feel like I'm probably going to miss something in the recap here because it's been a hot minute. Um, but yeah, everyone could hear me, right? Just making sure,
Yeah.
like, you guys heard what I was saying about everything. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, again, if I do, call me out on it, but preferably over direct message, just like and just shout, "Hey, Matthew, Discord now," and like I'll say okay, and I'll take a pause. You guys know I'm open to fix whatever problems you guys have, but I'm not great at fixing problems if I don't know I'm doing them, and if I'm in a headspace like that where I'm not seeing the problems that should be obvious, well, yeah, so something like last Sunday will happen and I want to avoid that happening again at all costs. Anyway, with regards to not last Saturday, but the Saturday before, I believe you guys started out navigating from making your way from the town where you had dealt with Salt and his whole shenanigans. Um, as of the start of the previous session, the new contract with between Salt and um, not Tears and Silver
Silver.
was now to check on 3 locations down south, which were previously owned by Salt before being attacked. These were areas where he stored a bunch of his um, merchandise. Um, and prior to being owned by Salt, they were evidently owned by Nathan, who Salt insists was dead or went off the face of the earth for a while, so he doesn't exactly know what's going on with that. After agreeing and basically taking everything he had, all the blood vials, all the books on it, did you guys take the loot as well? I
Like
forget.
just money?
No, the loot. Lute.
I honestly don't remember a loot
No,
being
Taylor
there.
might have.
There was a
Ma-
dark loot, a evil-looking loot. I do believe I took it, but I don't remember if I wrote it down.
If
That's
you didn't
different.
write it down, you didn't take it.
I'm double checking.
All right. Well, either way, you may or may have not have stolen his instrument as well. But
I did not write
you
it
got
down.
all right. So you left him his instrument at least. So at the very least, he could
We weren't
potentially
completely evil about it.
he could go back to a nice life as a bard. Um,
Yeah.
anyway, you
Still make
guys,
money.
there were 2 of the maps that you took from Salt. Besides seeing the 3 locations you needed to go to, you spotted 2 locations that caught your interest up north, Cadentem and Eisenwallen. With Cadentem being a bit closer, you decide to make your way there first, especially after not three. God, I'm mixing up like 3 campaigns now. After Silver mentioned that there were elves around that area last she remembers, so you decide maybe it was worth a look. After a couple days' journey and fighting some rather nasty frost giants and storm giants, as well as some um, ice salamanders and some air elementals, you guys eventually made your way to the ruined monastery that was Cadentem. Over the course of your investigation of Cadentem, you discovered several pieces of writing and various bits of evidence about what had happened here. Cadentem has apparently been abandoned for at least a couple months. Well, I say abandoned, ransacked and destroyed.
Is that
Oh,
like the church, like the monastery where we're at?
Cadentem is the monastery where you're at, yes.
Oh, okay. I thought it was just something we ran into along the way.
No, this is Cadentem.
That's
Wait,
interesting.
it's not a town, it's a fucking monastery?
It's a tiny town-y surrounding the monastery, yes.
Okay.
So it's like
Oh
a
wow, so
college
they
town,
wiped out
but for a
everyone.
monastery.
You would infer the town was so small, the only people who really live there are the people who worked at the monastery.
Rip.
Yeah.
And based on your map, presumably also some people in underworld stuff. But over the course of your investigation of Cadentem, you found various things. Some things rather pointless but humorous, such as the poem criticizing
No, the poem is very important and definitely has meaning.
Ilmater, the god of martyrdom, basically. But you also discovered a bunch of lore that you believe likely pertain to Far. Specifically, you guys learned where the monk rules she follows came from and how screwed up they actually were. You learned what they were feeding her and how little it actually was, and the rules they imposed on her, as well as discovering that when it was found out that Far had left the monastery with Nathan, also an interesting tidbit, Far's father had elected to burn the place to the ground, essentially, determining that these monks who had failed in their duty to protect and raise her were better off buried.
You
So we
could have
put,
made a movie reference there, and I'm disappointed you didn't.
I'm not sure what movie reference, but
Better Off Dead.
hmm,
It's funny. You should watch it.
anyhow. So, after investigating, you guys find all of this lore. You guys still have all the notes in your handout folder, so you should be able to see any of them that you want to at any given time. So we'll start the campaign today with you guys deciding what your next course of action is. Whether or not you guys want to spend more time piecing everything together, whether you want to see about going to Eisenwallen to seek out Far's family, or maybe potentially going down south to pursue the task laid out by Silver's contract and hoping that Far happens to be there.
Do we think there's anything else to find in this, in these buildings?
Don't know if you mentioned this, Matthew, but from the far end of things, but last time Far did not recognize Colgrim. Ta-da.
Right, that was the session prior to the last, but yes, it is worth noting that Far has had her memory modified to where she does not remember traveling with the party.
We also picked up the skull and put it in the bag of holding so I can cast Speak with Dead later when I have it prepared.
Okay.
Because I wasn't expecting us to run into, a wiped out village today. So.
Okay. Yeah. So, the story comes to you, the Platinum Mortar. How do you guys want to proceed? You guys are currently still within the monastery of Cadentem, still somewhat in shock about all of the information you learned.
So far, was just stuck here for 100 years.
No wonder she drinks.
100 years had passed, and Far had discovered a new coping mechanism, a beverage called alcohol.
God damn it.
I thought it was crack first and then alcohol.
You
Well,
gotta
no
build
crack
your,
is
you gotta build up to that, you know.
I think it was
So-
Desire Dust, actually, but yeah. Basically crack.
So,
This is a mature stream, everyone.
Oh my god.
not because of the people, but because of the themes.
Yes.
Um,
Also because of the people.
so,
Oh, I'm just a pure innocent soul, Matthew. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I was hinting that
Uh-huh.
we're immature, but okay. So, do we want to go to Eisenwallen then, or seek out family, or see if we can gain something from Far's family, or just go south because that's where Nathan's previous holdings are supposed to be?
Well,
One sounds more likely to lead us to Nathan than the other.
I wonder how long it would take. How far away is Eisenwallen?
Um, and this is Silver speaking up. If I can I see the map?
Do I
Oh,
have
but
it?
you have, yeah, you have
I
the
had
map,
the
I
map.
believe.
So she sort of you open the portable hole and she just sort of jumps down into it, just sort of digs through until
Nope.
what?
Just grab it.
It digs
Yeah,
it
I just
digs through until she finds it among the other stuff, jumps back out, and then starts looking over it. And she says, "Well, it looks like it's only a day or two off, really. I'm not quite sure. It, I mean, yeah, Nathan, if he's alive, may be down south, but didn't he also say Nathan started saying stuff up north? I don't know.
started saying stuff up north. What do you mean by that?
I mean, didn't Salt say he um tried to set up stuff up? Like, isn't that why he came to Cadentem?
Well,
I don't know. It's visiting Eisenwallen isn't too far out of the way either way.
what's there for us? Anything?
I mean, potentially, um, potentially other connections in the cartel. I guess, and if I recall, that is roughly the area where elves live, or some elves of similar um, description live. So I maybe I was jumping the gun, but I had assumed that maybe that's where her family is. I mean, especially now knowing her family is the Hanolis, sounds familiar.
I wonder if
Yeah.
they've.
God,
I wonder
I
if
cannot
her
do Silver's voice today. My throat is dead.
if her family is there. I wonder how long it's been since they've seen her.
Also, it's whether or not we want to interact with them, tell them what we're looking for, or just see if we can glean information from them. As I mean, they sent her here for hundreds of years, 100 years.
Hmm.
It's not like they didn't have to do that. They chose to. The family chose to do that.
Right.
Maybe they just didn't know how bad the rules were or something. I don't know.
I have a feeling they knew.
If he had enough men and resources to raise the town, I'm assuming that, and a scout watching them, I'm assuming he's well aware.
I just don't know if there's any point in trying to find Far's family.
Was it?
I mean,
I have a question for Matthew. Wasn't it like the cells that Salt lost contact with in the south and not in the north?
Yes.
I thought it. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I don't know. It feels like we're opening a can of worms with that one, and what comes out of it could be worms as we expect, or it could be much worse or much better.
I mean,
they might know who Nathan is, or they might have an idea or resources to help figure out.
That's true.
it's interesting that the cartel had a location in Eisenballen.
Why would that be interesting?
It just, I wonder if there's some connection.
I say we go. It's only a day.
All right,
Or two.
that's one of us.
Are you okay, Silver, if we don't go south directly after? Or if we don't go so south right now because of the whole thing. Noah's brain is fried.
Don't worry, mine's a bit fried too. Um, hmm.
Well, if we're all deciding on whether or not to go, does anyone else have any strong feelings?
If people want to go north, let's go north to Eisenballen.
Drakmir then speaks up. Well, God, that screwed the voice.
I was
Hang
gonna
on.
say, I didn't think his voice was that high.
Yeah, no, it's not. Well, Colgrim, you said last time you talked with Far, she didn't remember us? That's
Yeah.
that's a bit scary.
Wait, did you tell us that?
Yeah, I
No.
did.
Okay.
I admitted it later. But yeah, I called Lokar on the sending stone. So stupid. And he thought it was a prank. I don't think it is, and I honestly don't know how to fix it if I could. I mean, would I know how to fix it? Because Noah out of character knows how to fix it, but
Um,
Restoration, I don't know.
in character, you wouldn't know because you haven't seen it done.
yay.
You could probably, or rather, you wouldn't know for certain, but you could probably reasonably
Guesstimate
guess.
the great restoration.
You'd probably reasonably guess a high enough spell could counteract the effects.
Yeah. Especially if it's a debilitating effect.
Mm.
As I read the spell card, just to double check. Alright, so, yeah, I can ask Lokar since I've seen that he's done it before. Way back when, dude was, being charmed by a, succubus or something. But, yeah, if Lokar could just tell me how I would fix it, then that would help a lot.
Call him again. That's what I would do.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait till later in case you run into anything on the road, though.
That's true. There's a lot of stuff out here.
How long has Far been gone? It's almost been a month by this point.
Has it? Oh, it's
In
been like
game?
2 weeks.
In game? Absolutely. It's probably been 2 to 3 weeks, roughly.
Yeah.
So
So,
note to self, 2 to 3 weeks is a month. Understood.
Well,
Close.
wait, how many weeks are in a month?
4.
Oh, yeah, about half a
Typically
month
minimum.
to
more.
about half a month to 3/4. For whatever reason, I thought there were like 3 weeks in a month or something. It honestly always feels like it's 3 weeks to a month.
February
Anyway.
begs to differ.
Mm-hmm.
so, unless anyone has any objections, I guess I'd head towards Eisenwallen.
I mean,
Yeah.
I don't want to spend
I'm-
too much time there, but
I mean,
sure.
what are we gonna get out of going there?
Is that
More information on her
Drakmir or
background,
Sil?
but
That's
I don't
Drakmir.
think that's very helpful. Well,
Well, Drakmir, I don't really know, but I mean, maybe we could get information. I don't know. But other people seem to want to go.
Knowledge. Maybe we could find someone that could tell us more information about Nathan, why he went dark. But
Why?
that would lead to playing our hand.
I thought Nathan was always a drug dealer.
No, like, going dark is in, like, going off the grid. Off the magical ley lines and electricity.
Oh.
And just kind of, his Salt said that. Everyone
Yeah.
thought Nathan was dead. Maybe they caught up to him and he faked his own death or something. Who knows?
Everyone seems exhausted. Do you guys like?
I mean, honestly, I'm just kind of like waiting for people to have opinions.
Yeah, like
Me too.
I'm.
I mean,
What are you guys
Hesitating.
doing?
I'm kind of just. My character doesn't talk much, so
So
I don't know what his opinion would be.
so so Silver and Drakmir both have sort of laid out both sides. Like on the other hand, it's not too far away, but on the other hand, it's been far is becoming increasingly concerning, and it's not certain what benefit you guys will get out of going.
I'd honestly prefer we go south, but I thought people wanted to go north.
I
That
would
was
prefer
what
we
I'm
go
saying.
south. Well, Alva's goal would just be to rescue Far as quickly as possible.
All right, then, you know, Caitlin, what's
And
Helena's
caring
preference?
less about everything else.
Pretty much the same as Alva.
All right, Zill.
I'm not eager to get back into the politics of nobles.
Ugh. Okay, we can go south.
And Ethan.
My character is just, for the moment, until I figure out what he really wants, he's kind of just along for the ride and is following the orders, just protecting. Wasn't he ordered to protect you guys?
He was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
He's just calculating his opinion.
Calculating odds of success.
He is weighing his options.
yes.
All right,
Dende.
so let's go south then.
Dende.
All right, let's go south.
Let's go towards one of the places where we're supposed to go. So we head south.
South we head.
All right. Well, it's getting kind of late. Maybe we should wait till morning.
Sure.
I don't know. I'm kind of nervous about staying overnight in this creepy monastery. What if there's something hidden inside?
I mean,
We
Where's
could
your
go a
sense
little
for
ways off.
adventure?
We could
Isn't
go
it,
like
like,
on the
snowy out?
outskirts.
I mean,
Oh yeah, is it?
we've kind of looked over the whole place.
Did we check the closets for some spooky, scary skeletons?
You guys checked every room.
Yeah, unless there's a hidden secret entrance to the
that would
underground
be
world
cool.
of drugs inside this monastery.
I want to search for one of those.
I just want to
Why
see
does I even say
somewhere.
anything?
Now Zill's gonna find it.
Yes,
now he's
I'm
gonna make
gonna spend the entire night searching for a secret entrance.
Oh my god. Why
All
did I
right,
say
let's
anything?
let's just hang out inside the monastery. It has a basement, so it'll probably be like warm in there.
Yeah, in the basement there is an area for sleeping where it seems like several of the members used to sleep before they were skewered.
Murdered in the basement.
God, this place is so creepy.
It certainly
Why
has
don't
a
Ready
we
as in
sleep
location.
killed by
in?
drow?
It's probably haunted.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
That would be awesome.
Hmm
Stop saying it'd be awesome.
But it
It'd be awesome.
And I rolled
And
commune with ghosts, but I'm not even there.
hmm.
Oh my
And
god, I don't have true seeing prepared. And I don't
Oh
have like the
no.
25 gold ointment to where you can see like things where they actually are so you could actually see ghosts. Oh, you
so
could also see secret doors.
Secret tunnel.
Oh,
Wait, what is that?
I
What are you
didn't know
talking
True
about?
Seeing
True
did
seeing.
that.
Ointment of true seeing?
I didn't know True Seeing did that.
It makes sense.
Yeah, I suppose so, but
True seeing
It's
kind of
basically
strong.
just like acid trip and a spell. It's the intent. You see pretty colors. And into the ethereal planes.
I can see the cosmos.
Alright. So Colgrim's gonna set up his gaming laptop and he's gonna play League of Legends while we all
ew.
Okay, so are we sleeping in the basement or are we sleeping upstairs? Are we sleeping where the bodies are or are we sleeping in the less more compromised?
Less morbid?
I'll sleep with the
well,
bodies.
if you guys sleep
Still,
upstairs,
no.
it's open to air currently. The building's
I would
somewhat
hope it's open
collapsed.
to air. I don't want to asphyxiate.
What I mean is you guys are in
It's
the
open
north.
to the elements, I think is the word you're looking for.
Yes, is what I meant. It's
Yeah, that's why we do kind of need to go underground because otherwise it's going to be cold.
Alright.
Hope you like your foxhole.
I want to sleep with the dead. Oh,
Are you going to cuddle next to some of the pile of bones?
I will.
Thank
Oh my
God it took
God,
away the
Phil.
soul.
After I find the secret entrance, you know.
You use one of the monks as a boyfriend pillow?
Oh, good God.
Phil, you're
At
fucking
least
crazy.
disinfect them
Alright.
first.
So, like, if we have time before we take long rest, Colgrim will ask Helena for one of the diamonds so that he can cast Greater Restoration on Silver to fix her strength score.
Okay.
So, how many diamonds do you have left?
Would that just be the diamond dust or an actual diamond?
Oh, do you have diamond dust? I
have one more dose of 200 gold piece diamond dust.
Ooh, I need
Okay.
100 of that.
Okay. Well, you
And
can
then
get.
I'll
100.
Is
If
there
you-
light down here?
Not really. It's rather. There's no illumination except for the light coming in from the stairwell, unless you guys cast light or set a fire.
I cast light
Yeah,
and
I
light
have light
on
on.
fire after.
Okay. You could go ahead and fix Silver's stats.
It's a
Is it made of
13.
stone? Like the floor? Like the area around the entrance?
Try to find somewhere.
Do you know what it should be?
What?
Noah, do you know
What?
what it should be?
Yeah, 13.
All right.
I changed
Okay.
it.
Thank you. Sorry, I didn't hear what Mason said.
Is the area, like, surrounding the entrance to the basement, is it made out of stone?
Let me check. Yeah. As you guys recall, this is the entrance to the basement, right over here.
Ah,
Oh, right. This building is actually kind of small.
Yeah.
Anyways,
Well, it's a lot bigger underground, actually. For whatever reason.
Here, real quick. Oh, it's because in the north you probably wouldn't build too much above ground, you know? Cold and shit. But real
Yeah.
quick, let me just
Cold and
edit
shit.
something here real quick. Here, let me make it a bit more accurate.
What?
are you just adding dead bodies?
I'm adding puddles of blood that have dried.
Boo! No, we need to sleep here tonight.
There's monk corpses. What
Oh,
do you?
yes.
Sure.
If you've got an
That's a
iron
lot. That
deficiency
is a
right now,
lot
your
of.
problems are solved.
That is a lot of blood.
That's old
Okay.
blood, too.
Before you ask Dominic, no, it is more. Yes, it is more than 1 day old.
Yeah.
I was gonna ask that question.
Anyways,
Oh, it's months old.
anyways, Matt,
Yes.
I'm going to cast Stone Shape after everyone is in to keep the basement, to like lock up the basement and seal us inside.
Make sure we have air holes.
Wait, hold on. I want a ritual. Hold on. I want a ritual cast alarm.
Oh
Okay.
my God.
Because I just don't want anyone following us in. Oh, well,
Yeah.
if you're gonna just cast alarm, then I guess that works too, actually.
Well,
out you're
I'll say
still
you
in
guys
the
can
moot
both
point.
do that. Stone Shape.
Can we have air holes, please?
Stone
I know
Shape.
Yes,
that's
definitely.
Please.
Yes, I am assuming.
I don't want to asphyxiate.
So
TPK by asphyxiation.
Yeah, I'll make it like
In my gut, I
bars,
will
like stone
survive.
bars, basically.
Yeah, that's fine.
And then you would have failed your mission.
That is true. But I'm just pointing out.
Technically, I think actually, Ethan would still live, which is funny.
Yeah, what would your mission be if we all just died? You would just be like wandering
Mission
around in the
failed.
wilderness.
We'll get him next time. So you could touch a stone object of medium size or smaller, or a section of stone no larger than 5 feet in any dimension, and form it into any shape that suits your purpose. For example, you'd shape a large rock into a weapon or idol. You'd also shape a stone door or its frame to seal a door shut. Can have up to 2 hinges and a latch, but finer detail is impossible. So on the actual thing, here's what I'm going to say you do. You basically take the parts of the stairwell that sort of, I would call this railings, but it's not going down. the sort of border to the stairwell and sort of how many spell slots of that level do you have?
I have 3.
Okay, I'm gonna say it takes 2. Um,
That makes sense because it's 10 feet wide and it does
yeah.
like 5 feet.
Well, it's also 10 by 10. So I'm going to say you with the first spell slot, you basically take the left side and just sort of pull almost a cage-like structure of stone off to one side, leaving the other side open. Then following that, you just sort of do the same thing until it sort of meets up, and now there's these stone bars almost interlinking over the
I
top of it.
I do want to make a door though, so I don't have to cast it again to get out. But I'll just have it like lock from the inside, basically, with like a latch.
You cannot. I don't think you can make it lock.
Well, I can have
Oh,
like like a bar in between it.
wait, you can have a latch. Okay. Um, yeah, you sort of set it up to where it interlocks and it is able to open because you can add hinges to it. But it's a very flimsy structure. Any solid blow to it can definitely tear it apart. It's just meant to make it where anyone who wants to come in or leave um, needs to either cast magic to destroy it or go in loud. Um, Meanwhile, Zill,
Basically.
before you start setting up your alarm for the night,
Yeah.
you want to investigate.
Oh, I do.
Roll investigation.
I
Investigation.
swear to God, if you get that 20,
And
I'll be actually mad at you.
You find a more sultry
Investigation.
If anyone wants to help him, they can assist.
Por favor.
I'm not assisting.
Hey, Alpha, you wanna help me with this? Support me, like you were told?
No.
No, not all that.
Alpha.
Alpha.
7.
I knew. I knew. I heard that. I
Pile
just wanted
driver.
to refuse.
Hey, pile driver.
Red silver.
Support me like the the queen of the east, I think, told you to.
I'm not going to make a joke right
I don't think Ethan's here.
Programming does not include, or orders.
Stupidity.
My orders do not include.
Oh, little punk bitches.
My orders directly pertain to matters of tactical defense.
This is tactical defense. What if somebody comes in here and we need an escape route? We're gonna want that secret passage
I
then,
will
now wouldn't
fight.
we? But what if you can't fight? What if they're too big? Are you just gonna sacrifice yourself? I don't think that'll be in your parameters, because then we'll be screwed too.
God damn it, Zill, you're making a good argument. Credit where it's due.
Yes,
Ethan, it's
yes.
up to you whether or not you
However,
want to.
I am going.
It's up
Yes,
to you whether or not
however.
you want to, but credit where it's due, Zill. Good argument.
I want the secret passage.
Programming specific. Sorry.
Programming specifically entails combat.
And not listening to Zill.
Programming prevents me
Okay,
listening to.
probably.
It's Bill
I'm like
equals no.
Lopez. No.
If I may, programming denies. Programming does not allow for assisting punk ass
Denied.
bitches.
Oh my god.
Identifying block user. Zill. I can totally buy between Alicina just being like, you are not allowed to listen to what this person tells you.
Anyhow, Zill, I'll let you make another roll.
Yay.
But this is the last one.
Hoorah.
Let's go. He found it.
The only threshold you crossed there was 5, so you better hope the thing had a DC of 5 to find.
If there was
No.
a secret passage, that is not enough
There
to find it.
is. So you're saying there's
Are you saying
so-
that I should not drop my Dark One's blessing on this?
Hold on.
I'm not
Oh
saying
my
I am
Jill.
not saying
Dominic.
anything.
Dominic, does
I'm
your
not saying.
character Dominic, does your character walk away in frustration?
Not yet. I'm
he
gonna use
like-
my Dark One's on blessing.
He likely
my
did.
God.
He likely did when asking for help, because like he's searching around the entire area.
13. Let's go. He's gonna find it.
Secret.
A 13
Secret.
is not enough to find one if it exists.
Hey, Silver. You know it would be real cool if we found a secret tunnel. I think you should help me look for one before we go to bed.
Don't let Subject Zoe fool you.
I thought you didn't do anything that didn't pertain to combat, mister.
This is
I
Silver,
don't like
if I may.
you.
Whoa!
Oh, there it
is.
He's gaining sentience. He's gaining sentience.
Whoa!
Power of Silver Annoyance is so strong it broke his computer code and he gained sentience.
Above board.
Oh my
Above
God.
board. I'm just gonna say this. He's partially doing this out of annoyance.
Oh, that's funny.
You know what would be the best freaking thing? Is if like I was hoping.
Get a mic.
I was hoping. I was. You know what? I'm not gonna say it. I was hoping like this was a Alpha's first instance of trying to do sarcasm and it just being awful.
Well, I mean, sure, whatever. I'm just.
No, he just legitimately doesn't like Zill.
That came out of left field.
Oh my God.
That came out of left field.
The
My
thing is,
God.
Zill's been like one of the most useful people in combat lately.
Yeah.
Too, honestly.
Above board, this was just me just taking the piss out of you.
So it is sarcasm.
Oh.
Is he serious or is he
Wow.
not? I'm confused.
You will
now.
never know. You will never know because
Okay.
Hard to read.
Okay, fair enough. So you just
eyebrows
like
don't move that
Zill,
much,
you just
like
look
made of
up
metal.
like heartbroken at this, and
Yeah.
meanwhile Silver says to you, so I
Do you hear a robotic chuckle?
I guess I can help maybe, but I'm kind of tired. Is it really important?
Oh no.
I mean, I think this is of utmost importance.
Of course you do.
I guess I can help.
Do you want me to do the role, Matthew?
I've got nothing better to do. I'll take care of it. So she's going to try and assist doing an investigate because I'm doing it since it's a role play thing. I'll take care of it. She's trying to assist investigation wise. So if she succeeds on the help action, which she does, she gives you advantage on that last roll, and you add a d6 to it. However, you already used your Dark One's own luck on the first one. You cannot add it to the second one, so just the d6.
Okay. So another investigation.
Another investigation, add a d6 to it. This is the...
Oh my God!
Why am I so stupid?
He's just passed it 5 times, and the guy, but there's like,
So
he's like
even
missing.
so with even on a max roll of a 6, you're worse than your previous one.
I know.
He's like the person that's trying to get into like the Dark Brotherhood door, but he can't find it, even though it's like really obvious.
Oh my God.
Like the town guards being unable to find it for like 20 years, even though it's just off the road outside
Just
of
outside
town.
of town. Was it more hidden in Oblivion? I feel like it was.
Yes, it was under an abandoned house in the city.
Yeah.
But you'd think they would check it and in the basement and find it because it's a big scary door in the middle of the basement.
So
I mean,
upon investigation, you try everything. Like you try going on all the walls.
Matthew.
You try pushing against. Huh?
Sorry, just quickly check your DMs.
You're like running chalk over
Just-
all the
just-
walls to see if there's a break.
Yeah.
And it's like
Okay.
under the rug that you're
like
walking on.
you're like obviously they're barred in, so like you're trying to look around, see for any where you might think.
DM malfunctioning.
Sorry, someone was DMing me. So you're looking at the walls. You're like, even though you know these bones weren't here prior to like someone attacking, you're still trying seeing like maybe if I rearrange these bones in a certain way, like for so maybe
Making-
if and then you find like for some reason a toe that still has skin on it, and you're like maybe, and you sniff
Maybe.
it, and you just like ew, gross, and throw it away. Um,
You found a toe.
um,
I'm gonna keep it.
no, like you already threw it away, and now it's on the pile of
Oh, yeah.
bones somewhere.
Can you
Tragic.
reinvestigate for the toe again?
Yeah, can I reinvestigate? Can I search for the toe? I realized I actually really want it.
Ethan,
a
do you want to do
souvenir.
anything? What are you gonna do with it? Fine, you have a toe. It's a
Yay!
rotted toe. I'm not sure what you're gonna do with it, but I look forward to finding out.
Bio.
Ethan, what do you want to do?
He looks. You see You see Pile Driver standing over by a wall, and then he looks over to you, Zoe, and says, "Hey, you."
There's actually a secret entrance. The fuck?
What do you want?
Get your. What race are you again?
I'm a human
He's
now.
a human now.
A lovely lady
he?
human.
Yes.
A lovely lady.
Get yourself over here.
Wait, didn't he become like a?
He was a
never mind,
half
that was-
elf. He became
I
a
was
human.
You
half elf.
missed a spot.
You actually found it.
One more
I missed
I
a
hate
spot.
you.
One more investigation roll.
Yes, let's go.
This one is at advantage.
Advantage.
You missed a spot.
You're gonna get in
Idiot.
that one.
This is at advantage because someone's pointing it out to you.
Hey, you
God.
crossed the 10 threshold.
Despite that, you still can't seem to find anything.
He
Find another toe.
he looks up. He looks up. Gives any sound. Looks up at the ceiling. Gives an exasperated sound and shoves the wall.
So, immediately, so you guys are actually, let me move to the proper setting here. So you guys are off in this room over here. Based on the areas where you found the notes, you presume this is likely where Far likely stayed most of the time.
Right
You
here?
see some, yes, you guys are in this room when you guys are investigating. You guys presume Far likely lived out of this room for the most part. You guys give a bit of a push to this wall, and Zill, you now see it seems to move slightly compared to the rest of the wall. You then, at this point, you have two options. You could try and force it, or you could try and find the mechanism.
I want to try and find the mechanism.
Roll investigation.
Oh my god.
Law of large numbers. It has to work eventually, or not. You just.
Oh my god.
So basically,
Please, Matthew.
all the
I hope this
furniture,
is all of our bad rolls for the
all
entire
the
session.
furniture and everything just like collapses around you with a loud. And you're just like sprawled out across the bed, and you quickly try and turn into something like kind of cool, like, "Hey there, I meant to do that. But like even while trying to do that, you just stumble off the bed further, face planting, and then
All right,
you're just
I'm
like
gonna.
immediately disappointed with yourself as you're like, even after being pointed out, hey, there's a secret door here, you still can't do it right.
I'm gonna roll. So what do I roll the either? All right. So can I
So
roll in?
you know where the door is, and you have a general idea of where the mechanism might be. To narrow it down and figure out what the mechanism is, I'm gonna need your roll investigation. Otherwise, if
Sure.
you want to try and force the door, that's gonna be a strength check.
Can I do strength if I fail to find the mechanism?
Just roll investigate. Just pick one first. Okay, with a nat 20, you scan your memory banks for all the information you've known about or have been informed about Far, and from what you've known about her from the time you've seen her, because she has been around you for a little while before she went missing. And you scan your memory banks and try and get into her headspace, and your eyes just sort of like do basically Zill's sort of looking at your eyes, and they're doing sort of a buffering sign, like in opposite directions, until like they sort of flash, and you're like, maybe, and you just sort of like move the furniture in a certain she was not into that yet, actually. But so you just sort of like think about the way that would most say, screw you, you're blind as hell, to the rest of the monks, and but like still be rather hidden. And you find um the symbol of the monastery on the wall, but it's like completely jumbled up. Um, just as sort of a way of saying screw you to them. You quickly see that and you have absolutely no idea who set this up. It certainly wasn't Far, because you would never expect Far to set up something this inventive. But you quickly notice it's a tile puzzle. Within that 20 investigation, you breeze through it. Um, just like your computer brain figuring out the perfect algorithm to solve the tile puzzle the most quickly. As the last tile slides into place, a bit of a trapdoor right underneath the bed, sort of, or sorry, right underneath the desk, sort of right here in the corner. You hear it slide out of the way, sort of near where the door was, or where you think the door was, and it you look down there, and I believe you have dark vision. Yes.
Hold on. Let me just look at Warf. No, that's the
Well,
wrong
I
one.
It
know
might
for a fact
not.
I know for a fact Zill does. Um, right? Zill still has dark vision.
Is
Give
that
me
from
a
an
sec.
warlock thing?
You're muted.
Warforged, we do not have
I
dark
do.
vision.
You do have dark vision from a.
I do have
Is
dark
that from
vision.
a warlock thing? I take it.
It was like I think it was a race thing, but you said I could keep it because Tiamat was like nice or whatever.
I shouldn't have done that, but I'm not gonna go back on it. Oh right, I think it's actually no. I think I'm allowed you to keep it because of that whole dragon lycanthropy thing.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there was
Because
something that let me
because
keep it.
dragons have dark vision inherently, so because of that, I'm like, yeah, whatever.
Okay.
Um, Also, I think all the lycanthropes have dark vision. I might be mistaken on that. Anyhow, so you quickly notice a bit of a very, very old letter in there. I do not have a handout to give you, so you're just gonna have to write this down because I made this up on the fly.
God damn
Um,
it.
but basically, you see a correspondence in writing you recognize. Um, you see two different styles of writing. One you recognize as Far, um, and one you see as someone you haven't recognized before. The first part of the message is from that unknown person, and it appears to say, Thar, if everything is set up correctly, then you should be able to use this to sneak out properly without alerting the monastery, so that way I can thank you for all you've done for me. Feel free to use it at any time. You know how to get in touch with me, Nathan. Then following that, you see another piece of parchment right next to it. It says, "Thanks, Nathan. It's nice to get out of this hellhole every now and then. Signed, Far." Sorry, signed for all.
Oh, signed for all.
And that's what you find. It does appear to lead outside, but it sort of leads up through a crawl space, but it appears to be dark at the other end, almost as if it's sealed off at the other end as well. Unless you likely open it from the proper side, or open it properly or whatever. So the whole idea is stealth with it. Like, you don't want to let anyone know you're using it. But yeah, you found a secret passage with that note.
It really was a secret tunnel all along.
It was a secret tunnel.
Secret tunnel.
And yet, the guy who's completely specs toward combat.
Ah, yes, you're a new rogue. You must now do every single investigation check. All right.
Alpha, you are my new favorite party member besides Far.
I get the feeling that it's not mutual.
He just looks at he looks at you, punk.
I will let that slide. Can I explore the tunnel? Is there anything to be seen, or is it just a
first actual character trait is hating Zill?
Wait, what?
What?
Pile Driver's actual character trait is hating Zill.
Let's be real.
I just.
To be fair, Zill is an evil character in a mostly good party.
And also, my character is lawful good, so.
Yes.
But I was just more. I just thought, why the hell not?
Yeah, fair enough.
Do something funny. Do something completely out of left field for a character that hasn't really said much.
It's funny to think, though, that Zill's charisma is just so powerful that he rewrote the code in your brain to make you hate him. Because let's be honest, it's ridiculous fucking, like, deception and persuasion stats.
Let's be real. Zill's charisma is dumb charisma. Like, it's basically like he's so stupid you can't help but feel sorry for him.
Yep.
Just like Chad, just like Noah sending like a 10-second video of him stealing his roommate's White Claws from the fridge at like 1 a.m.
I saw that last night. Why? Anyhow.
I thought it was funny.
And then you have my character who is stupid strong and stupid constitution.
I mean, I still have it.
Alright. With that, I forget, in the same day, did you send to Far? I believe you did.
Yeah, so I have things I wanted to do if we're going to go to sleep, but I didn't want to interrupt.
Please, by all means, if you're going to do anything, do it now.
So I cast Sending to fucking Lokar. I have prepared nothing to say. Far's not faking the memory loss. I've seen you do the memory thing before. Do you know of a way to fix it? Maybe restoration or something? It's 24. Greater Restoration fixed literally everything else in Colgrim's entire life.
He responds saying, "That is deeply concerning. Yes, it is possible to cure. However, there's nothing we could do until we find her.
Yeah, just tell me the fucking spell I need to use, dickbag.
If
That's not directed at you, it's directed at Lokar.
I
my
do think
well,
Lokar is
it's more of a question of does he want to do it right now? I guess it's worth it. Yeah, like there's no reason he wouldn't tell you. He says the spell, depending on the potency of the spell, greater restoration may work. However, sorry, Han, let me see if one so it is possible to cure. However, there's nothing we could do until we find her. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Greater restoration. So with 9 left, greater restoration may work depending on how powerful
Depending on its strength.
Yeah, greater restoration may work depending on its strength.
Dope. So hopefully I don't have to upcast it. I actually can upcast it 1 level, depending on if I have it. I have a 6 level when we find her. Yeah, and then I'll cast Sending Too Far.
All right. What do you say?
Oh, what do I even say here? So it's me again. Look, this is complicated, but trust me, I'm a friend. I'll free you from Nathan. I'm also a real person, not imaginary. Why do I keep hitting 24? Why is that just...
You know what's better than 24? 25. That's how many words
So
you
I
have
send
to.
that to Far.
That's how many words you have to set back, Far.
Do I hear it all?
Yeah.
Nice.
Nice.
I'm thinking. Words are difficult.
Especially when you're so stupid, you have to count on your fingers to be able to count words correctly.
Dang. I haven't heard this many voices in my head since Sally at the Ball. I think that was already like 13.
It's in character, it's okay.
Okay. I'll take free rescue. Pop off this. Prove to me you ain't fake hoe. 25.
Hey, prove to me you ain't a fake hoe. God damn it, how do I know?
Yeah, the gauntlet has been thrown, Noah. She think you a fake hoe.
Do I need to prove it now or like later? Like,
Up
or
to
do I
you.
just need to like carry her for like a Pong game and then it's
Up
chill,
to
or
you.
like?
Up to you. That was both ways of the sending spell. So to talk again, you'll need to use another.
Oh man, I didn't want to take up everyone's time, but like.
No, go for it.
Do I prove to her that I'm not a fake hoe immediately, or do I make her wait for it? This is like texting back on Tinder. Yeah, I'll send it back. Fuck it. Your last name is Hanolis. You're a dope ass monk. When we fought together, you literally punched a dragon to death. That's 20.
But Charles, whatever his name was.
She won't remember that. You fled the assholes in Cadentem. That's 25, I think, yeah. So I gave you 2 statistical things you think are true, and one that's like, since when did I punch a dragon to death?
Say that one more time, just because I was messaging Sarah at that time, so she may not have heard the whole message.
So in shorter words, fuck. I said one true thing, which was your
Just
last
repeat the
name is
message.
Hanolis, and then I said you once punched a dragon to death when we fought together, and then I said you fled the assholes in Cadentem. So 2 things you know are true, and 1 thing you don't remember, and you don't think happened.
I hear all of this.
Yes.
I remember fighting a dragon, but I was alone. I don't know what you're talking. Bruh, is this a cop? Am I being punked? Fuck. I think that's what you said.
It's close enough. So far, I would say. Yeah, and not to take.
Forget, Far never stops at 25 because she doesn't know how sending works. So Far is
Yeah,
gonna keep.
and she did, and she forgot how sending worked. Even if I did teach you.
Far's gonna keep talking about bagels for like 30 seconds, but you don't get any of it.
All right.
About like Sally in the dumpster with the bagel.
Yeah, I don't want to take up too much of everyone's time, so I guess the last thing I do is say a prayer to Ophander, basically like, yo, I got everyone else I ever knew killed. Let me save one, please.
Okay.
So yeah, that's what I do.
So
I also take a watch if I need to.
everyone gets the benefit of the long rest. We're going to transition over to Far. Despite how interesting it would be if this place was haunted, no, it's not.
Oh.
Cool idea though. Might do that later. That being said, let's go to Far. Far, if I recall, you spent most of the date alone today. So let's start off with what you want to do at that time, because again, the only thing that is wiped at this point is that you traveled with the party and who the party was. So you still wanting to
Did that
run?
make me forget? Question: Did that make me forget? The vampire lady I kind of want to fuck.
No, you still know that Azeroth exists. You still know the gods that you know. You still know Elistina. You still know Lokar because they were not people you traveled alongside as allies and fought with. They were just people you encountered. That's like saying, do you remember traveling to the bar and seeing the barkeeper? Yeah, you know him. You're a local there, so you know him. But what was removed was your memory of the party and Drakmir. So your motivation to leave is still as it was. So that being said, you get 3 rolls for the day. What do you want to do?
Okay, so I'm sorry, I'm just like butterfly effect this out in my mind. So, what is my relationship to Tiamat now?
You have no way of knowing. But that's a good.
Does that mean you know what I mean?
I think I see what you're saying because you know of Tiamat through Zil.
Yeah. The only reason I was contacting Tiamat before was I was gonna make her free me as a payment back for keeping Zil alive so many times.
So again, the modify memory spell says that your mind fills in the gaps how it wants. You don't remember Zil. It's up to you how your relationship with Tiamat exists now. But you are still a kobold, and like, how on earth would you forget that? But your mind fills in the gaps on how that would have been caused.
I figured out in my head how Far's mind would
Yeah.
interpret Tiamat owes her something, but doesn't remember what Tiamat knows.
Yeah. But either way, your mind would fill in the gaps. That's how the spell
First roll
works.
will be my first prayer of the day will be to Tiamat. Are you ready?
Are you sure?
I literally prayed to Lathander for you, but go on, Queen.
Forrest's gonna pray to Tiamat and say, dear Tiamat, bitch, I know you owe me money, and I'm sick and tired of sitting on my ass here waiting for it.
I would
You
like to.
owe my goddamn money, and I'm gonna pray to you until I get that shit.
Oh
So, like,
my God.
Okay.
He's from New York even more now.
Okay.
You gotta give me that coin, and I don't really care about what you think, because bitch, you owe me my money. I don't know why, I don't know how, but I know you got me. Like, sis, you
Bitch,
owe
better
me
have
something.
my money.
Okay. So you say that, roll a religion check, but before you continue, I'd just like to remind you, because it's been a while, that there are specific conditions for getting out.
I
Bitch, better have my money.
but I know that theoretically it has to be a good god or whatever, but Nathan honestly hasn't explained that greatly, and Far would probably interpret get a god to help you out as any god, and at this point, Far knows like 2 of them, and one of them owes her some money.
No, he did the first time he explain it was a good god. It had to be a good god.
Yeah, but Far's, rolling the dice and just seeing if any, like, Far doesn't know if Tiamat's a good god.
Okay, fair enough, I guess. All right, so
Far
go.
doesn't know what in religion. I don't know what the fuck any of these gods are for. I'm just like, hey, bitch owes me money. Maybe she's good and will help me out.
So go ahead and roll religion. All right. And then a percentile, please.
It's a 1d100.
Yes, please.
23.
23. Okay.
Oh, you forgot.
Okay. So you have 2 more rolls for the day.
I'm gonna try reaching out to Bahamut because I remember that I'm like trying to forge a relationship with them, and I'll be like, okay, well, go and get that bitch to respond. Actually, can I roll a religion check to see if I know the relationship between Bahamut and Tiamat?
You could roll a religion check, yes, absolutely. And this does not count towards your 3 rolls of the day.
Oh, no. I just want to see how dumb I am in order to gauge how this prayer is going to go.
Right.
It's just like the Greek gods. All they do is fuck.
So you know that Bahamut and Tiamat are the head of the pantheon for Nervine. They are the primary gods. You also know that from what you've already known or have been informed, Tiamat is the god of the chromatic dragons, whereas Bahamut is the god of the metallic dragons. Furthermore, you know that they get in fights relatively often. And when gods fight, you can imagine how that goes. You know that inherently Bahamut is more kind than Tiamat to the material plane and her followers, and the material plane and his followers. Just inherently, Bahamut's a nicer guy. But that's all you really know of the relationship. And that's
perfect. So I know they fight.
Sometimes.
Okay, here's my prayer to Bahamut. Dear Bahamut, today I tried talking to Tiamat. I know a little sacrilege. Y'all don't like each other so much. But hear me out here. The bitch owes me some money. And I don't remember why. I don't remember who. I just know she owed me some money. And I figure you can relate. Because, if you fought with her, then you know how much that she could just be a dick bag sometimes, So, Bahamut's good, Bahamut's great, let's all eat cake or whatever, but, can I also have your help in, maybe, shaking a bitch down? I mean, I know you and Tiamat ain't on the best of terms sometimes, so thinking, maybe me and you and, a couple of my guys from behind the bar could, get together and, talk to Tiamat in the fun, sort of upside down manner until I get my money back. So, yeah, TLDR, yeah, I'm gonna be a good person, whatever, but also kind of want my money. So, I'll be good. Let's I'll be good for Charles, but let's do some fun stuff together, like God person bonding over shaking down people.
So,
That's my favorite part. But
okay, so first off, roll religion.
I love how exasperated you sound every time I try to do this.
Yeah, I straight up like tried to find my pulse multiple times there to make sure I was actually conscious. Because I'm very
I was following.
like you remember why you originally started reaching out to Bahamut, right?
Yes, but keep in mind, Far without the party, like a lot of the good characteristics of Far, like the kindness and compassion, and the facade of Far being like a street thug was pulled away chip by chip a lot of times because of the party. So if you take that away and put in place like
By
months
who in the party?
the road,
By
if
who in the party?
you take away all of that and replace all that character development with just months of traveling on the road alone, she probably still has that facade of tough and jokey and like
I'd
crude.
say I wouldn't
Yeah,
say
but
it's
who in the
entirely
party?
gone. I wouldn't say it's entirely gone because you still have a couple people that you do remember that definitely would have impacted.
Yeah, but
Also,
the
Matthew.
context around those situations are a lot different.
True, the context is a bit different. Yes.
A lot different. And, it's like, okay, with Charles, there was like an hour of emotional development, but a big reason that stuck with Far so much was because her friends helped her through that grieving process so much for like a month
True.
after. She would just be on her own, and she still doesn't like know how to trust people. She doesn't even remember why she trusted Charles in the first place, So she has this facade of like tough girl
Wow.
street like
Okay.
I'm gonna shake you down to
No,
Bahamut because
I
she doesn't know
appreciate
anything
that.
else.
I appreciate that, but you would still remember like what you know for the most part. The only thing you don't know is who the party is and that you traveled with them. That is a
Matt.
bigger thing that I originally thought. That's a good point, and I appreciate you going so far with the character in that. That's really well done. Anyhow,
Almost as if real life Sarah actually has an intelligence above a 3.
I don't.
It's hard
okay.
sometimes. I have one more, right?
Yes, you do have one more. Sorry, I need you to roll a percentile first, before you.
I misspelled someone.
Yes,
I'm
I
so
did.
sorry.
I did see. I did see.
It's very funny.
It was.
I'm so funny.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna go to the bathroom.
What did they write?
Was it Noah?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
He suggested a NPC name being Baral Cannoli, which is fine.
Hell yeah.
All right, so you get one more religion check, or another check of your choice.
Okay, so
It's your
at
evil
this
twin.
moment, I imagine the lights, are sort of dimming, and it's like the golden hour, right? And
Yeah,
Far's necklace.
this is probably
with the-
after this is probably after the whole sending back and forth with
Yeah.
Colgrim.
So I imagine the lights like at the perfect angle, the golden hour, where Far's sapphire necklace starts glowing slightly. It's like reflecting the light. And so Far's gonna pick it up, just sort of sit down and sigh, and just sort of say, "Well, Charles, I don't know how I got myself into this mess, but here we are. I don't really know who else to ask right now for help. Don't really know who else to talk to. But I think I want to be a better person. I think I want to be a good person. It's hard. You're not supposed to trust people because you trust people and then they stab you in the back and you end up in a bar dumpster. Like I told you, that's monk rule number 7. Never turn your back in a bar dumpster. Good people throw you in there all the time.
Above board, as a reminder, the actual monk rule number 7 is, and I'm just saying this out loud for my own benefit. Actual monk rule is number 7 is good monks will never question or talk back. Very different.
But like I don't
I'd like at some point to get a list of Far's mug rules. But go on, keep going.
But like I'm not so good at being good. I'm not so good at being this like better person. I don't know like how to do this whole religion thing. That's completely foreign, and I'm just sort of screaming into the void, hoping somehow some mystical, magical, white shining knight on a horse is gonna swoop me down and teach me how to be a better person. I just don't. I don't know what to do. I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing here, and I don't really get it. Like I've never been handed anything like that on a silver platter. I've never had some like mystical, magical thing come from the heavens and be like, "Oh, like everything's fixed now," and it's just it's hard to buy that. Like what Nathan sells, I know what he's selling. And it's a crock of shit. But buying the unknown of all this God stuff is still, it's still hard for me. I don't exactly know what to say. I don't know if anyone's listening right now. Any of the gods, I could use that white horse bullshit right now, but I don't really know what to do. And that's all Far's gonna say.
Eat.
Is there going to be any role associated with that?
I don't know. Is anyone listening? That's the question for you, not for me.
I can't say whether or not anyone was listening.
Hello, I'm back.
What I will say is, you sort of just staring at the necklace. Sort of just contemplating all this on how to get out of here. You don't remember exactly how you got here. You just know that when you trusted someone, that it's either ended horribly for you or for someone else. So it's hard to tear those walls down. But you think for a moment upon the self-reflection, and in this moment of just this one instant where you let all your walls down, you let out a bit of a cry for help for anyone, just anyone to hear. Is there someone you'd like to point that cry to in particular, if you had the choice, or do you just want it to be a prayer for help? Okay.
I don't even think Far's intentionally like having this be a prayer. This is just like a vulnerable moment.
It is not intentional, but it is, by all intents or purposes, absolutely a prayer.
Yeah, but it's one of those like.
So go ahead. Go ahead.
Instead of her just trying to play the odds, it's actually a genuine moment of like,
right.
I don't know what to do.
But it is absolutely a prayer. So go ahead and roll religion.
Yay! It's my favorite stat. Religion.
Also at advantage.
Okie dokie.
Watch me why is it intelligence? It's sad. Damn it.
Oh, I got a 6. Yay!
Do you have inspiration? Because I believe you do. Oh, okay. And so the only reason I didn't award inspiration earlier in the session was because I thought you already had it. I was gonna award it for the way you're playing off your character. So yeah, if you want to use it.
I'll use my inspiration here. Woo! Should I roll it again?
Just one more.
Okie dokie. Watch me roll a 7.
16.
Oh, an 18.
Good.
Holy shit. That's just, I think, the highest I rolled in intelligence in this entire goddamn campaign.
It's actually going to be the 16 because inspiration rerolls once.
Oh shit.
Yep,
well,
but either way, 16's really good.
It's a lot better considering I have to roll a 17 to roll a 16 because goddamn -1 intelligence.
I need you to make a percentile roll.
Maybe low is
I got
good.
At advantage.
Maybe low is bad.
I can imagine Matthew just like eating nails in the background as I fail to roll so many times with this religion bullshit because my luck is so garbage. I don't think I've had a single percentile above 60 this entire time. So
Can I have that, please? Like, that actually helps if I get low percentiles.
yeah, you up by 9? Take my
That would actually
Yeah,
give
you.
him divine inspiration, yeah. Or sorry, divine intervention.
All right, Matthew. Thanks for throwing a bunch of advantages at me until I could finally do shit. Sorry, my rolls suck.
It's fine. Sometimes you need to do that to keep things interesting and keep things moving a little bit. It's a bit depressing whenever just nothing happens. So sometimes I like to throw stuff in there. Anyhow, so as you sit there, just sort of wondering, can someone help me? I'm not sure what to do. You just sort of think about everything, wondering, is there still the possibility to change? And then just in the deepest recesses of your mind, you hear a faint whisper. I'm not sure if that actually came through on Discord, but
It did not. I was ready for like
Nope.
I was ready for you to just go whisper, whisper, whisper. Like
you hear a faint whisper going.
okay, I just hear someone whispering in my head.
In the it's sort of like if there were a space in your head, it would almost be like 6 feet behind you. You hear it. You know it's in your head, but
Can
you
I
can't.
scream? Just like
But you
medium
can't.
scream.
But you can't make it out. You're not sure what it is. It doesn't seem threatening. If anything, it seems to be words of encouragement that you just can't make out.
Far's gonna like when she first hears the noise, like yelp a little. Far's like, "Jeez, fucking Christ." But then sort of chill because at this point, Far's used to having unknown voices in her head.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, Colgrim. But
That's not, a problem, right? The voices talk to Noah all the time.
Yeah.
yeah,
So in your head, you hear the voice just sort of whispering. What do you do?
can I like try meditating?
Yes, you can.
Cool. I used to be able to do that really well as an elf.
You try.
Just get into it a little, but we try as a kobold.
You try getting in as comfortable a position as you can in the change you're bound to, and try and focus on this distant voice. As you focus more and more, you start to make it out more and more clearly until you'd start to hear, hello? I, you're, you, this is what this is,
Hello?
hello?
Can you hear me?
Yes. I
Hi,
have,
voice in my head. How you doing?
I have been sent to give you a message. My time here is brief, but this is not the first, but it is the first you've heard.
What? Pop a squat. Welcome to my head, I guess.
My time here is finite. However, you have taken the first step. It is possible to improve yourself. Not all is lost. It is possible to open yourself to change. However, all the walls you build around yourself make it complicated. My Lord sees you making a conscious effort, and he wishes to offer you a chance. Continue on the path you are on. I cannot offer much guidance as to how you should proceed. The journey of self-improvement must be one you forge on your own. After all, if one were to enlighten you how to live, then it's no longer self-improvement. It's now just instructions from another. It is not truly yourself that's changing, just what you do. You've taken the first step towards self-improvement. Only advice I can offer is, rather than seeking to gain favors, maybe ask for answers. With that, the voice starts to fade away, and the presence in your head slowly fades. This feeling was different than. So the feelings you've gotten of someone's presence being in your head have been different on multiple occasions. With Colgrim, or the mysterious person, it just seems to be sort of a voice whispering in your ear, sort of like you have a wisp of air just sort of cupped around your ear and sort of communicating with you. When it came to Azeroth, there was a presence that you felt, almost as if like someone's entire being was there and it was overpowering you. It's very clear when a god is communicating with you directly. This was neither of those. This was somewhere in between, almost as if you felt a presence, as if it felt otherworldly. However, it didn't seem to be near as potent as it did when Azeroth communicated with you. Well, actually, no. Azeroth communicated with you in your head via a magic item, so it would have been somewhat similar to um, Colgrim. So even from Azeroth, it's a bit different. It feels like it's actually an otherworldly presence trying to sort of breach through some wall. And there's a little peephole in it, and they're talking through that.
Far feels a little nauseous and just thinks to herself, like, Jesus, is this the therapy thing people are always telling me to go to?
Oh no.
Like she has, it was an uncomfortable feeling for her to have someone else tell her that she can be good. Because that's never happened before. Mostly people are yelling at her like, hey, jackass, get off my lawn. You're drunk. no one really has ever been like, yes, Far, I believe in you. So Far just feels kind of weird right now. Like, did that really happen just now? Like, what the fuck?
All of this
So yeah.
has been rather exhausting. I'm going to briefly cut over to Colgrim from his sending earlier, where you also get a similar presence to what I just described, but it's a significantly louder, you being more attuned to your faith. And it doesn't say much, but it says there's not much that there's not much that my lord can do individually at the moment. However, he offers his blessing in your goals, in your endeavors to find the one you seek to save. He will offer guidance as you move forward and how best to proceed. And he concurs that this one is definitely worth saving.
Thank you.
Again, this is not Lathander directly. This is like you quickly pick up on the fact that this is likely a messenger of Lathander. Are you, not being very religiously in tune, have no real idea what that was?
Yeah, I think almost all of what Lathander is would be wiped out to Far. Because it's just so wrapped up in Goldrum.
I mean, here's the thing, to me, the only word I have to describe that is like, was that therapy or like, what's that? A life coach. Yeah, that felt like, Far as been told many times she should get a life coach, that felt like someone put a life coach in her head and she feels very weird.
Ugh. Dude, a life coach that you don't have to pay to just sit in your head, though? That'd be hype as fuck. I'd be, like, marginally more motivated.
Okay. I need a minute to think on something, so go ahead and talk amongst yourselves. I just need to think about what I'm going to do next, but we're going to cut back over to so Far, you begin to, everyone else has a long rest as normal. Far, you fall asleep, but are awoken by a bit of a scuffle outside. We'll get to what that is in a moment.
Secret fight. Secret fight. And
The Hanolis found her first. Swear to God.
We should have postponed them.
Yeah, why does drunk Noah say things like he's gonna stream Cyberpunk 2077?
Why does he? You should ask him.
Honestly, yeah. But like it's actually sick that I found what the Easter egg that I found out. So if you don't read Drunk Noah Reacts, basically in a side mission where a character, like, he's running for like mayor of the town because the most recent mayor got killed off.
Yeah.
So like some secret you find out through a quest line some secret organization is actually changing his and his wife's brain structure and changing their memories and like personalities and shit. So like and to the point where like when you finish it, no matter what you do, no matter what options you take, at the end of the quest, they end up like completely brainwashed. So like at like the final scene where you talk to him, I was just like I hit tab, which is basically like a scanning tool, and it identified a character called Mr. Blue Eyes, who you only meet if you take like a specific ending path and choose to stay as V basically, instead of giving your body to Keanu. And he's the one that gives you like this suicide mission basically to rob like this basically Vegas if it was a moon base.
We're actually gonna. I'm actually going to turn this into a 5-minute break because I need to talk something out with Sarah, and then I need to think on this. So if you guys need to, take a bathroom break right now, now would be the time.
5-minute break for everyone but
Yeah,
Sarah.
we're gonna do a.
So like that
sorry,
small
go ahead.
detail was kind of sick that I found. That they had his character standing on a balcony far off watching the whole thing when he's clearly a connected asshole.
Hey, did you guys see what I put in Discord?
Yeah, a World War II warship was found.
Yeah.
Did they just like float it up from the bottom of the
No,
sea?
they found it it's 21,000 feet under the ocean.
Oh, they just found it down there.
They just found it.
Huh.
It was, oh my god, so brave. She and the USS Johnson and the rest of Taffy 3 went off again, basically just fought off the Japanese center force when they were ludicrously outnumbered and ludicrously outgunned. It is an amazing story.
I apologize, but I have not heard of it as.
Yeah, I have not. Either.
I got a 4 on A-Push, and that's all that I remember from American history.
Well, it's World War II, but it's a very small part of the. It's part of the. This was the battle off Samar, which was itself a part of the larger Battle of Leyte Gulf, one of the major naval battles of World War II. And basically, the Johnston went and charged the Japanese fleet, while the rest of the Taffy 3 was trying to create a smoke screen to protect the escort carriers that were basically supporting the landings on Samar, which is an island in the Philippines. Anyways, so Johnston went, discharged the enemy, actually blew the bow off a Japanese cruiser with a torpedo.
Nice.
And got wrecked. Like it was able to. I don't remember exactly what happened to it, but it got badly mauled and later sank. And then this little destroyer escort called the Samuel B. Roberts also went into the fray and then sunk, not before dealing way more damage than it should have. And the Samuel B. Roberts is known as the destroyer escort that fought like a battleship. It's just a really cool story. Let me, if I can find it. If I can find it, there's actually something on.
So it was just supposed to be an escort, but it was like doing stuff all on its own.
The destroyer escort is basically like a frigate. 1 second, if I can try to find it.
So how mad would you guys be if my backup character of Colgrim dies is not a cleric?
God, we would actually be kind of screwed.
It'd probably be like an artificer or like a bard, but no, it doesn't have confidence because he can't sing.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to sing to play a bard.
The problem is drunk Noah is too excited by the idea of singing, so like...
You just don't.
It would probably just be doing shitty remixes of songs, pretending I'm Sam Riegel from Critical Role, but... Yeah, I mean...
Find
I think
it.
Artificer does have Healing Word down there. Spell list. But I wouldn't be able to bring anyone back from death, which is honestly the main point. I don't know. I do have the cleric idea I like, but and it would actually fit because it's North-based backstory.
Do you want to tell us anything about it, or do you want to say
No, because you're probably never going to see it, because Colgrim's invulnerable to everything. He will never die.
What is this backstory?
Do you want to play as someone else? Like, do you?
Nah,
Are you
I
done
mean,
with
like,
Pilgrim?
my brain is just too hyperactive, and when you go on long runs, eventually the music just starts tuning out, and you're just left alone with your brain. So that's
Mm-hmm.
usually when I come up with character ideas. It's just like long ass run, don't have anything better to do. So like, what if I did this for a character? Basically, is just what happens. Trying to keep the brain entertained, so I just don't have to think about running.
Nice.
That sounds very
Okay, so I can't find it, but
relaxing.
It's more peaceful than fuck 1.2 miles left. Fuck 1.1 miles left. Fuck 1 mile left. Start doing the deconstruction of math and percentages on like a 6 mile run whenever you're like halfway in to a mile. Bad. There's also the Nicolas Cage build, which is hype. Which is a perfect one-shot character. Because doing an entire campaign as Nicolas Cage would just be too much.
Yeah.
It'd throw off the tone of the entire campaign. If it's
Maybe
just
a
like
little.
all these characters, and then it's literally just like, look, I just want to find a governing body, a document that governs a country, okay, and steal it. That's my entire goal. Oh my god. There was a Nick Cage movie that hopped on Netflix called Jiu-Jitsu, and it's literally Nick Cage. It's basically a knockoff of Predator, except they made it a martial arts movie. So you have Nick Cage literally fighting basically a predator in a martial arts combat. It's everything I could have ever hoped for.
That sounds ridiculous.
It's a terrible movie, but it's so funny because like he's like, well, the alien appears and it must defeat warriors, and then it must go back to its home plane. That's Alien Government List 5 through 15. It's like, what the fuck? It's like the warrior poet from another world. It's like, you don't know what that means, Nick. What the fuck?
You have such a good like Nick Cage voice. It's funny.
Yeah. So like to do the voice I've honestly started watching more Nick Cage movies on my free time, just so like I can pull random quotes from bullshit.
then you have
honestly
me.
A problem.
And you have me, who can only do Jack Nicholson in
Shining.
No, Few Good Men. You can't handle the truth.
Oh.
Son, we live in a world that has walls. And those walls have to be guarded by men with guns. Who's gonna do it? You? You, Lieutenant Weinberg? I have a greater responsibility than you can possibly fathom. I can do more, but it's like a...
Without ever watching an anime besides like the first 2 seasons of Death Note, he sounds like an Attack on Titan character. Like all the lines, it sounds like he's an Attack on Titan character. My entire knowledge of Attack on Titan is like hearing half the dialogue from my roommates when they play it too loud, and then like, oh, there's walls, and then there's big dudes.
That's pretty much
my entire knowledge.
There's all. I mean, Attack on Titan is guns and box cutter swords.
Yeah.
Like the fuck.
Ugh. Guys, D&D Beyond.
What about it?
It's an old bit. And bring it back while I play with my knife.
Wait, what about D&D Beyond?
Yeah. Even though they lock off content, so you have to buy it if you want to look at like things outside of the PhD.
It's so dumb. I was going to be part.
Which is why you type in 5e-wiki on your computer, and then you get literally the entire 5e-wiki at your fingertips.
Well, see,
yeah, why do people?
I was going to be part of a D&D group. was going to be part of a D&D group that was going to use D&D Beyond to like centralize the character sheets,
Oh, that's
and I was going to
I
be a
tried doing
Warforged
that. I tried doing
artificer.
that at first, but then I realized they don't have everything, and like you can't just fill your
Yeah.
own stuff like you can with Roll20.
Yeah.
Unless
I was
you
going
actually
to
pay
play.
for it.
I was going to play a Warforged artificer armorer. Yeah,
Mm,
Yeah. So
no.
you'd have had to buy. You'd have to buy Eberron and
Gotcha.
yeah,
Tasha's.
yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
Instead of just going to a website and plugging in the details.
Yeah, that session, that campaign, it's only had a session 0 and a session 1 that I wasn't a part of.
dang.
well,
So
that's
it's a bunch of people from like different time zones that barely know each other except on Discord.
so it was kind of hard to get everybody to cooperate.
I mean, one guy is I think in Croatia.
Well, damn,
Yeah. That's
interesting.
yeah. I've had a campaign that like I worked hard on the character and it only lasted one session. Just because like it was in person and we're all in high school and working, so it was difficult setup times. And it was the first character I wrote a backstory for too. It was tough. It's like, what was his voice? It is Oskinar Coldflame, a dragonborn sorcerer.
How hard was that? How
Argonian
hard was
field
it to
hand.
keep up that voice?
It
So
was
the
hard
last
as fuck. I needed a lot of water because this is high school. This is before Noah discovered alcohol. So
yeah, so the one and only true session was March 11th at 5.
Wait, sorry, what?
March 11th was the only session.
That I didn't attend.
Before that, I had one character. He was Eldritch Knight, and like one person said the voice you're doing is like Shadow the Hedgehog. I just died and gave up. I was just like, I'm like, yeah, you're right. Yeah.
And that campaign, my best friend and I were both part of it. We're going to be both part of it. He was going to be like an orc, like a full-on orc because that was allowed. But it was like
Nice.
the guy who created this actually had a lot of world building for it. It was like guns were included in it. And he had like
Gunslinger.
and he actually created like 3 sub races of Warforged.
Oh,
Okay.
And came up with a system where Warforged could actually add have modifications.
That's
that's
cool.
interesting.
Which includes, putting tools into your body.
I think I watched a D&D campaign where briefly back when I had free time, where someone did someone's same. It was before Warforged even came out though, like where if like someone rolled a high enough like check or something, you could add like magic items onto like a like basically a Warforged in his world's body. Like one person got like a flamethrower attached to your arm. It's fucking sick.
Yeah.
They're a paladin too, so you're a paladin with a fucking flamethrower. It's like a 40k character.
Burn us in holy fire.
Pretty much.
So, yeah, my character was going to have he was going to have a steam harmonica. Because it was like a steampunk sort of setting. But he was going to have the gun built into his arm, I believe. And like at least 4 tool slots. Because armorer, if I recall correctly, actually your armor actually can hold tools built in, I think.
It might have changed back when that was released and when I remember reading it, but yeah. I remember that you can infuse specific parts of the armor and you get more infusions if it's just for your armor, which is why it's one of my backup characters. But yeah.
Yep. Where is it?
The problem is both my backup characters I have ideas for fit in the party way more than Golgrim does. Golgrim's just like the dad that's keeping people in check, and like both the backup
Yeah,
characters
the
actually
problem
like
is like he makes a lot of sense roleplay wise, but
yeah.
kind of
It makes
stuck.
sense where like if my other backup characters came in and Noah didn't have to play neutral good and he could play chaotic something, all of a
Mhm.
sudden the party's completely out of control.
Hmm.
Also, something with the armorer. You could get power fists from 40k.
Yeah.
Under gauntlets. I have it up actually. Your armored fists, each count as a simple melee weapon, and each
Yeah.
deals
Like
1d8 thunder damage.
Yeah.
As
It's pretty sick,
disadvantage.
I'm not gonna lie.
What?
Would that turn you into
It's
a Thunder
pretty
Warrior?
sick. There's also a
No.
different mode where you can go stealth
No,
mode and shoot lightning from your hands
No?
like you're
Oh.
Iron Man.
Thunder Warriors were just.
I know. I was making a pun. I'm sorry.
Oh, I got it. I didn't get it at the time, as you were saying it.
Alright, we consumed the mango claw. Back to what we normally drink.
You guys want to hear the clusterfuck that is my this playthrough of a game I'm playing?
Sure.
I am incompetent at it.
What game is it?
Aurora 4X C#.
Oh, I've heard of that game.
Is it a strategy game?
Let me actually send you a screenshot of
It's
it.
like a ridiculously complicated strategy game.
Yes,
like,
it is.
Comically.
Like more than Stellaris? Because when I watch
Way more
Stellaris
than
videos, I
Stellaris,
get confused.
compared to Aurora
Stellaris is
4X,
fun.
compared to Aurora 4X, Stellaris
What
is
the fuck?
solitaire, while Aurora is 5D chess.
That
I played
looks like
5D chess.
damn.
5D chess is
that looks
fun.
like the 1980s XCOM. That looks so fucking confusing.
Oh, and you basically
No,
need multiple
imagine a spreadsheet, but it's a video game.
Yes,
Oh my
it is
God.
So
spreadsheet, the
basically
video
D&D
game.
then.
What?
So basically D&D then.
No, this looks way more
It's
complicated.
a strategy game.
So basically D&D.
So I am
Not really.
So I am 5 years into the game. I am rapidly losing minerals on Earth. I am just frantically
game
trying
free?
to get. I'm frantically trying to transport stuff
Is it
to
free?
other mines and people to
Yeah, it's
other
free.
bodies in the solar system, so I can
What's it called?
get Aurora 4X C#. I'll type it into
Please
Discord.
do. All right.
I
think
I
I'm
might
ready.
actually live stream a playthrough of the hardest difficulty of XCOM Chimera Squad. Because
Actually,
it's
there's a great place
the
to.
only XCOM I'm going to be able to
Okay.
beat on impossible difficulty.
Okay.
Because it's the easiest.
So I
It's
am
the shortest.
I just looked at my geological survey ships. Like I have three fleets of 10 each. All in the second one, all but one of the ships is damaged in some way because not enough maintenance supplies. Fuck.
Yeah, it seems
now
like
you
your
gotta get
economy in
maintenance
that game is
supplies.
beyond fucked at this point.
What?
It
No,
seems like your economy in that game is beyond fucked.
Yeah, it is, and I'm like and I'm not good at it, so I'm just not good at the micromanaging, so I'm just like frantically trying to learn it on the fly.
Ugh.
Props to you for trying to learn it though, because I took one look at it and I was like, okay, I can't do this.
I'm 5 years
See,
into the game. I should actually be outside of my solar system at this point, but also I have crap scientists. Like seriously, all the decent ones are in use and have long research queues, and the ones that are unemployed essentially have crap bonuses and crap max labs, or good bonuses but very few labs allowed, or bad bonuses but good max labs. So it's all just
You have no one that has both of the good parts.
so the highest percentage. Also, each scientist has their field of specialization that they get bonuses to when they're researching stuff. in that line. It's like, I don't remember exactly.
They have like specialties, like get bonuses for researching certain types of things,
Yes.
right?
So I have one that is for ground combat that is currently unemployed, essentially. 30% bonus, but it can only use 5 labs. So she is useless.
Yeah, but if you find aliens, you have dope-ass tanks.
Currently the only ground units I have designed are actually geosurvey tanks.
Damn it.
I just let me see. I just researched
This reminds
heavy
me of the
vehicles.
first time I played XCOM. Nothing makes sense. Everything sounds confusing. This sucks.
Yeah, again, 5 years into the game, I should be outside my solar system. Because I did a trans-Neptunian start, which means that I have all like access to all the trans-Newtonian minerals immediately.
Those are like the fictional resources the game uses, right?
Yes, so I will actually. So I only have one resource left on Earth that I'm mining. It's not good. I'm also playing with. There's something you can do in the game when you start it. You can have Planet X, and I have that. And that one is just like the fuck.
Okay.
How do you have like tens of millions of the fuel resource that I need?
Okay, guys. Are you guys ready? Is Dominic here? He's currently muted.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm assuming he's just muted because roommates are mauling about video games.
Okay.
Which honestly is a mood.
So
Yo, Dominic, if I haven't played a MOBA ever in my life and I want to hate myself, should I pick up League of Legends?
So, coming back from the break, we left with Far finally hearing a voice in her head from somewhere before all of this being rather exhausting and starting to head off to sleep. Meanwhile, with the rest of the party, they had decided to set up camp inside the abandoned monastery of Cadentem after reaching out to Far a couple times and finding a secret door. And Colgrim heard a voice of a messenger of Lathander before he went to sleep for the night, assuring him that Lathander will support him in his endeavor to, quote, save this one at least. Far, you are awoken by a loud crash and several sounds of several loud and concerned voices coming from outside your little tent. You look around the floor for anything you could grab quickly, but obviously the floor is rather bare. With the exception of food, you assume Nathan left for you at some point earlier that you still haven't quite touched. No one had visited you today, so you had the day to yourself. Outside of your tent, you hear a commotion getting louder and louder until at some point you just see Nathan thrown into the front door and just like thrown across the room before landing on his backside. Before he just looks up at the entrance of the tent. Do you have any response to this?
You, but it's not stream friendly.
Say what?
I do, but I probably shouldn't say that on stream.
Hey, mute stream, mute Discord and stream.
If you got something more PG, go ahead for it.
I don't. I'm sorry, but my brain's seeing Nathan just on his back, just,
Okay, I'll mute Discord real fast. Let me try talking first before you actually say anything. Let me just make sure that it's not coming through. Sorry, 1 second. Okay, yeah, I think you're good. Let me just hear myself come through one more time. You're good. You're good. That's fine for stream. That's fine.
I know I've pushed things in the past, so
That's fine for stream.
okay.
You can say it again if you want. Your voices are back on.
Oh, yeah. I say, oh, look, Nathan, I always knew you were bottom, because he fell on his back.
Because he fell on his back, yeah.
Or the apple.
He says, coughing and sputtering, sputters out, just sort of glances at you briefly before he says, not the best time for jokes. You see him wincing out in pain as he, it almost looks like he's debating whether or not to even get up before, basically the entire wall of the tent, the entirety of the tent is just lifted up from its foundations and just thrown somewhere else. As it lifts, you quickly notice that this, for whatever reason, you were actually underground and it's just a dirt floor in a rather large room. The tent just sort of, you follow the giant thing as it sort of just goes off into a wall and shatters. The sticks and tarp that made it up just sort of tearing itself apart into a giant heap. And as you look to where the entrance of the tent was, you see a face that you hoped you would never see this close to you again.
Oh, hey, boy. You look beautiful.
You
You're
do,
using
in
a
fact, see Ivor
kerosene.
Dez standing before you.
You're using a new skin kerosene. Your skin looks lovely.
He doesn't really seem to pay much mind to you. Not more focused on Nathan for whatever reason. I have been very patient with you, yet you bring me no news. So I have come here to examine for myself. I hope this won't be much of an issue, will it? And you quickly see Nathan just shake his head as if it's on a swivel, completely just like scared out of his wits. He then looks over to Thar and says, who are you?
My name is Matilda Manicure. I was born as a small little kobold in a small little world, and now I'm a big little kobold in a big world. Matilda Manicure, kobold,
And how did you wind up here?
Oh, you know us
I actually
kobolds.
need
We
to
were.
alter the voice slightly. And how did you wind up here?
Oh, you know us kobolds love things, running away and hiding in dark places and drugs. So a little bit of those two.
I see. Do you have any family, little Matilda?
Oh, family, us kobolds don't really do much for family. I just get popped out of an egg and sent on my way, you know what I mean? But everyone knows you as a great and powerful E-boy, you know. Much respect to the man in charge.
Let's stop the deception, shall we?
Oh, what's deception mean? I'm a very stupid individual.
Clearly, as you don't realize that most people have never seen me in this form. Well, and lived.
Who says anything about living? You know, it's kind of overrated. I thought everyone knew of your glorious form,
I never introduced myself, yet you know of me. So who are you?
An idiot.
Yes, but even an idiot has a name.
Does it really matter? Like, you know, I tell you a series of letters, and then what you're gonna do? You're probably just gonna kill me anyway, right?
Oh, no, I don't think so. It depends, really. And he just sort of glances back at Nathan briefly before looking back at you. Let me just double check something. 202. He should have this, I believe.
This is not good.
No, it's certainly not.
Sorry. It's not ideal.
I don't. Sorry, I'm just looking up a certain description real fast.
Okay.
I'm sorry for breaking this because like it's cool, but like yeah.
Guys, drink milk.
Really
Take care of your bones. So
Okay,
if you
here we
ever
go.
become a lich, you have strong bones.
Yes. So I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Okay. Taking a wisdom saving throw. Probably gonna fail because that kind of sucker a lot of time. Oh, that was.
We get to know his save DC early, guys.
I got a 3.
Yeah, you fail. So you're subject to the suggestion spell, and he says, "Come now. As long as you tell me what I want to know, I likely won't kill you. As things stands, I'm rather busy and don't have much time for it."
Could you please clarify what you mean in terms of the phrase "come now"? If that is a part of the suggestion itself.
No, it is not. No, it is not. Holy shit. What
Maybe
the
that
fuck?
was the comment I should have said off stream.
Maybe that one should have been said off stream.
Sorry, I wasn't thinking.
Good thing I don't upload.
You made me spit up my hashtag
It's a good thing I don't
sponsored.
upload these VODs. Holy shit.
Upload these VODs, you won't. You scared.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Matthew.
It's fine. It's fine. We're all having fun here, and it's rated M for mature.
I just thought that.
No, you're good. So he
would definitely say to Ivor.
He says the wording of the suggestion spell is to cooperate and answer his questions. So let's try this again.
What do you want to know?
What's your name?
Pharrell, Hanolis, Cannoli. You know, sometimes I was called boss, sometimes I was called fat bitch. You know, many names. That bitch, fat bitch with a PH. Depending on what bar you were at. And sometimes just Steven, you know, if I was feeling spicy and the little catfishy. I've also been Timothy Torton, but we don't really speak his name anymore because of the potential Steven-y situation that goes on there. But yeah,
That
no,
callback.
Oh my
God.
god.
name is for all Hanolia the third or whatever bullshit. I don't really keep track of the decimals anymore. And yeah, technically, that is the name that is on my legal birth certificate. But I have many, many aliases. Would you like me to continue?
No, that's quite enough. Have we met before?
I mean, yeah, no shit. How could you forget a face as beautiful as this one? I mean, come the fuck on.
Where have we met?
The suggestion says how long was it last?
8 hours?
Oh,
8
you
hours?
know,
Oh fuck.
And there's no repeated save.
so how about this? Okay, do you remember your hoe Gelson? Like he had a bunch of tentacle shit and like eyeballs and shit. Like you remember that hoe? You remember that hoe Gelson? Yeah, we met because of him.
I see.
Long time.
And what happened at that situation? Our
I died.
encounter last.
I died.
Yet you live. And I
Yeah,
did
you
not
know the
revive
world is
you.
a rocky place. Now, real quick, I do have a question for you. Did Nathan steal your cojones or something? Like, why are you so pissed off at him? Like, he's a dickweed, but you didn't have to like punch him in the face so hard. That's my job, you know? Like,
One mustn't forget their place in the pecking order. Continuing.
Nathan really is a bottom. Jesus Christ. Okay.
Continuing. How do you find yourself among the living?
Oh, you know, friend shoved a rock down my throat and then went beepity boop boop, and I think a god got involved.
A friend? Who is this friend of yours?
I don't remember. All I remember is that someone saved me and shoved a rock down my throat. Don't really remember the details much of it. I actually don't even remember if they were a friend. I think they were just a person, you know? This random guy came along, shoved a rock down my throat, and then zamp as is. Here I stand living. Flip
I
of the tongue.
see. Well, this has all been quite enlightening. And what do you think of him? And he just refers to Nathan.
You know, Igor, I'm going to paint you a visual picture with the tales of my literature. Have you ever seen a rat snake? A motherfucking two-headed rat snake slithering across the open sands. You know, you're like, hey, it's a goddamn rat snake. So if you try to pick up said rat snake and be all friends with it, it's gonna bite you in the nuts. You know? And like you should have expected it. It's a two-headed rat snake. But you don't want someone to like goddamn shoot the rat snake because they're like good for the environment and everything or whatever bullshit. But you know, you just don't want to interact with two-headed rat snake. And I think I'm at the point at Nathan where I'm gonna fucking kill him. You know? But I want me to do it, not anyone else, you know? Because I don't think he deserves to suffer. He deserves to be eaten with a nice honey marinade, but not suffer, you know? I've gotten to that point in my life. Well, I still sort of hate his guts, but I'm going to make his death painless, and the feast afterwards very filling.
Then I
Do you happen to
suppose.
like human flesh?
Then I suppose you believe you can escape here.
Want to see something cool?
I'd just like an answer to my question.
I do have an answer to your question, but it involves a visual demonstration that I don't know you'd be quite willing to see.
A verbal demonstration will do fine.
Okay, well, I made a spoon knife, so I think I'm going to do really good for shaping.
You already used the spoon knife.
Oh, damn, I already used my spoon knife.
Yeah.
But I can make another spoon knife, and then I will escape. My master plan.
So you believe you can escape? Well, how do you propose you would do that?
Well, okay, so first off, I gnaw off my own arms like a coyote, but I do it slowly so I don't die from blood loss. And then I slit my arms through the gate, and then I run the fuck away and become a pirate because pirates don't need hands. After I take Nathan's body with me though, and I do a cookout. That's plan A. I have plan B through D though, and only 17 of them involve God.
Half of sealing is tying knots. You do need your hands for that.
I see. Well, you mentioned gods. Whatever for?
Well, Nathan told me that if I could get a good god to be like, hello for all you beautiful human being, I'm gonna save you. Ta-da! Then, I can just fucking leave. But she was cracking up about that. But I've talked with at least 4 gods. One of them I'm gonna marry one day, in a very gay ceremony. Very gay. One of them owes me fucking money, and then the other 2, I think I may have talked to 2, but I'm not kind of sure. I just sort of screamed it at the void for half of that. But oh yeah, a voice in my head said that I was doing good and that the gods were on my side and shit, and I just need to learn how to be a good person over time, and then I could get the fuck out.
You
So
see, hearing this, you see Nathan break out into a cold sweat, like, oh no, there's actually a chance.
But I'm just chatting up some good gods and
Meanwhile,
time.
you see and this is the first time you've seen Ybor up close and personal. He appears fleshy, but it's very gaunt, very almost very malnourished. But there's almost as if he's not really trying to put up any appearances or anything, just trying to intimidate and make it clear, yes, I am who I am, and I'm here. But meanwhile, you see this horrific visage just sort of turn and glare at Nathan, and he says, I see. And did he say there were any other conditions for your release from your imprisonment?
Actually, excuse me, sir. I do have 2 quick comments to make, and then I'll answer your question willingly. 1, deodorant. 2, dentist. Find it, please. Good God, your teeth. Um, okay, now to answer your actual question. Sorry, it's just your smell. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, he said I could even pledge my loyalty or whatever to him and blah blah blah. Relive the good old times of, me being kidnapped and doing drugs. Or I could find a good god to sponsor my release as long as I turn into a genuinely good person, which Pasfar would have a very difficult time with, and Kernfar is still having a very difficult time with, but a mildly less difficult time with, because apparently I am a redeemable person. According to the voices in my head, I have numerous.
Very interesting.
Oh, have you, Ebo, do you know Tiamat? The bitch owes me money. I've been trying to talk with her for weeks.
At this point, you feel a sort of as if a wave that was passing over your head just sort of goes away as the suggestion spell ends, and his full attention is now on Nathan. I hope you don't intend to play me for a fool. Let me be
Excuse.
fully clear on how things work here. And you see this for a moment. And meanwhile, there are other people nearby, like some of Nathan's sort of cronies, sort of watching on this whole thing happening, but none of them dare approach. Um, you see him just lift a single finger. And for a moment, he points it at Nathan, and he raises it to his chin and thinks for a moment. Ah, Yes. You see him start to utter words a as a black outline starts to envelop him, and as he um, quickly, let me find this here. Very shortly thereafter, you see. Let me find the description of it. God damn it! I wanted to be cool here, but it's like I need to look up the spell name and how it looks. Ah, this is why I
Guys,
wanted to.
existential
This is why I wanted to
crises.
take time, but apparently I didn't take exactly enough. I was so close. Where are the spells there? There it is, 105. There we are.
Yo, Nathan's
Got
done.
it. Okay, so you see space almost ripple, as he just sort of brings his hand down, um, in a slicing motion, and um, just you just watch as Nathan's arms and legs are completely severed from his torso, and he begins
Bar
bleeding out.
screams no. Like almost without thinking. Like, and she's shocked that she screams out no and still wants Nathan not to be dead, but Bar still like screams out watching Nathan get sliced up.
Seems, judging from your reaction, my decision was justified after all. Hopefully this will be a lesson enough for him, as he begins to slowly saunter over towards some of Nathan's cronies. Several of them try and back away, but he says,
Screams out, wait, to Ebor.
"Oh, give me a moment." And he says, and he points to one of the others, and they look terrified, literally looking death in the eyes as they say, "You, come here." Not he's not even chanting a spell or anything. He's just ordering him to approach, and the man, this little gnome, just feebly sort of approaches, and he says, "Yes." Other, certainly he must have spellcasters among his employees, yes? Yes? Good. Give these, and he pulls out of his sleeve 2 scrolls. Give these to them, and you have them be used on him. I still have, after all, he's still needed for the time being.
Oh.
And then you only really hear part of this. In fact, you're not really actually, roll perception, because his voice is basically a whisper this entire time. He never raises his voice above it. So go ahead and roll perception, Far.
Just like my parents when they're mad at me. Dear God.
Yeah, you can't exactly make out much about it, but you just see him pull out 2 scrolls and hand them to someone before the little gnome just runs off into the crowd. And then Ebor quickly turns back and looks at you and says, "Yes."
Can I insight check why he wanted to kill Nathan?
You can roll insight.
Like what his purpose is and everything? Because I'm trying not to play too much above board.
I know.
Excuse me.
You could roll insight.
Okie dokie. I just want to insight, like, what is this deal? What do I think the deal is?
With an insight of 18, as high as of a roll as that is, you're trying to gauge the machinations of a lich. You're trying to understand what really should not be understood.
Did you just admit Ivor was a lich?
I told you guys a long time ago about that.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
cool.
that's not new.
I don't think you explicitly said it, but you've hinted at it.
It's pretty clear. Like, honestly, I think it's pretty clear. Isn't
Yeah,
it?
you just never explicitly said it. That's
Well,
why.
being this close
So,
to him,
guys, phylactery hunting.
being this close to him, you could see. He's a lich. I've held it over your heads long enough. I've held it over your heads basically for 3 years. Yeah, he's a lich.
Color me surprised.
Yeah, right? For what
The
it's worth,
meme was always a lich,
At
but
least he's not Vecna.
anyhow, God, Vecna would be awful.
so
Anyhow, so you're trying to
Bart's gonna
understand
whisper like,
the machinations of the King of Decay, and he could have any number of reasons for killing Nathan. As far as you're aware, you're close to Ebor's territory anyway, so it could just be a show of force of being in the territory. It could, he could, for all you know, have a deal with Nathan, or it could just be on a whim. There's no real telling. But you get the feeling that there was some hostility there when he did kill him. It wasn't just a pointless, whatever. It was intentional. There was purpose behind it. And that's what you get with an 18.
okay, so Bart's gonna go. You asked me questions for 8 straight hours. I think I deserve a.
No, he didn't. He didn't ask you for 8 straight hours, but like the duration of the spell is up to 8 hours for
Okay, so
suggestion.
I'm just gonna go. You've asked plenty of questions. I think I deserve the right for 3. Question 1. What the fuck do you want with me?
And your other 2?
Well, why did you try to murder Nathan? Although, I'm very conflicted about it. Because I kind of want him dead. What I want to do with myself. So, why'd you do that to Nathan? That's number 2. And number 3. I thought I had a third question, but let me think here for a second. What do you get out of all this?
I'm not sure I understand your third question.
Okay, let me put it in baby terms. When I go to a hot dog stand and I give them $3, I get a goddamn hot dog. When you go here and murder Nathan for some reason, very conflicted about that, and question me for God knows why, what do you get out of it? Like, what's the goal here? What are you winning here? What's the hot dog? What is the end game?
What was your first question about board again?
What do you want with me?
Okay.
What do you want with me? Why'd you kill Nathan? And what do you get out of all this? What are you benefiting from this?
I like to have plans in place, and I act however I feel best to execute those plans. Whether that includes execution in an individual day is up to my whim.
Is that it?
That's all he answers.
So you're just a dick. Got it.
Oh no.
Telling you.
I have purpose behind everything.
You may have had a purpose behind killing Nathan, but I could tell there was a little bit of anger behind that. And I get it. I hate the guy too. But man, it takes a lot of frustration with someone to try to chop their arms off and watch them bleed to death. And such a waste of perfectly good arms, man. You know, you could have roasted them, toasted them, buttered them with bread, marinated them in olive oil and garlic sauce, you know? But no, you just wanted to watch them bleed out. So I'm trying to tell if you're a fucking sicko or just fucking broken as I am.
Let me assure you that method of execution, if I deigned it to be a method of execution, is by far the most merciful I can offer. If I so deigned, he would never be able to return to this plane.
Man, the gods must really fucking hate you.
Some.
Okay, well, I guess thanks for answering my questions and not outright murdering me like you did Nathan. Jesus fucking Christ. I recommend a life coach. Little life coaches in your head. They're very good. They tell you
As
can
you're
be a good
talking
person.
about this, meanwhile, you're internally, I imagine Far is just like, please don't kill me. Please don't kill me. There is nothing I can do here. Oh my God. And
Oh,
just
Far on the inside is just like,
Yeah.
is
Far
that
on the
like
inside is me
is that
taking
an
my
Far
is that
told a fucking
is
lich
that
to his
scream of
face
an
that he's a dickhead. Like,
is
what
that
the fuck?
yeah, the fact that he hasn't
Far has fucking panicked when she saw Ybor for the first time because she was filled with such a sense of fear. So she defaults into I'm just gonna be an asshole mode and hope I don't die.
well, I believe that is enough for today. Don't get your hopes up too much about getting out of here.
Good to know.
And with that, I need you to make a. Give me a moment here.
Dexterity saving throw. To automatically fail.
Give me a second here.
Don't outright kill Far.
No, I'm not a dick.
I mean, technically.
What's your hit points? What are your hit points?
Let me check. I have 62.
Okay. Immediately he just speaks a speaks a single word in a language you don't understand, but instantly your body just convulses and falls to the ground. You're subject to the stunned condition.
Can I be stunned?
Pretty sure you can.
Or is it
I
like
closed
after?
5e wiki dot.
What?
I think it's just charmed that
Yeah.
you're just spend an
Yeah.
action, you remove
Yeah,
it.
she's not
That'll-
immune. She's not
Okay.
immune either, which is another important distinction. But
Hold it. I just wanted to check.
Do you still
No,
have a ring of freedom of movement?
Ring of free action?
she doesn't
Whatever.
have that. She doesn't have that on her currently. That was taken
Lame.
from her during the imprisonment spell.
Motherfucker! I hate the dude who took all of my
Also,
goodies.
yeah,
also,
it's just charmed or frightened, Sarah.
Also, I don't believe Ring of Free Action helps with stun.
And disease and poison.
Let me double
Wait.
check that.
My ring of free action I was thinking of. It was like you can't be magically stunned or something, or physically restrained.
Yeah, you can't be.
You can be-
Yeah. Ring of Free Action prevents you from being paralyzed or restrained. Weirdly, stunned does not equate paralyzed.
Fair enough. I'm stunned. Got it.
Yeah.
Paralyzed is the same as stunned, except if someone is within 5 feet of you, then they
Next
can
level,
every attack
Fart
they
is
make is a
Stun
critical.
condition is you are incapacitated, can't move, and speak only falteringly. You automatically fail Dex and Strength saving throws. Who cares? And attack rolls
People
against you
have
have
advantage
advantage.
to hit you. Yeah.
In addition,
That should be it for stunned.
Yeah.
well, incapacitated condition as well, which means
No actions or reactions.
no actions or reactions.
I memorized all of those like
yeah.
a week or so ago.
Yeah,
All of the conditions.
they're important.
Jason, you are a nerd, and that's
Frustrating.
coming from someone who makes explosives in their free time.
You know,
Legally.
I kind of am.
Legally.
I can't argue with that.
I don't really need to memorize them because I constantly have the DM screen, so like I don't bother to memorize them. But it's probably worth doing.
So
Anyhow,
I'm sad.
so you are stunned and you just sort of watch like helplessly as Ebor just sort of saunters on and says and pauses for a moment and says, "No, I don't think I need any new servants today." And just sort of looking on at some of Nathan's cronies and just I keep on using the word cronies. I'm looking for a synonym, but I don't have one. Before he just sort of
Stooges.
before he
Stooges.
just
Mooks.
yeah,
Stooges.
mooks. So you watch sort of like with drool dribbling out of your mouth as he just sort of wanders out of the room. Go ahead and make a con save.
Love that for me.
Constitution saving throw.
Iconic. Working on it. Love that for me. We love a good con save. Let's go.
Why is con good? Con is
No.
not good. Okay. Um. Hmm.
I'm sarcastic.
Yeah.
Only save I'm good at is anything dexterity and everything else.
Guys, at least we know his DC is not 10
So
now. Okay?
because
Progress.
by the nature of the spell, hypothetically, it has no inherent end condition just until you succeed on the con save. But because I don't want to spoil what his con saving throw is,
Oh.
I'm just going to say eventually, after about we'll say I'll roll a d10. After 6 minutes, you are no longer stunned.
Okay, so if we have a 1, how long statistically would it take Far to get a D20 to get a nat 20?
I'm not
Probably
telling you his saving throw.
about 6 minutes to get about 20. Let's see.
Yeah. So his
Also, as a
DC is
reminder,
above a
worth
20.
noting, 6 minutes is 60 rounds of combat.
Yeah, I know. I've been rolling like shit. Probably take me 60 times to roll a nat 20. Let's be real.
Yeah. Anyhow, so with that,
It's
let's
payback for yesterday of how well I rolled, or 2 weeks ago.
eventually you see someone run over to Nathan, sort of trying to put his limbs back together, and just sort of chants once, and the limbs start to reattach. Chants again, and 2 spell scrolls are expended, but in the process, Nathan is revived, and just sort of breathes a sigh, or sorry, breathes a heavy gasp as he comes back to the world of the living. He's just shaking his head and is just, I. Everyone go back to your posts. Those of you on the sleep shift, get your sleep. This all occurred in the middle of the night, by the way.
Bar's just gonna look at him plainly and say, "What'd you do this time?" Don't bullshit me this time. Don't bullshit me. Don't be lying like you have been the past few weeks or whatever. What shit are you into? What deep shit did you get yourself into this time?
Tomorrow. Just. And that's all he said. He just says tomorrow before he just saunters off somewhere else in the room. You notice now you're in a rather large, spacious room, much larger than the tent was. There are a couple other tents set about in the various places, almost as if like people are making camp underground. Um, seems to be a little sort of not quite the size of a town, but like I guess a cartel would be the appropriate noun. A cartel-sized group of tents sort of set about here in various positions. Um, and Nathan enters one and just leaves you be for the remainder of the night. No one else, everyone just
Barlow,
sort of, you now see the room around you, and as some of his goons travel around the room, none of them seem to want to make eye contact.
Barlow relieved but conflicted, knowing that Nathan didn't die from getting his limbs ripped off.
You don't know whether or not he did die, but you know for a fact that he was healed after the fact. Healed or
Yeah.
revived.
So Far looks relieved, conflicted, confused, like lots of different emotions going on here.
Yeah. Zill, I've been watching your face cam the entire time, and your expressions on this entire thing has been priceless to me. Like, you've been. Ooh, boy. Yeah, that's interesting. Um, so I actually need to stall a bit now, since he's not here. So let's instead, we're going to, so I'm going, technically the other group would wake up first. You would likely, have, uh, you would likely wake up after the fact since this all occurred late night to early morning. Um, but not since Noah ran off somewhere, I'm gonna start with you first, Far. The following morning after your long rest, what do you want to do?
I'm probably gonna try to like pull a Karen and get someone's attention, you know, like try to wave someone down and
Hmm. Eventually,
like,
you're.
excuse me.
Eventually, you are able to wave down the attention of a, um, looks like a, almost like a, frog person, almost. Um, like a humanoid frog about the same size, and they just sort of hop over towards you. Yes, Groke.
Hi, my name is Foss. Yes, enchanting prisoner.
Yeah,
How are you? What's
Groke.
your name?
Garrow.
Sorry,
Garrow.
Garrow the Frogman. Lovely. Is Frogman racist? I don't know. I need to speak with Nathan right now, or I'm gonna slit my wrist and just die on this puddle right here. I'm totally lying. I just can't think of anything else threatening considering I have a spoon. And I can't think of anything, to be honest, to threaten you with, so I default to something stupid and crazy. So just get Nathan, okay?
I'll see if he's available, Garrow.
Okay, lovely.
Um, above board, fun little linguistics fact for you. Gero is in Japanese the sound that a frog makes. So, interestingly, there's actually a Legend of Zelda NPC named for the exact same reason because they are also a frog.
Oh, that is
Yeah,
actually interesting.
yeah.
That sounds more accurate than like what we say frogs make, like the noise frogs
Gero,
make.
Gero is basically what they say it is.
Yeah.
Um, Anyhow, we're going to go to the main party.
Ah,
You guys wake up the following morning, well rested, and you
So
guys.
since we haven't gotten enough of talking to dead people, I'm sorry, please
Mm-hmm.
continue, Matthew.
No, it's up to
Um,
you guys. Wake up the following morning, well rested, all spell slots restored, everything else back to normal.
so
Um,
since I have speak with dead
Alva,
prepared now,
Alva, do you want to? Are you intending on doing stone shape twice the following morning. Or actually, you don't need to. It has hinges. Never mind.
Yeah.
You guys can just walk out. Forget I said anything. So what do you guys want to do?
Right when we get up, Helena, can I have the skull, please?
The what?
Oh, look at
The
that. Glad
skull
to see
of the person in the middle of the
Oh,
bone
the skull.
circle.
Yes, I
glad to
heard
see the
scroll,
gate
and I'm
held
like,
up,
what
or
scroll do I
nothing came
have?
across us.
Yes, take the skull.
Also, I talked to Lokar last night, and the thing I did with the diamond dust might help far. So if I could have the last 100 gold of it, that'd be
Go
great.
for it.
All right. I'm stealing from the party. I'm gonna use it on myself to snort it. All right. So if Helena gives me the
I did.
skull, I'm going to do two things. First, I will cast. Speak of Dead isn't a ritual, right? I can't just not use a spell slot to do it. I don't think it's.
Speak with Dead, I believe, can be used as a ritual. I forget. Can it not?
Because I don't want to waste a spell slot on it.
Speak with plants. Speak with dead. It is not a ritual.
All right. So I'll just cast straight up. So I take the skull, kind of set it down on the floor, kind of squat down, and I'll cast Speak with Dead.
Give me a second. Yeah, so that was pretty damn good. It was hard to get a gauge on what you were exactly, what your headspace was, but at the same time, I imagine it was hard to gauge what exactly was going on with Ivor as well, which was my goal. Because it's like, why is he asking these questions?
Yeah.
Anyhow, so
If he knew that was far, that might have been a different scenario. We don't know though. We
he
may
does,
not be on the
but the
top of the
problem is
pecking
he
order.
does now know it's far. So the question
Oh.
remains, if he knows that's far, why was he asking questions and not killing her?
Because we're chill.
Anyway, no one's gonna talk to a skull.
Yes.
Yeah, because we haven't had enough of talking to dead people, right?
No, is it Hamlet? No, it's Macbeth. That's yours or whatever.
Oh yeah, to be or not to be. Very important. Finding hotel rooms, to be or not. Okay. So I'm going to cast Speak with Dead, and before I say anything, I'm going to cast another spell so that it can't lie to me. I'm going to cast Zone of Truth. So the reanimated spirit of the fucking skull needs to pass a charisma save.
The
Wait.
longbow combo.
Okay, before you do that, okay, I need to. Okay, I really quick, just really quick. Okay, boo. There you go.
So
Now you have.
I have one important thing to say. Don't
Yeah,
bother casting Zone of Truth because a corpse is not a creature.
It's a reanimated. It's a.
The wording of Speak with Dead, you grant the semblance of life and intelligence to a corpse of your choice within range, allowing it to answer the questions you pose. The corpse must have a mouth and can't be undead. The spell fails if if it was the target of the spell within the last 10 days. Until the spell ends, also you need a full corpse, not just a skull. That's another part.
I thought it just needed a mouth.
No, it needs a corpse. Well, so it needs a corpse with a mouth. That being said, you could find a skeleton. You could find a full skeleton.
Yeah, sorry. I just
Until
watched too many D&D campaigns and it's played a bit differently. So, so I need a full corpse?
Look, the skull's probably enough. It's fine.
Okay.
Until the spell ends, I also like the idea of a talking head, so we'll rule of cool it.
Yeah.
Until the spell ends, you could ask the corpse up to 5 questions. The corpse only knows what it knew in life, including the languages it knew. Answers are usually brief, cryptic, or repetitive, and the corpse is under no compulsion to offer a truthful answer if you are hostile to it or if it recognizes you as an enemy. The spell doesn't return the creature's soul to the body, only animating its spirit. Thus, the corpse cannot learn new information doesn't comprehend anything that has happened since it died, and can't speculate about future events. All that being
Yeah.
said,
This was an elvish skull, right? Or could I not tell?
it was, you get the semblance that most of these were elves
Okay.
or humanoid. Definitely rather like definitely the standard height. So like probably from the build, it looks like an elf or a human or something of that nature. Should know common.
Mhm.
That being said, let me actually think back on that for a moment about Zone of Truth before I say no, because I'm now thinking about this. Zone of Truth, you create a magical
I
zone that
put it
guards
in chat, yeah.
Yeah. A creature that enters the spell's area for the first time on a failed save, the creature.
If you could zone of truth a fucking skull from the dead that you can talk to, cleric's kind of nasty with it.
Um, yeah, okay. According to a Twitter ruling by Jeremy Crawford, the corpse is actually an object. The Zone of Truth only targets
Okay.
creatures.
Oh,
Zone of Truth works
Oh
on,
well.
again, according to Crawford, Zone of Truth works on creatures, speak with dead works on a spirit in a corpse, not a creature.
Okay. That makes
So
sense. Yeah.
we're
So
going
yeah, I already
we're going
put
with
it in chat,
Crawford's
so I'll
ruling.
just expend the spell slot because I
Mhm.
didn't know that would happen.
No,
I did
no,
sense it take no effect.
you do not need to expend the spell slot because I was warning you beforehand.
Are you sure?
It doesn't make much of a difference. It's only a second level spell.
All right.
I'll let you keep it
Well.
just in case it comes in clutch.
All right. So yeah.
So you cast
So
Speak with Dead
is
on
these
this skull.
yeah. Just kind of crouch down, and I'm gonna ask all of these questions in Elvish, hoping for a better answer, because they had a lot of writing in Elvish. So I'm gonna ask in Elvish, "Who are you?"
I don't want to use that one. Please tell me I have others.
It's Viral Cannoli.
Okay, I guess we're doing this one. My friends call me Dungeon Daddy.
Dungeon Daddy?
Yes. Thank you, Wary, for that brilliant NPC name.
I like that somebody's enjoying that name.
yeah.
My name is Terrence, but my close
Now,
friends
the
call
real
me
question
Dungeon
here,
Daddy.
the real question, do I believe the... I'm kidding.
It seems
I'm
very proud of it. It
kidding.
seems very proud of that.
Uh,
So that's one.
Corpse is okay. So I do
If
have
you're
to insight check if I don't like the answer.
That's
All right.
one.
into a good bone, I happen to be a corpse. My name is
Dear God. All right.
I
So.
love you so.
I can't make out what Far's saying, but I love the fact that she's dying over this.
All right.
Number two.
Who is Serial?
Who is Serial?
There were a name on one of the records, and we had no idea who the fuck that was. I think
Right,
it's
I
Payment
was
Ledger.
I was just making sure I
Yeah.
give me a second.
God
Stop.
damn it.
Um,
And if anyone has a question, I wrote down 5, and I'm going to be flexible. I walked in with 3 good ones and 2 mediocre ones. If anyone has a better idea than me, let me know.
okay.
Because they don't answer your questions.
Yeah, if you guys have questions, Sam, before Colgrim acts, I'll let you guys have the opportunity to suggest some to Colgrim between now and the next one. So number 2, who is Serial?
Yeah.
Let me get back in that voice. Serial. Serial is the one who sent us money.
Do I believe that?
You're free to roll an insight check.
Actually, yeah, that makes sense, because he said Serial, the little bitch, is out of the way, so that would be a middleman. It makes sense. But I'll roll an insight anyway. 15.
I mean, there's not much more to glean from that. It's a cryptic response.
Yeah. So does anyone have any good ones?
No.
Alright. So,
I'll
what
let
was...
you guys know. Before you actually get a response, I'll let you ask your question to the group first, so you guys could determine whether or not it's a good one.
Yeah.
And then I'll ask you to confirm it, and then I'll answer it.
So this is not going to help us at all find Far, but this is an interesting question for backstory reasons. The next question is, what was Varys Hanolis' intention with giving Far to a monastery?
That sounds good.
Don't we already know that though? Because we were like
It was to,
training her to be proper.
Yeah, but what does that mean?
I guess, yeah.
I mean, true, it's a little has holes in it, but I want to see what Dungeon Daddy says. The holder of all knowledge in the monastery, and the last skull of the entire Cadentem town.
Mm-hmm.
Dungeon Daddy.
So that is. Please write
Yeah,
down.
so
Please write down your inventory skull of Dungeon Daddy, because I just want to see that.
is it in my inventory now, or is that going to be on Helena?
Your
That's a
choice.
good question. I mean, it'd be weird just to see you talking to somebody in the bar and you accidentally go through your bag and, you know, a skull falls out. So I think bag of holding might be better.
Yeah, okay. Yeah,
But it would be
so
a great conversation starter.
Stop. Okay. So
I can't stop you. I can't. My mind works like this. You open the
could you
door.
please
Sarah,
could
what
you
do you
please
think?
could you please
What do
repeat
you think? He read 50 Shades of Grey for research purposes.
could you please repeat the question?
What
It
was Varys? Yeah.
What
What was
was
Varys
Versanoli's intention?
Honoli's intention with giving Far to the monastery? Or for all Honoli?
We were tasked with fixing her behavior.
That's so wrong in context.
I'm going with
Alright.
it.
Oh my
Make as
god.
many
Alright,
jokes as you
so
want about Dungeon Daddy. Wasn't my name.
So the next question is a complete shot in the dark. Do you have an idea of where Nathan's hideouts are? Because they might have learned something before they got wiped. And they might have taken
Yeah.
documents away from the monastery. It's a shot in the dark, but it's a shot. Does
Yeah, I
anyone
think
have a
that's
better
pretty good
question? All right. I should have asked
Just
if I
so
believed
happens
him
that
when
the
he
song
asked
I'm
about
listening
fixing
to
her
is Shot in the
behavior.
Dark.
Okay, so sorry. Yeah, so I asked, do you have an idea of Nathan's hideout locations?
I'm gonna be a bit nice with the wording of this, because it is a shot in the dark, but I'm gonna try and help you out here. Nathan was a bad influence up here.
He said up here, which
That
insinuates.
being said, you have no idea if Nathan is the same Nathan because you don't have the last name.
Yeah.
Hooray!
All right. Last question I have is,
Actually,
What
hang on a moment.
What is Nathan's last name?
Hang on a moment. Far or Sarah, did we ever decide on Nathan's last name?
Yeah, it's in the document.
It is. I'll say that it was actually on that message in the secret tunnel. I would say I'll say he signed his full name.
Oh, he did?
Let me find it.
I didn't say it
The
before,
question,
but
I don't. Well,
I'm
it's also
retro-
if Zill decides to tell us about what he found.
I am
I
retroactively
would've-
saying it
or I
would, so that way
It's
you could
Daniel Seymour.
so that way you could specify
Seymour.
so that way you could specify the last name and know that he is talking about the same person. Answer does not change, but I'm trying to retcon some stuff to help you guys out.
Seymour Cock, am I
That
right?
was 4.
Normal.
That was 4.
All right. So
As a
the last
reminder,
one.
before you ask this last one, you cannot use the spell again for the next 10 days on the same corpse.
Mm-hmm.
Luckily, there's
All right. So the last question I had was,
It's going to be a long 10 days till you can talk to Dungeon Daddy again.
What is Nathan's relationship to the monastery? Nathan Seymour. Does anyone have a better question? Because that's the weakest question I have.
I don't know.
I mean, maybe something about. I mean, he already said Nathan was a nuisance up here, but
Up here, I got that.
right,
Meaning north.
but apparently he's also said was, meaning maybe it wasn't by the time he died. This is Silver speaking, by the way.
I don't want to phrase things in a question. And then, so theoretically, if I were to say, present the question of locations Nathan Seymour might flee to after far left, would that be a good question?
I don't think so. Well, maybe, but didn't we find some notes about that?
Look, I've drank a lot of alcohol and done multiple exams since then.
I know.
Luckily, you have access to the notes. So you
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm reading for it right now.
Damn, bitch.
There's one in particular I'm thinking about.
No longer in the payment ledger. No, that'd be dumb. Provisions list.
Was Nathan Seymour a monk ever?
That is a question we can ask.
I feel like knowing the answer to that doesn't really help us much.
It just says that she's no longer on the premises. I don't see the line that you guys are giving me. I'm gonna be honest. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I don't see the line. I don't know if you guys are just smarter than me, but Yeah, do we want to do if Nathan was ever a monk, or that's almost the same question. It was what was Nathan Seymour's relationship to the monastery?
I think the second question is a lot more, so we should ask that.
All right.
Is that your?
Is
I would
everyone
say.
chill if that's the last question we ask?
Yep.
All right.
Is that your final answer on your question?
Yeah. What is Nathan Seymour's relation to the monastery?
He is a nuisance. Was a nuisance.
And with that final question, Dungeon Daddy
that-
disappears into the void.
No,
Ooh!
no.
Is that
Dungeon.
really it?
Ooh!
Um,
Dungeon Daddy is one cryptic ass motherfucker when he wants to be. I'll tell you that.
Wait,
I'm
wait.
not able to
Wait.
cage his soul, am I?
No.
No,
Okay.
it's not his soul. It's an animation of his
Oh,
soul.
okay.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Real quick. I'm almost done with Dungeon Daddy, but give me a moment. I need to redesign this.
I
Okay.
actually don't. I'm not even memeing. I don't even see what you guys mean when it's hinting at where he went. But like, slash was a presence up here means that he went south.
What I was hinting at, I'll tell you now since it's not really relevant, or like you can't. He's locked for 10 days. Silver was starting to catch on to the fact that in one of the notes you guys found, it said that they were frantically searching for Farah and seemed to have no idea where she went.
Oh,
Yeah.
the secret
So
tunnel.
from that, no, like this is the last note before the attack, if you recall.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Tuesday, the
So-
monastery's under chaos. The monks are
Yes.
screaming,
So
find
it's
her.
like, if that were the case, it would probably be a bit more organized if they knew where she went.
Yeah.
So
If she GTFO'd, it would be in south more than anything, probably.
well, it's also the fact that they likely don't know. So
Yeah.
Silver was kind of trying to catch you on to the fact that maybe it wouldn't have been a worthwhile question.
Yeah, well, I was thinking if they found something before they got killed and the records got wiped by Varys. Near the records were taken by Varys is more likely, but
There was one question I was hoping you would ask that you didn't ask, but c'est la vie.
why are you Dungeon Daddy? Why is that your name?
No.
Is that the...
No, you got close to it. You got close to it. But yeah, what I kept it a bit vague.
Guys, Noah's brain is very small. I apologize.
Fine. Anyhow, what's
So,
is
yeah.
there, so as of this point, Colgram, is there anything else you want to do?
I guess I'd say to the group that after giving the skull back to Helena is, well, it seems that when he said is/was a nuisance up here, meaning north probably, Nathaniel is south, like Salt suggested, that his hideouts got wiped at. So it feels like south is the best place to go.
Well,
Does
let's
anyone have
head
any
down.
objections?
Drakmir speaks up saying, "Well, didn't Salt say that that he tried to set up stuff up here, but basically got kicked out?"
Could have been the Hanolis.
I don't know.
If they're willing to raise a whole fucking town.
Hmm.
Leave the gun. Take the cannolis.
What?
He
Never
was
mind.
making a joke.
Okay.
Sorry.
Thanks, Ethan. I found it funny. What the fuck are you talking about? Leave the gun.
It got a chuckle out of me. It got a snort.
Godfather
Of laughter.
because I
So
just
what's the
watched
plan?
Godfather.
I guess we, unless anyone else is opposed or has a better plan, I guess we head towards the nearest X on the map that we have of one of the hideouts that got wiped. Because it kills two birds with one stone. It helps us find Far, and it helps complete Silver's quest.
Eventually,
Or Blood
to
Pact.
complete Silver's thing, you will eventually need to check out all three.
Oh, it's also Eisenballen that she
What?
needs to go to?
No. She said
I,
it's down south, but like there were 3 locations.
yeah. Okay. I thought there was one up north, by the way you phrased it. My bad.
There is one up north in Eisenwallen, but it's not one he asked you to check out.
Okay. Oh, we could raid a drug compound if we go north, actually. That'd be fun. Do like a Rainbow Six Siege mission. Just jiggle peeking corners. Pre-firing all the angles. Alright.
So, where do we go now?
I think the next course of action will be to go south and check out the hideouts.
Hmm. All right. Well, that was a shorter trip north than I expected.
You
This is
wanna go?
Drakmir.
Oh,
This
I
is
thought that's Silver.
yeah.
I'm like, do you
No,
want to go
no,
find your parents first?
no. Well, there's no point going home while I'm still bound to this.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm gonna get you to home eventually, I promise.
Why are you apologizing? I'm closer now to being free than I ever have been.
Still feels wrong, though. Some kind of weird way. You should
Well,
be having a childhood, not this.
hmm. In a weird way, this isn't too abnormal.
That's just a little bit sad.
I'm stretching the interpretation, but normally when we're young, we go out into the world to learn about how things are, existence, life, just general knowledge and lore. So this experience that I've had up until now could be, yeah, I'm gonna stop.
It's okay.
I'm just getting sad.
It's okay.
How do you guys plan on going back south?
What do you mean?
Just,
I'm gonna get on that imaginary horse and just
mhm.
ride
I
to
mean,
the
we don't have
sky.
horses, right?
No.
So
Don't we
I
have
guess
that connection to the thing through Noah's teleport or whatever?
Yeah, the word of recall only works for me and up to 5 willing creatures.
Ah,
So it'd
how
be,
many other creatures do we have? More than 5? Like 7,
it'd be
right?
Including Noah, there is Alva, Helena, Zill,
Pile
Alpha,
Driver, Tears,
Drakmir.
Tears,
and Silver.
Drakmir, and
Yeah,
Silver. That totals
7
7
or 8.
other creatures, 8
Wow,
including
fuck.
you.
Should I learn teleport? Mine is like, oh, we're about to TPK. Let's get the fuck out of here.
And even if that were true, you would still need to leave 2 behind.
Yeah,
The, pr-
Tears tribute.
exactly.
the other problem is Tears, even if she had Word of Recall, likely wouldn't have it set to the same location.
Yeah, it needs to be a temple to a deity, but you can choose it. So I made it like in Drumbin, because there's
Right.
no like
I'm
shrine we
aware you
found
made
to
it in
Lathander.
Drummond. I'm aware you made it in Drummond.
I'm just telling everybody in case they forgot. So yeah, so hers would probably be to the plane where fuck,
Terrace.
I for, T, not Tears. It's his other character,
Saris.
Saris, where Saris is, yeah, in power.
There's a Drakmir speaks up. Didn't Lokar say there's a teleportation circle in Drumbin?
Yeah, but I can't really do that. Alva, could you do that? Or Zill?
Use a teleportation circle? No.
I cannot either. Or at least I don't believe so.
Well, you said you could take you and 5 other creatures back. What if you did, and then some of us just waited
But
for you to
I feel
teleport
like
back?
I feel like
I don't
swimming
know.
us all. I can't teleport back. I can. It's a one-way.
Oh,
It's a
well,
one-way
never
trip.
mind then.
Like I'd have to go teleport there, walk all the way back, and then teleport you guys. Whoever's left. So I
well,
do not have any better ideas. It's not within my skill set.
well,
Silver has a scroll of teleportation
no.
for Alva to copy into his spellbook.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have any teleporting anything. Yeah, except for like,
Zil, I've seen you teleport for a defeat in combat. You want to
yeah,
multiply that
just
by 1,000 real quick for all of us?
Alva or Mason, check your DMs.
I am checking DMs.
Can warlocks learn teleport? I feel like goo warlocks could, because it makes sense.
Take that
Sorry.
information. Take that information as you will.
We're looking up the teleportation spell.
All of us thinking right now.
That's a good question.
Warlocks can learn teleportation circle, but what's a teleport
Wait, what?
spell?
They can learn teleportation? No, they can't.
They can learn teleportation circle, at least according to this website.
What level is teleportation circle?
5.
No, they can't.
It says on 5e that they can.
I'm looking at the warlock spell list.
All right, well,
Tel-
they may have
Tell me
changed it.
like
They may have changed it later, honestly, because Wizards does that.
Let me see.
It's not important. It's not important. You don't need to look at it.
Teleport is bard, sorcerer, wizard.
It's a teleportation circle. It's like actually
Teleportation
like
circle is bard, sorcerer, wizard.
they must have changed it in later editions, or what I'm using is just straight up wrong.
Yeah. So.
Well,
Yeah, it's on D&D Beyond. It's not Warlock. I think it's just straight up wrong. Or it's
well, there might be some teleportation circles that are close enough to use in the East. I don't know where
Okay.
exactly they would be, but it might be faster.
Going all the way
Do you
to the
know
east? That would take some
Uh,
time.
Do you know the spell to teleport places?
I
We're
don't.
we're almost as far from the east as we are from Benton. Well, if I were to guess, and this is Drakmar speaking. Um, Plus, there's also the matter of getting through the border. And
I have invisibility.
Well, if we're gonna, can you take us to? Can you teleport us to the east or not?
No,
All right. So I
but
feel
there
like our
might be
only option.
teleportation circles there we could use.
You see, Pile Driver
Oh, because you're gonna.
raise
Oh yeah.
raise his hand and say, "There are circles of teleportation in major cities in the east."
Oh, you might be programmed with like knowledge of the geography, wouldn't you? You might be able to help us find something.
Above board, would I?
What do I look like?
Maybe.
Google Maps.
Remember
That
that
Yeah.
still brings up
Is
the
the
my
issue
east
of
closer
how
to
character
the
is.
north? I mean,
Remember
is
that
the
my
east
character
closer?
is, before you met him, was only a couple months old, and Matthew, I don't think I ever say anything about this, but would it be safe to assume that he had not really done much outside the capital, or would he have gone off and fought?
You wouldn't have had much time outside the capital.
Yeah, that's what I figured, considering I was just right there. I also expect I was like,
Is the east?
how long has the East been making Warforged?
Yeah, is the east closer to us than the south is?
I mean,
No.
No, so it's just better off. We're just better off just trucking gunning it down to Sea Gap. Sorry, football terminology.
Drogmir says that there's no way that could be the fastest way to get back. I mean, at that point, we may as well just try and wait for Lokar, but he's too busy with Elestina, and Elestina's busy searching for Farin with her own business.
Do you think Ziva's busy? How many of us do you think she could carry?
Ziva?
Silver Dragon. With the dragon eggs that we saved.
Oh, right.
And Shokom, too. Shokom might be able to carry a
It'd probably
person.
take her time to get here.
Less time for a dragon to fly here than it is for us to walk.
True, but
Yeah.
it's also dangerous for her.
Yeah, true.
She has her
And she
kids.
doesn't want to miss the birth of her children.
Yeah.
Noah thought he was being smart. Yeah, I feel like the only option we have, since we can't teleport or all fly as a group, is to
We just got to take the long
fucking
way.
walk.
That could take months.
Yeah, it'll take weeks to get back. There's got to be a faster way.
Well, are there any town? What's the closest town? Could we just buy some horses? That would be relatively cheap, and it would speed us up a lot.
The
I mean,
nearest town was
maybe.
just fucked though by the dragon attack.
Well,
I really don't want to split us up into the only 6 of us can go.
I don't want to split up either. I think if we get horses, it'll take a couple weeks, and that might be as fast as we can go.
I mean,
Unless we could just find unless we could just find a teleport scroll by some miracle.
Sure this.
come on, guys.
I mean, do you want me to cast Sending and then ask Lokar, hey,
No.
can you give us a teleportation circle and then drop one off in it?
Hey, wait, is there something
not what I
we're
want.
missing?
Drakmir's not big enough for us to ride him, so there's
Nope.
literally no way faster, and we
I
don't
mean,
have a teleportation.
I have no spells.
I have
that
some
are
of the
useful.
I have some books, some of those like old like books that we took. And maybe there's something in there.
Like,
Other than that, I don't see anything in my character sheet that could that could help teleport like
I have a sea
8 people.
comforter. That is
Just
the
a
extent
reminder.
of my
No, no,
usefulness.
don't.
You have the map
Far,
of the north.
don't say anything.
Okay.
Shall we see where Secret Tunnel takes us?
Well, actually, Far, DM me what you were gonna say first before you say anything.
let me just go over to Cleric spell list again.
Should we attempt using the secret tunnel?
I mean, that just gets
Doesn't
us
it just go outside?
That just goes outside.
I mean, I don't actually know. I mean, in the letters, it seemed like it got pretty dang far, if you know what I mean.
If you want, you could explore the tunnel.
I want to explore the tunnel.
Okay. Yeah, you go through the tunnel, and it's not really terribly exciting. After going through, you just wind up sort of on the outskirts. Assumably no one else is following him. It takes you about a good 10 minutes to crawl through the tunnel, and it leads you pretty much on the outskirts of Cadentem.
Mm.
And it just sort of ends in like a rock. And you just sort of push it out of the way, and you eventually get your bearings and start presumably making your way back, unless there's anything else you want to do while you're out here.
I don't believe there is anything I can do. If I don't see anything that would be of interest.
Yeah, the only like teleportation spells I have is Word of Recall and Gate, which is a 9th level, which is just not available.
Why is Gate not available?
It's a 9th level spell.
Oh, right. I mean,
We don't have a druid. We can't fucking teleport through plants.
you've used spells outside your repertoire before, haven't you?
No,
Well,
I haven't.
well, outside what you thought yourself possible.
Do I want to burn? Fuck it. Fine, I'll burn a divine intervention. Teleport us all to Drumbin.
Let me just double check that the Gate spell is actually that before.
Gates like, hey, it's like a
It's on a
end game
different
moment.
plane.
Yeah, it's an end game moment. It's from a different plane, basically. You create a fucking hole, and then people from a different fucking plane walk through and fuck shit up for you. That's what the spell is supposed to be.
Okay. There's a way this could work.
Alright, fuck it. Divine intervention. Teleport us all back to Drumbin.
It cannot teleport you to Drumbin. It links you to an unoccupied space. Sorry, it links an unoccupied space you would see within range to a precise location on a different plane.
I'm not asking for a gate. I'm asking to go to Drumbin with all of us. I'm using Divine Intervention, not Gate. Would you like me to roll?
Yeah, go ahead. Divine Intervention.
Nope.
Unfortunately not.
Well, that didn't work.
Mm.
So I guess we're walking. Unless anyone has any smart ideas.
I think we should still at least buy more horses.
I mean,
Yeah, we should get horses, definitely.
well,
Matthew, we have no idea what you're hinting
Yeah,
at.
if you're hinting at something
We
that's
have
like,
no
we don't know.
teleportation technology. And unless you just want us to say, hey, have Mason roll an Arcana check to cast a spell not in the spell list.
That's not what I'm saying at all. No.
I don't know what you're referencing. That I'm stumped.
Druckner says, well, I thought we weren't really going to have to worry about horses after Estina contacted, was it Vezra?
Vezra? Is that her dragon?
I might be misremembering the name because I don't have my notes open at the moment. Give me a second.
It sounded like Azeroth.
No, I did not mean Azeroth.
I know.
Yeah,
It just sounded like
Azeroth came to.
No,
that
I
you're
did.
trying to get us. No.
I did mean Vezra. Vezra's correct.
Vezra? That's the fucking red dragon, right? Or am I tweaking? It's either a red or blue dragon. Does Golgrim remember who Vezra is? Since Noah clearly does
Roll a
not,
history
without
check.
having to.
It's not going to be hard.
Noah doesn't want to flip through his notes.
Come on.
22.
Vezra's Queen of the West.
Yeah, the child. Okay.
Oh, right. The one who sent her friend.
Yeah, how are we supposed to communicate with her?
I can cast sending, but I don't know if they
Go
give
for
us
it.
a ride.
Yeah,
And
do they
that's
like
probably
do
gonna
they like
take
you guys
just
that
as
much?
long as.
Oh
After
yeah,
Dude,
whatever.
Zod's kind of an asshole. Like, I don't want to get a ride from him. Last time he did that, he killed one of us.
Speaking of her, whatever happened with her after my character died?
Oh,
We don't know.
They have not contacted her since. They basically ghosted her.
So what's
we don't
so what's
know.
That
the
is a lie. We did contact them.
You did contact them once or twice, yeah.
so
To
do
affirm.
what's
Some people can actually.
so I
Yeah.
send a message, say, hey, we're in the ruins of a town in the north. Come pick us up. Like
We're probably
you're drunk at a bar and you don't want to drive home, so you call your friend to get you home.
Hello,
Like,
Uber.
is that
Can
the
you please
point?
come pick me up? I have $20. Please take me home.
Silver speaks up saying, wait, you're contacting the west? That's even further from here.
Yeah, I don't get.
Maybe they can teleport. I don't know what their plan is.
We just need someone that can teleport us to Drummond. Who the fuck can do that? The only notes I have
I
on
can.
people.
I will
from-
take the ring to Mordor. That's all I got.
Okay, Frodo. I legitimately don't get I don't get whatever five-head strat you're trying to say that that it's obvious, Matthew. It's so many degrees of separation. I am completely fucking lost. I don't know if anyone else is, but
Yeah, Matt, I'm not sure how we're supposed to go there any faster than just riding a horse.
All right, well, if horses are the fastest, where are we getting the horses?
I mean, there's got to be like some town that
Are
has
you
horses
trying
in
to
it
railroad
that's like in a
us to go to
decent
the
distance.
Hanolis stronghold?
we just fucking went to. God, this is all about blood magic. All my notes are about blood magic. Barley Mount might have a couple horses.
Wasn't Barley Mount like one of the first towns?
That's the town we just left. That had
Oh,
salt
wait, yeah.
in it.
Sorry, my bad.
We can see if the Hanolis have stuff. Haha.
We could go north and then see if I don't think the teleportation circle would just go to a town in the center, though, if we're this far north.
I doubt it.
Because that would be a security breach for Drummond. If just, an army could just pop up inside Lokar's house where the teleportation circle probably is. Or we could just call Lokar and see if he'll fucking teleport us back and forth. Oh my god. Sure, I'll cast Sending to Lokar. Let's see if Daddy can bail us out. So I'll cast Sending to Lokar. Is that okay, Matthew?
Yeah.
So I talked to a dead guy. We need to go south of Drumbin. Any chance you could teleport to Cadentem and teleport us all back? Please. It's pretty important. 24. I had it at 24.
Man.
You
It's
just
your MO.
cannot stop. You just cannot go to the 25, huh?
No. Well, 42 is the meaning of life, and if you flip the two numbers, it's 24. That's why I keep hitting it.
Which is the meaning of death.
Which is what I
Foreshadowing.
which is what I desire
Can
in
you
Colgrim.
repeat
What?
the question, please? The 24.
Oh dear God. We're in the ruins of Cadentem. We need to get to the south of Drumbin. Please, it's important. And I said a couple other more important things I've already forgotten. It was saying that in longer terms, but yeah. It's like, hey, we're here. We need to get here. It's really important to save far.
I'm unfamiliar with the town of Cadentem. I can't even be sure I can make it there, much less. But if I could, I might be able to get you back. However, I'm currently preoccupied, as it were. Lockhart can't bail
Fine.
you out.
I'll burn another one. Fuck it. Why not? Know anyone that could get to Cadentem and get us back fast? Like borrow a couple dragons from Alicina? It's to get far. Speed is of import. 25.
If speed is of importance, then teleportation is the best. The dragons would take time to get there and would be at risk of
Yeah, because there's
harm.
no truce. Alright. Well, if Lokar doesn't know any wizards that can just fucking teleport back.
If Lockhart doesn't know where Cadentem is, it's not likely any other random wizard he knows will.
No fucking backline wizards from the Eastern Army have fought against North, that far north. Okay, I'm not talking shit. I'm just retaining that to memory. That this area in the north has not been breached for recent memory.
Or
Or
so, like,
this is
there's literally just like nothing here, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
we're in the backwoods right now.
We may need to go to the Hanolis place then. See if they can.
Are we actually just gonna starve then?
Starve? I can cast create food and water, and then Helena can cast good berry.
Well, then we won't starve.
Yeah,
to death.
starving
Starving
has not been an issue for quite
Starving's
some time.
a far way
It's gonna
off
take a
for us.
long ass time to leave.
It's a third level spell to create 30 pounds of food.
Yeah, it's
Mason.
not an
We're
issue.
good.
All right, that's good news.
If
We're not
Colgrim
playing
straight up
survival
spent
D&D here.
spell levels, he could feed an army. It'd be shitty, but he'd feed them.
Drakmir looks at Helena. Helena, do you have any ideas?
Nope.
Helena, do you have rich people in your backstory that can teleport to you?
Nope.
You're a noble. Please tell me you have
Nope.
something, man.
I have a backstory? That's news to me.
She has
Alright,
more of a front story, similar to Zill.
Similar to Colgrim's original backstory, which was 2 screenshots on the Notes app.
Yes, I know no one.
Alright, so
Everyone that I did know is probably dead. So.
Alright. The way I see it, we have 2 options. We can either bring Far's potentially asshole parents into this, and in hopes they have the transportation circle, or we
But
can
then
just
owing them
truck it to
something.
Barleymount and hope they have enough horses to where we can travel faster and hope that they don't get whacked by random encounters. So what?
Yeah.
I have no preference. What do you guys want?
Well, apparently there's no place to get horses, so.
Barleymount may have horses, but it's going to be at a premium because they just got wiped by a dragon attack. And we may get ambushed by Salt's goons. Who knows?
I'm not so sure Assault would try and.
Yeah, maybe not. Maybe not Salt. I don't think he has the resources to take us all out. Or he doesn't think he has the resources to take us out. So what do you guys want to do? Do you want to gamble and go north, or do you want to go south? Because either way, best case scenario, we kill a bandit with a scroll teleportation circle. Because, I mean, it's a gamble to go north. Because we have to convince people
It's
that
a
we
huge
know
gamble.
Far and we're here to help.
Which will be extremely difficult, by the way.
While navigating whatever politics is going on in that relationship. While
Yeah,
trying to
and
make
it'll
it
be really
neutral.
difficult too because Far didn't talk about her past very much.
It would have to be, I mean, if Zill's up to finesse the fuck out of Hanolis, that may be the better option. Straight up.
I mean, I can give it a go.
Wait, hold on. I was reading something. What did you say just now?
If Zill has ridiculous modifiers. If he can find a way to finesse the fuck out of him, out of the Hanolis, it may be the better option.
Honestly,
but that's
Zill
also
very
bringing,
good at persuasion.
It also may bring consequences later down the line for Far. So I don't know if Zill would do that as far as friend, based on what he knows about the Hanolis. Or we could just truck south and figure it out.
How much time do we have, though? Like,
we don't know.
We
That's
can't
the
just
problem.
take months, you know?
Yeah, it's going to take like 2 days to get to Barleymount, I think is the travel time. And then we get, or like a day and a half, actually. And then we get horses, and then they get wiped. And I mean, how many encounters can we keep a horse alive? Let's be honest, like 2.5.
Well, only
So,
if they
Before we
don't,
get hit by another tornado.
only if
Yeah,
they don't
exactly.
target the horses.
Hey, question.
Yeah.
Alva, what level are you?
12. Are we
You are
supposed to be
12.
13?
No, you are 12. That
we had 100 foul experience. We're supposed to be 12.
right.
12.
So my question
100
is though,
racks of
what was
experience.
the last spell you chose upon level up?
I think it would have been. I think I chose like. I know that they're there. I don't remember, but I think
Would it have been at
I
this
just see
level?
my spell list. It would have been. I
Would
think
it
it might have. I think it was like Arcane Eye and the Arcane Hand. I think is what I took.
You take 2?
You gain 2 on a level up.
Really? I thought it was
Yeah.
1. Maybe I'm thinking.
Wizards are dope.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they don't. I could take like 6th level spells, but I only have one slot for them, so I just thought like, what's the point?
Yeah.
It feels like you're trying to get me to think of something, Matt.
No, I was just thinking if there was an alternative solution.
None of the spells I have are teleporty.
Yeah.
Let's see, the closest one would be
No, you don't have any spells that could.
I do have Phantom Steed, actually.
You don't have any spells that could teleport you.
I could summon a really good horse.
Mm-hmm.
I could cast Fly. I could polymorph someone into something that like flies, and then they could carry all of us.
I mean, how long does Fine Seed last?
It lasts
I
a
think
while.
Score
Phantom
had
Steed.
that, and it was kind of nasty.
It lasts 1 hour.
Okay, then it's not like a permanent thing. I mean, Matthew, if we're willing to let Mason
wait.
take one of the last spells, he might.
Polymorph. If I could turn somebody into
True.
If I could use polymorph to turn somebody into a T-Rex, we could all just climb on their back, and then that would be fast.
Yes, be a massive target. Great.
But we have a T-Rex.
You could turn us into like a giant flying creature.
There's a specific list of things that you can turn people into with it. I'm gonna look it up. Like, they have to be like the beast type, I think, which is just like real life animals.
Equal to intelligence modifier plus your wizard level. Okay, so it's just like cleric.
Anyhow.
And I know you've copied a spell or two.
Yeah, the biggest
hand.
Flying creature that I could polymorph someone
like
into would be
eagle.
like a giant eagle.
Yeah.
Which isn't very useful.
So then, what's our plan of action?
Is there something that like you're trying to get us to think of, Matt?
There may or may not have been.
I mean, if you're thinking of having us talk to the east, we can't do that because there's no stone of.
You know it would be
whatever it was,
incredibly
pending.
stupid.
Mm.
You know.
Yes, that is incredibly stupid.
What would be
Great
incredibly
explanation.
stupid?
What if I used Word of Recall in the monastery, making it. Wait, can it have two? Can it have two different temples? With the Matthew, I need your help.
Yes, I think I'm seeing what you're going for here.
Can I have two different monasteries, cast it today, blink, take 5 people, drop them in Drumbin, next day go back, and then day after that go back, so it takes 5 days for all of us to be in Drumbin.
Like that one problem of like the people, like the 4 people who all walk at different speeds, who have to like walk across a bridge, you know?
I have no idea if you could designate multiple sanctuaries.
Then it's up to your ruling, if you'll allow it.
According to D&D Beyond, you must designate a sanctuary by casting a spell within a location such as a temple dedicated or strongly linked to your deity. Some people are saying it seems like it doesn't work one at a time. True. The spell does not specify the number, only the limits. If you find multiple.
Oh my god.
If I can have multiple, then that's the best answer I can think of, because it only takes 5 days to go that far. if I'm counting days correctly. 'Cause it's 1 to cast
Well, let's
it,
see.
1 to bring group 1 there, 1 to get back to group 2. And no, it'd take 4 days. It'd take 4 days. Yeah. But we'd be separated for some of those days, so if something attacked us, we'd be separated.
So, okay. First off, on the ruling of having multiple sanctuaries, let's start with that. I have no
Okay.
definitive answer right now.
All right.
I will think about that. However, irregardless of the circumstance, this monastery is by no means connected strongly to Lathander.
Yeah.
So as a result, I'm going to say even if you couldn't designate it here. Because this whole monastery's whole thing seems to be like, screw other gods.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, Word of Recall will not have any effect here.
Yeah.
Very clever idea, though. I see exactly what you were going for there, and that would have been very clever.
Yeah.
And I don't have any. So I do not yet have a ruling on multiple sanctuaries. I am not
Okay.
declaring a ruling on multiple sanctuaries yet. Irregardless of what that ruling is, this place is not viable for your Word of Recall.
Yeah. We'd have to go to a town which has a respectable church and figure it out there.
Mm-hmm.
So until we get to that, you don't need to make a ruling. So I think Olgrim would be doing he's fucking, the meme with all the numbers and equations floating by him. I got nothing.
Well,
Even if I
fuck.
could try something tricky, which I don't know if it'd work, it wouldn't work here.
Oh my god.
So, do we want to go north and see if we can socially manipulate the Hanolis in such a way where it's beneficial for a short and long term, or do we just want to go to Barley Mount, see if we can get a horse?
Did we see horses in Barley Mount?
Maybe they
No,
have like yaks or something that you can ride. I have no idea.
we didn't look.
Well, did we just like see them like without having to look for them just while we were there? We just like, oh hey, there's a horse.
Without having looked for them, you didn't really see any horses.
Damn.
They may have a couple of like farm animals
I mean,
that would be faster.
you recall that Barley Mount seemed to be a temporary shoddy setup, so like there wasn't really much there.
Well, a lot can change in 2 days.
They blow up into the biggest city in the north.
Right?
Yeah, facts. All it takes is a weird ass roll from the D100 table. Yeah, unless someone has a way better idea than that, I got nothing. And I feel like trucking south is good. And going to Isilvon, assuming that's where Far's parents are, which is a big assumption, and assuming that we're not going to be immediately put in jail the second anyone says for all.
Yeah.
It has more benefits, but it also has steeper negatives.
That is true. Man, as much as it hurts to say, I think our best option might be to go for the horses. Or, I don't know,
Where would we get horses?
maybe some other pack animal that we could
We
ride.
just go south until we can figure something out.
I mean, I do think I could work something out if we see the Hanolis.
How confident are you? And by the way, just out of character, Alva is not at all confident in Zil to do anything.
Especially not this session.
Not gonna lie, I think I could pull it off. And I'm not just saying that because I'm me. I'm saying that because I think I could.
For Far?
I'm skeptical.
For Far.
What does everyone else think?
You're gonna have to be careful about your words if you do this, Sil.
I know.
Be real selective.
My mind is
Fuck.
already spinning.
As a player, I want to see what the fuck Far's parents are. I'm not gonna lie to you. I want to see how big assholes they are. But is that? Well, let's put it up to a vote. I honestly have no idea what's best. I need to think about
Well,
things.
the vote is to go south, right? Like that's what we
It's
decided
to go
last night.
south or to go
The end
north.
goal.
Last night we said we were going to go for far.
Yeah.
The question
So are we
is,
just gonna continue that, or are we gonna
the question
hedge
is,
our
what's the
bet on
best
Zill?
way? What would be the benefit of going to a city like Eisenwallen?
A teleportation circle and or horses? Oh, we could just go to Eisenwald and steal horses.
Honestly, at this point,
we
what
could
if we just steal horses but then leave behind however much the horses would have been worth? So we're kind of not stealing.
It's just like Lokir from Rorikstead.
I'm getting desperate.
Yeah, we're also betting that Eisenwald is not a town that's been ravaged by Varys's anger, so it might just be better to go south since we don't even know what Eisenwald is.
I agree with that.
All right. Is everyone chill with going south? I'm sorry, Zill. That's out of character. I'm sorry, Dominic.
Mm-hmm.
You don't get to lie to. You don't get to
Before
lie
you guys
to your.
continue any
You don't
further,
get to lie to your best friend's character's parents.
Sad.
It's a weird sentence.
I so could have done something. Oh, that would have been so good.
Yeah. So unless anyone is opposed, I believe you start heading south, Matthew.
Okay. All right.
By the time we get to Barley Mount, though, I might need a ruling on the word of recall, since the town kind of likes Skullgrim for feeding them. No pressure, just a thought.
Yes, very true. I'm aware of that. Let me actually think about that for a moment. You and up to 5 willing creatures that instantly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Again, it's wonky as fuck because clerics shouldn't really have a teleport, but it's more like a let's get the fuck out of here kind of thing. Is a vibe I get from it, at least. Like we're losing, a very difficult battle.
What do you guys remember about Eisenwallen, just to make sure? Because like
it was on a
anything
list.
about it?
The name of the town starts with the sound ice, so it's probably
Besides
cool.
that, anything else you remember?
Let me see.
Silver told you something about that town.
She said it was a lot of wood elves in that area, or she said a lot of elves like Far.
Yeah.
And I said towns that the Hanolis might reside in, and it was Cadentem and Eisenwallen. That Salt told us. So it logistically, unless he's a complete idiot, which is potentially true, they would most likely be in Eisenwallen.
So if you guys want to if you guys want to go south though, then you guys can go to you could go to what's it called?
Barley Mount.
Barley Mount. Here's what I'm going to say for now. I'm going to say that yes, you can. However, By
Yeah, I need
assigning a second spell, or sorry, a second location, the spell then acquires the concentration requirement, and furthermore takes 2 actions.
Okay, so I can't just. It's not a get out of jail free card if
It
we're
will no
fighting
longer.
Ybor and we need to teleport out.
I will also say that if you visit, so here's what we'll say. Couple things. First off, by assigning a second location, it then requires concentration and takes an additional action for each assigned location. I'm going to also
Okay.
limit that number to 5. So at max, it will take 30 seconds.
Okay.
Furthermore, by visiting a location, you can cast the prayer again to remove it from your list of locations.
All right.
If your list of locations returns to 1, the spell once again loses its concentration requirement and returns to 1 action.
All right.
That will be my ruling on Word of Recall. I feel like that seems relatively fair. The wording on it is really vague, but I feel like with the ruling I just gave, that can make things rather interesting, allow you to be a bit creative with it, but also makes it a bit risky to do multiple. That being said, it's still a pretty good get out of jail free card if you only have 1 or 2. Like if you need a get out of jail free card, if you just first off, you could just like deactivate the others. But even if you don't, let's say you only have 2, it's still you need to be protected for 2 rounds. Or sorry, for 1 round. And as long as you maintain concentration, you're good.
It's definitely way better in smaller parties, but like if you had 2 clerics in a party and they both had a fucking sanctuary relatively close to another, you could buy bitch literally a lot of encounters.
True.
Unless someone has a counter spell, but
True. But do you think that's a fair ruling? Because this is completely
yeah, I think it's fair.
That is completely off the top of my head. But if we're fine with it, that's the ruling we're gonna stick with.
Yeah. So like if we go to Barley Mount and I can find something suitable, that's hype. If not, we keep trucking. Because I feel like unless I'm just missing a complete thread, I feel like that's the best way to get back that we can think of.
Okay.
Because we haven't met any powerful spellcasters besides Saris, and she's a god.
Mm-hmm.
In Lokar, and Lokar's too busy.
And also,
everyone else has been kind of a martial
I'm not
type.
going to have Saris just Deus Ex Machina. I'm not going to have Saris or Azeroth literally Deus Ex Machina.
Yeah.
Because that ruins the, like, there's a sense of urgency now, obviously. That kind of ruins the sense of urgency.
Yeah. Can I just call my sister on the sending stone? Hey, can you teleport us? Vampires can, like, shift in darkness, right? If the time zone's right, can you, like, shift us really far?
Anyhow. Now, that being said, with that now being my ruling, I cannot say for certain whether or not there was a chapel in Barley Mount. Let me roll a D100.
Yeah. I didn't look for one, to be fair.
I
was more focused on salt and silver.
You guys have been away from Barley Mount for a week or so, right?
I thought the travel time from here to Barley Mount was like 2 days.
2 days? Okay.
Yeah.
Wait,
you had Zil roll 3 d20s, I think, for.
Oh yeah.
That was in a day. 3 d20s is a day.
Okay.
So it took
then honestly, I think it's 1.5 2 days.
It actually took a couple days to get to not Cadentem, but wherever Salt was.
Yeah, he was in. Fuck, I forget. He was somewhere, and then he went to Barley Mount.
No, Barley Mount was I thought Barley Mount was the location where like you saved salt, or sorry, you saved silver. Originally, am I remembering correctly? So he went he fled Barley Mount to another location. You followed him for like 3-4 days. Then after confronting him, you traveled 2-3 days to Cadentem.
True. Yeah, that's right. I didn't write down the name of the second town.
So
I did not ask.
it's been roughly, we'll say it's been roughly a week. We'll say
Okay.
it will take you 4 or 5 days. I'll roll a d6 to see
May
how
I
long.
take a bathroom break real quick? While you
Sure,
roll?
quick. I'll roll a d6 to see how long it will take you to get there.
Also, sorry guys if Noah thinking took up way too much. That's my bad.
I kind of needed you guys to think, so it's fine.
You're good.
It's gonna take 6 days. Which is important. Okay. So my understanding correctly is that the group consensus is to immediately head south.
It looks like it.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess.
I guess.
All right. Although I'm sorry that wasn't a terribly helpful hint with that. I know it was a high Arcana roll, but the I was debating like whether or not to tell you about the teleport spell or teleportation circle spell, but I wasn't sure if that would be substantial of a hint.
I mean, I already know about those spells.
Yeah,
I just didn't have
which is why I was sort of backpedaling once you rolled, because I realized, wait, he probably knows about these spells, so that's probably not terribly helpful.
I see.
I apologize for that. I
No,
know that
it's
it
fine.
was a good roll, but like you above board already know about those. Okay,
I mean, if I find a scroll for them, I guess I could learn them.
true. Also, teleportation circle is a level 5 spell, so you could learn it upon your next level if you so choose.
Isn't teleportation level 7?
Teleportation is level 7. Circle is level 5.
Yeah.
Circle is a lot more restrictive because unless it's a permanent circle, you need to know the location of the receiving circle. So,
Mhm.
like the spell teleportation circle can only target another existing circle that you know of.
So like basically we'd only be able to go capital to capital. If we go from Drumbin to whatever the fuck the western one is to Igneon, because those are the only ones you'd likely know.
Mhm.
Depending on who the caster is, it's dependent on the caster's knowledge of a receiving circle.
Yeah. So you'd have to like spend time to like write it down basically. Or if you're an asshole and take the key mind feat, then you just have photographic memory and then you can just copy it later.
Exactly. It still only takes 1 minute, according to the spell, to memorize a new set of sigils, actually. And then you just know it.
I thought it was longer.
No, according to teleportation circle, I think it's a minute to just memorize. Let me double check here.
You're probably right.
Yeah, you can commit a new sigil sequence to memory after studying it for a minute.
Noah's knowledge is very limited.
So you guys
both
start
in
heading.
D&D and in real life.
You guys start heading south. Farah, are you still there?
Yeah.
I believe she's
Okay,
eating.
good. So
Yeah.
you start heading south. Is there anything you want to do during the first day? There will be no encounters for these 6 days.
Real quick. Oh, what I get though? Okay, I got the penne rosa noodles with no chicken because I wasn't feeling a meat today, and I am so white. It is a little spicy. I'm like, which is why I'm not talking because I'm like,
You're good.
eating the spice of the penne rosa from noodles.
Not gonna lie, the Coke and rum in the General So's was a bit much for good old Noah.
I guess, to be fair, the hint I was pointing at wasn't a guarantee, and you wouldn't know for certain. But yeah, all right. Either way.
Yeah. I think the reason it was on a Warlock spell list is it could have been a Mystic Arcanum.
Probably, yeah.
Or like an Invocation to where you get Teleportation Circle. That's like in Unearthed Arcana or something.
It's probably an Unearthed Arcana or something. Anyhow,
Yeah.
so
Yeah, if I don't have like any,
Is there?
if I at the end of the day and I don't have an encounter, I'll cast Setting the Far like, hey, we're still going to you, but like, fuck, kind of thing.
All right. So at the end of the first day, okay. So first off, before I say anything, actually, we'll go. I'll talk to you guys about it after a session. Never mind. Anyway,
If there's no encounters, can Noah just like
yes, you just do the
try
sending.
multiple times to hit the divine
No,
intervention
that
to teleport us all to Drumbin?
that's okay. Hang on. So first off, okay. So,
Uber, Jesus is your Uber driver?
hello, is your Uber driver? Anyhow, so
Please.
with the sending, let's start off with that first.
Oh
Okay.
god, I have to roleplay that? I wasn't prepared.
No, you don't need to roll for that.
Roleplay or roll?
Yes, role play, yes. So what did you say to Far? This is at the end
So
of the
first
day.
day I'd probably say like, more proof that I'm real. Apparently in the
No, I
monastery.
thought you already said like hey, we're still on the way, but heading south, or like, was that not your
So
sending?
I'll just say that's like what, 15 words?
Yeah, sure.
Also to prove I'm real, in the monastery there was a weird ass named Dungeon Daddy. 25.
That's probably not proving it's real. We'll get to Far's response in a moment. First, we need to go through Far's day. Okay? This is day
Far's
one.
day.
This
Ooh,
is day
if I
one
found
out of
out,
How
6.
does that not prove that's real? Are you saying that multiple people take the
Okay.
moniker of Dungeon Daddy in this world?
Okay. Okay, first off,
I trapped him. I trapped him. I
Far,
played enough chess. I know how to trap pieces,
Far,
bro. I just
you asked Nathan what? Nathan comes and approaches you. You're still bound in chains. Nathan appears to be, his clothes are torn around the knees and around the shoulders. But other than that, he appears fine. Not even a scar.
did you just what me? Are you fucking kidding me?
No, he did not say what. He said like, I don't think he said what. Did I say he said what?
Oh, yeah.
I thought he did.
I thought, sorry if I did, but whatever. But I thought I
I
described it as
mean,
just approaching.
I think
No,
Nathan's more of a saw dude type of guy than a
he
what.
he's absolutely a composed person whenever possible. But in this instance, he seems a bit on edge, and he quickly approaches you and, or sorry, slowly approaches you and says, "Someone told me you wanted to speak to me."
Why, yes, Nathaniel, I did want to speak with you. What in the goddamn pansexual hell happened yesterday? Jesus fucking Christ, your arms got chopped off, your legs got chopped off, you're still standing here before me. Evil got close to my face. Do you know how many nightmares I'm gonna have about evil close to my face? Homeskill had roaches in his teeth. What the actual goddamn hell happened? Like, what did you get yourself into this time? I swear to you. Like, I'm not mad at this point. I'm disappointed because I should have expected that you slimy little weasel, are up to your same goddamn tricks that I actually thought that maybe, just maybe, you were actually changing and legitimately cared about me, and this whole kidnapping thing was some weird, like, you really weren't hugged as a child thing, and I still hated your guts. But I was like, okay, maybe you genuinely do, like, this is some sort of weird fucked up sign of affection. But no, this is just Ebor's bullshit. Like, I can't believe I let myself think for a second that you didn't get yourself caught up in some giant fucking scheme again. So what did you do this time? Talk.
Full honesty, I'm trying to save you. You're not going to believe me when I say it, but he wants to kill you. And
I will hear you
wants
out.
to kill me.
I will hear you out on 2 conditions. Okay? If you do not agree to said 2 conditions, I will just scream and ignore everything you say. Condition number 1. For God's sake, can you get me maybe a more comfortable chair? I've been sitting on the floor, on dirt, for 4 goddamn weeks. Homegirl has back issues. Back issues do not like dirt floors. So I need like a squishy chair. 2, you're not going to lie to me. And if I think you're lying to me, I swear to God, I'm going to go into a comatose state, or I just pray to that little good God in my head and think about how to become a good person until I GTFO and watch you get sliced up by Ebo on my way out. Okay? So go get one of your minions to give you a little squishy chair. And you're going to start talking the truth. No bullshit.
He sort of glances around and says, I can't promise the chair, first off, for a couple of reasons. But the other, I can't promise with full certainty.
How about do your best on both? And then we'll see how much I want to actually murder you. Okay? So speak. What the fuck have you done this time?
And he just looks around somewhat nervously. 1 second. And he actually walks away for a moment. Let me just double check the ruling on this. Give me a second. Sorry, I'm checking something real fast
You're good.
because I'm trying to be very specific at how I play this.
No worries.
Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to double check because I know what I'm looking for, but I don't remember what it's called, and it's
By the
bothering
way,
me.
hope I'm role playing this right because it's
You're
so
playing,
hard to
you are
balance.
playing it fine,
Yeah. Okay.
and it's about to
Cool.
get kind of. We're about to deviate a little bit from what you know, so that's going to be interesting.
Well, my mouth is burning less from the Noodles and Company penne rosa pasta because I'm that white. So we should be good to go for some role playing. One time in middle school, I ate a jalapeno and cried. That's how white I am. No seeds, just the green part of it, and I cried.
When I worked at this pizza place as my first job, they'd let you make like a small pizza
Okay.
for free. So
All right,
like
here
my
we go.
last
Here we
day,
go. I'm ready. All right. So you see Nathan run off somewhere and go to a tent quickly, just seemingly out of nowhere, almost as if he's ignoring you, but you're not quite sure he was. He disappears for a short little while, and then comes back with sort of a leather flip book full of parchment and a quill. He then starts writing on it, and then just sort of tears off a sheet and crumples it and throws it at you and says, "That's what I think of your stupid answers." And then it just sort of, but like he says it kind of with a monotone voice, but meanwhile his eyes sort of are trying to express, pick it up and look.
Okay, I pick up the paper and I read it.
You pick it up and it says, "I can't commune openly. There's too much risk for speaking verbally. But Ebor wanted to kill you and wanted to kill me. I made a deal that has the potential to save us both." And that's the end of the paper.
I speak Common, Elven, and Draconic.
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna start speaking in Draconic. Test 1 2, test 1 2. Can you understand this?
What? What are you babbling about?
Great. I switched to Elvish.
Yes,
Test 1 2.
Of course he responds in Elvish. Of course I know Elvish. You remember where you met me.
Vaguely, things get fuzzy over time. But fair enough. I just wanted to still check. Is Elvish a better language?
I mean, Elvish works as well as Common.
I mean, is it?
Elvish works as well as Common.
Do I still have like the plate of food in front of me?
No.
Far's gonna go say, "Oh, Nathan, you know what? I am suddenly very, very, very starved. I'm absolutely starving. I need a giant plate of ketchup and a fork.
I can
Line
give you
my
food.
soup."
I could give you food if you finally start cooperating with me. I mean,
Oh, sure,
this has
I'll
been an
cooperate
ordeal.
with you. I would love to eat. It's just you know what I'm really having a hankering for? A giant plate of ketchup and a fork.
He,
If you give me my plate of ketchup and a fork, I surely will be much less cranky as I will have
ketchup
consumed
is
the food I
not.
want.
Ketchup isn't really. I'm not sure if ketchup would be a thing in fantasy.
Tomato paste.
Yeah, fine.
It's gravy.
Yeah, he's
If
able
I
to.
just need a gravy bowl and a fork, and I would feel so nourished in my
I can get you
food
some potatoes and
area.
gravy. Give me a moment. And he walks away to get you some potatoes. But you have to promise you're not going to stab me for the next hour.
Oh, I
Next
promise.
hour?
Just please give me extra gravy. I just really am craving gravy right now. It'll make me so less cranky and more cooperative.
Good.
What color shirt am I wearing?
It's nice to see we're finally getting somewhere.
Yes, it is. What color shirt am I wearing? Or pants? Or clothing
It's
in
rather
general?
faded. Like it's kind of dirty. It's
Am
whatever you
I
wore.
wearing?
It's whatever you were wearing when you were captured. It's likely leather. Or
Am I wearing any white
Leopard
piece of
print
clothing?
vest.
maybe. He grabs you a plate that seems too big for the gravy and potatoes that he brings you, and just says,
Okay.
"Enjoy."
Oh, wait, Nathan. I think I'm about to be very cooperative and talk to you.
Yes.
I'm assuming at the very least Far's undershirt would be white. Can I try to rip off my undershirt underneath my overshirt? Like rip off a chunk of white cloth?
You can, but as he tries to do that, he just scolds you and say, "What are you doing?"
Oh, it's suddenly very toasty in here, Nathan, and I
No,
have the
stop.
inexplicable desire.
Stop. There's no need for that.
I have the inexplicable desire to rip off a chunk of my white clothing, Nathan.
You rip off a chunk of your clothing.
Okay, I take the chunk of white clothing, spread it on the ground, dip the fork in the gravy, and then try to write on the clothing.
Dude,
He just
Nathan's fucking slow.
he just sort of shakes his head. Just great. Looks like you've lost your sanity.
I keep doing it anyway, and
Yeah.
I try to write the best I can. Who's watching you? How fucked are you? 1 to 10. I'm assuming I'll need some sort of handwriting check for trying to write in gravy on a scrap of bra using a fork.
That's gonna be a dexterity performance check.
Let's go. That's what we're good at.
Oh shit! Did you say dexterity performance? Something I have proficiency in my best stat?
Yes, I did.
Let's go.
Can I just do the dex saving throw because it'll be the same modifier?
Yeah.
Sweet.
24.
That's a
Okay.
24.
So you
I
write
am
that in
doing
there, but
fucking
he's just sort
totally
of
great.
like shaking his head, and obviously like he can't see it from where he is. How are you getting him the message?
I start to pretend to choke on my food and say, Nathan, come help me! I'm choking on my food.
Roll performance charisma.
I'm dying.
Roll performance charisma.
Someone do the hiring maneuver.
Oh dear God. No. Wait, no. If it's bad, he may come over just to be mad at you.
He's so like he knows you're completely faking, and he just sort of briefly whispers, "You are an idiot." And he just sort of actually no, he doesn't say that. He says, "Come on, really?"
If he's close enough to whisper to me, I shove the piece of cloth in his pants.
And he says, "What happened to no aggression?" And look at this mess. Well, why did you even bother asking for food? And,
I tried to fold it up nice enough that the writing was preserved, by the way.
oh, I know. He's playing it off. He's basically trying to play. He is doing a much better job than you are at playing this off deceptively.
Because Nathan, you are a goddamn snake, and fuck you, and I want to put gravy on your pants. Get gravy.
So what was the
Far
question
finally
again?
caught on.
What was the question again?
It was, who's watching you? How fucked are you on a scale of 1 to 10? And why should I trust you after you hurt me so much? Those 3 questions.
Okay. So he says, God, everyone's going to make fun of me for the stuff on my shirt. I need to go wash it now before we have lunch at 8. Or I guess it would be brunch. Look, why can't you just accept that I'm trying to help? I'm your best shot at getting out of this whole thing alive.
Yeah, well,
Above board, did you pick up on the encoded message?
No.
You what?
No.
Please tell me you're joking.
No.
Do I need
It
to
is
repeat
11
it?
o'clock. Yes.
Okay. God, everyone is going to laugh at me for this.
Everyone's watching.
I gotta watch this before we have brunch at 8.
He's put 8 out of 10 on the fuck scale.
And then I'm your best shot of getting out of here alive.
I mean, sure. I caught the 8, but not the I'm the best shot you got. Getting out of here alive.
Ude, uye, ikse, igpe, atlay. Far's gonna quickly rattle off in common.
Pig Latin?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not able to roleplay that, but
You don't speak Pig Latin, Matthew.
no, I don't. Not fluently.
Oh my goodness. Wait,
In middle school,
that's
I
right.
did.
I did several
Uye,
years ago,
are,
but
aliufe, afume.
Are
I'm going to
you
hope that wasn't an insult. Anyhow.
fucked?
You are a failure, Matthew.
Oh.
So, look. So what do you say in response?
Shit, I gotta think for a second. Fars actually, as a response, is gonna start singing out loud. Do you know the story of Herrick the Red? One day he had his head, and then he was dead. But he didn't lose his head for naught, for he was with the giant sauce. And then she's going to start singing this sultry song about a friend who, about two friends, and the reason that the king died is because, basically a common ballad that bards would know. But the reason the king died is because his friend betrayed him. Hint, hint, wink, wink.
What is the implication behind that?
Why should I trust you? Because you've just been a deceitful hoe.
Okay.
Does that make sense? Like, she's using this common, lore bardy song and acting crazy, but the real theme is like, hey, this person lost their head because they trusted their friend, and you're kind of a dick. Why should I trust you? You've never, you've hurt me a lot,
I don't know why you always insult me every time I've tried to come through for you. Whether it be at the monastery or now. Whether it be on any of our commercial pursuits. I always got you out. You died several times out there on your own, but not once under my watch. I'd like to keep it that way.
Far's gonna wave him over.
He approaches. Promise you're not gonna stab me?
Just this once.
Okay. And he walks over.
She's gonna try to lean in and whisper, you may have got me out in one piece every time, but you didn't consider what you were doing to me psychologically and mentally. You fucked me up. You gave me scars I don't even know how to process. You hurt me in ways I can't even talk. And I'm supposed to trust you that this is a grand plan? And that everyone's out to get you? I need more proof of that. You lost my trust too long ago. And with that, Far flips the potatoes and gravy onto Nathan like, gotcha! Serves you right, bastard, for getting close to me. You got gravy again. As the cover. For the cover. Gravy and potatoes.
He just sort of looks at himself and says, a lot's happened. But I would hope that maybe someday, even if not now, you realize that I was trying to make sure that I did care enough to want you to escape bodily harm, that I did always care about those who were close to me.
Bar's gonna write in the dirt. Like,
I'm only mortal.
Bar's gonna write in the dirt. Own your mistakes. Really quickly erase it, and then just sort of stare off at the ceiling.
I'm only mortal. There's only so much I could do, but if there's one thing I've hoped you've learned about me, I will not stop until I achieve my ends.
I certainly know that, you snake-faced cunt.
With that, he walks away. And then you can now respond. Over the course of the day, you get 2 more rolls, and then we'll have the response to the send-in.
I'm sorry if I had weird ass facial expressions during that entire thing because UCLA and Gonzaga are in
You're
overtime
fine.
right
You're fine. So
now.
what are
And
you
Noah's
doing for
unapologetically watching basketball on another tab.
So what are you doing for your 2 rolls for the day?
I'm gonna try to go into meditate mode and hone in on that little voice. And even not, like, I have a lot to process, so I'm just gonna be like, hi, inner life coach. I don't know if you can hear me right now. I don't know, what's going on. And this is all in Far's head.
Mm-hmm.
But, what the fuck do I do with Nathan? Like, Jesus Christ. Like, Pascal is as oblivious as a brick in terms of emotional damages he does to people. And on top of that, I still think he's kind of a manipulative asshole and hasn't really made any progress towards being a better person. So I'm like, hey, he says he has my intentions in mind and has always cared about me, but the way he shows care is kind of fucked up a little bit and manipulative as hell. So I don't really know if what he's saying is truth or not, but if he is in that amount of danger, like, at the very least in terms of a you owe me kind of situation, I guess I do owe him somewhat from saving me from the monastery all those years ago. So I guess sort of, if he is in a very big pickle, I do sort of owe it to him to save him. So that way he only has one person to worry about killing him, and me when I turn him into a shish kebab. So I just don't know what to do here. Like, I am very conflicted. I feel all this hatred towards him, like for all the stuff he's done to me, but I also feel this like sadness, like I never asked for any of this, but he didn't either, and he didn't ask to deal with Ebor and his like snaggle fugly face. So I just don't know how to process this whole like everyone's watching me conspiracy bullshit. It's a lot to do. And a life coach, any advice? Are you out there? And I assume I roll a
religion check.
Hey, it's a 2. Okay. I rolled a 2.
I'll let you roll both now. So just go ahead and
okay.
We'll use the same thing. Okay. With a
12.
With a 12.
Better than
roll a percentile.
Nice, you got to the percentile stage. Good job.
77.
77 is really good.
That is really good. That's the best I've gotten so far.
Okay.
Am I learning how to religion?
Dear God, if you multi-class into cleric, I'm going to have an aneurysm. But it would be sick. But I'm going to have an
A pulmonary one?
Oh, you go like a trickery domain? That'd be nasty.
Yeah, we already got that covered with tears, so
Oh,
I don't think
true.
that's happening.
You could go light domain with Lathander. If you
Mm,
put enough levels, then you'd get Fireball.
mm. Anyhow, the voice again this time starts off with a whisper, but over time you're able to meditate on it. It takes probably a good hour before you could finally hear it. But even then, it's still just barely above a whisper.
Um,
Maybe it's
hello?
maybe it's not. You seek to improve yourself, yes?
I mean,
Why
according to the terms and conditions of me getting out of here, yes? Sort of? I'm not sure.
why then did you start by thinking about what you truly care about? Why did you shout when Nathan was killed?
I don't really know. I felt a lot of complex emotions, you know? I, even though someone's hurt you, you know, and you've given them thousands of chances and they still hurt you a lot, you know, sometimes it still hurts to see them die. Because it means a part of yourself dies too, you know? Those memories of pain are forever in the past and there's no hope of crossing them any further. It's just a fact now. It feels more set in stone, concrete for what you've gone through. And seeing Nathan die, it was the death of a part of myself. It was the facing the reality that I was a bad person. And on top of that, I was a bad person in a bad situation. A very bad situation. And it just felt final, like that part of me would be there forever, you know? That Nathan is dead, and what was the point of all this? What was the point of all this pain? And I don't know, it was just weighing on my mind.
It takes time
It's
to
a lot
heal.
of
It will
complex
take time to
emotions, and
heal, but by me being here should be indication enough that some believe it's possible for you to improve, to come out of this
do you
better.
do you have any sort of name I could call you instead of life coach person in my head of unspecified gender?
One second.
You asked Matthew
No,
for a name,
no,
the forbidden technique.
I actually I'm checking
It's
You have it
something.
written down?
Dungeon Daddy the Holy.
Baral cannoli.
No. Um,
Hi, Baral Cannoli of Bahamut.
uh-huh. Um, um, sorry.
You like
What?
you scroll back through something to find
What?
some name. Nothing important.
I can just imagine Matthew furiously Googling translate Hebrew words.
No,
to
actually,
try to
that's
get.
not what I'm doing. I'm just making sure I've got the lore of this creature correct. Um, Vashek. You can call me Vashek, but I may not be the one who talks to you next time, so it may not be meaningful to know my name.
I think it's meaningful, you know. Like
I was
if you're
not the
supposed
one
to
who
tell me
I was not the one who
how to.
spoke to you last time.
Yeah, but I fucked up and forgot to ask for their name. But if you're supposed to be digging into the deepest recesses of my soul and giving me life advice about my problems and giant past trauma, least I could do is learn your name, you know?
Hmm. My lord is one who seeks justice above all else. He fights for honor and justice. So I suppose the question becomes, what does maybe a pursuit to better yourself would be, what do honor and justice mean to you? Who would be considered weak, and why would you protect them? What is
It,
honor?
well, those are very great reading comprehension questions, but
Hmm.
I don't know. I don't even consider myself strong. How am I supposed to protect others, you know? Like, and on top of that, justice. Like, I've never seen real justice in this world, you know? I've seen people get hurt and I've seen people go through horrible situations and end up behind the dumpster of a bar, you know. And the world isn't a kind place, you know. It just is. So there's no mystical force of justice that's gonna swoop in and fix all your problems. So it's hard for me to think it exists, you know. Maybe I'm being cynical here, but sometimes I think the world's too cruel of a place for justice to really be a thing.
Justice is blind, but not just in the sense of the idiom. It's also, as much as justice is blind, it is equally hard to see. When you cloud yourself with injustice, it is pitiable to say, but you spent your time so around those who don't fight for honor and for others up until recently. And as a result, I imagine it had been difficult to find any semblance of happiness. However, justice is found within those who take care to pursue it. While this world is by certainly no means a fair world, by any extent,
I don't know.
humanoids, mortals, can further this world, can make it a better place. You have saved others. You have been saved by others.
I mean, I agree with you with the last part, you know, all of the good stuff about
If
saving
justice
others,
didn't
and
exist, then you would be left to the wolves.
I just don't know
But
if people
justice,
always have the option to pursue justice. You know, I didn't have much choice when I was running with a bad crowd. You know, I don't know if that's fair to blame people in that situation. Sometimes, you know, life is so fucking complicated. How am I supposed to be the person who's like, Ding dong, I have all the answers. I'm going to smite all the evil, you know. Boom.
Life isn't about having all the answers. It's about knowing the right questions and pursuing them. It's about seeking a way to make everyone's life better. But in order to
Fair
do
enough.
that, one must start with themselves. What do you seek? What do you wish to be remembered for? And by whom? And
Bye, Charles.
with that, the sense just sort of fades away. At this moment, or rather, you're set reflecting on this for a little while before eventually Colgrim's sending spell finally triggers, and he says, "Hey, we're coming south. And also another way to prove I'm real. There's this guy named Dungeon Daddy.
Oh my god.
You're now welcome to respond with 25 words or less."
How do you know me? And why do you care?
Yeah, I mean, I have more spell slots.
I will let you use another. I will let you.
Okay, so how do you know me? Why do you care? If you're really out here, be careful. I saw Ebor and he killed Nathan, but Nathan's still alive. You don't hear the still alive part because it gets cut off by the 25 words, but Far doesn't know that.
Yeah.
So Far's going to keep describing the situation, but you just hear, but Nathan, ha 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 ha. There's a crafty little.
Yeah. Okay. So Noah, you hear this, and most terrifyingly, you hear mention of Ebor.
I'm gonna upcast this because I don't have any third level spell slots left to fourth level.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, fuck. Ebor's there. It's 25 words for this spell. Nathan wipes your memory, I think. We fought together. We saved people. To trying to kill him. 25. Yeah, trying to kill Ivor. 25. That's right. I'm using this contraction in chat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, huh?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I'll let it slide.
The reason I popped off was because Gonzaga hit a buzzer beater in overtime to win to send them to the national championship.
Far, how do you respond?
That's why you saw no fist pump until.
Yeah, no worries.
Far, how do you respond?
Okay. He says, Nathan's not dead. He says he's doing it to save me. What should I do? Were we friends? I don't think I've ever had friends but Charles. I miss him. That's what you get.
Damn. You know what? Screw it. I'm uploading this VOD. This is too damn good.
Yeah,
even with my sex joke.
Yes.
I'll I'll upcast another 4th level spell for sending.
Me as a player is making Matthew upload dirty, filthy jokes to Twitch because my role playing is too good.
Honestly,
Yeah.
I wish I started uploading the entire Search for Far thing, but I think like some of the episodes are too far gone. I can check. If I can, I'll upload the entire series, but I think like a couple of them are gone. Either way, I'll upload what I can. Anyhow, continue.
Yeah, so I upcast sending again.
What level?
4th.
4th? Okay. How many spells you got above 4th?
This is so conflicting for Far because now we have one person who's saying Nathan's
4 more.
manipulating her like suspecting, but Nathan's saying he's actually a chill dude. And what do I do as a player trying to roleplay this?
I know,
so
it's hard, right?
I don't think I'm going to answer the Nathan thing because Noah and Colgrim can't talk to that, but to someone that gaslit that much. But yeah, we were friends. I brought you back from death multiple times. You used to get beer money talking about the time you died and came back. 25.
Let me just double check a certain spell.
Do I hear all of that?
She's starting to remember. Dear God. Yeah.
Unfortunately,
yes,
not. I don't think that's how much.
You do continue.
Okay.
You do hear all that.
I'm so confused. I remember talking about me dying and beer money, but not you. Trying to think what else. Not you. It's hard to think you're real still. Nathan did this? And that's 25.
Okay.
Yeah, I feel like
I'm gonna say don't bother upcasting anymore because you'll have opportunities the following day. You still have 5 days to do this.
All right. I also Noah has dumb, stupid idea.
Yeah.
Can he just spam fucking divine interventions to teleport us all back to Drumbin?
You can try, yeah, for each of the days.
Yeah, so it'll just be the end of day 1 to where I can try
day
that.
1, day 2, you can now try again.
Below a 12.
Oh my God, that is an 11. That is below a 12. Divine intervention for the first, and not to put a damper on the Fenrir, but like I have given an advantage multiple times and skewed it. The first fully on its own divine intervention.
Well, this spot's going to Twitch, which means I should start making as many dirty jokes as possible to ruin Matthew's life.
Thanks.
I mean,
Love
if it wasn't enough that I started chugging my bottle of Fireball the second it actually worked.
Oh my God. Okay, so this happens roughly first thing in the morning.
All right, guys. Try number 2 to teleport us all back.
Yeah, and instantly you just like feel a connection like to your deity that you have not felt in a long time. It reminds you of the first time he reached out to you personally, said that you had a purpose in this world. And you hear a deep voice. You desire my aid, Colgrim.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
That's kind of why I asked. No, I'm sorry.
You wish to save a life.
Yeah, she's worth it.
You think it is worth... Is this not part of the cycle?
If it is part of the cycle, there wouldn't be so many gods intervening in her life. She's meant for something better.
Indeed. Very well. I can offer you aid. Where is it you seek to be sent? I cannot see your friend.
If you can't see our friend, Drumbin is close to the areas that we need to search. Maybe let's be a bit rude. Let's transport us into Lokar's teleportation circle room if he has one. Just to annoy him a little bit.
This I cannot do.
Just Drumbin like a town square.
I cannot.
Okay, can you place us as close as possible to one of the locations we need to search?
I cannot.
What can he
Can
do?
you place us in the temple where I placed the sanctuary?
Perhaps. However, there are those among you who have not sworn their faith to me. As such, I cannot guarantee all will make the trip.
Rip me.
Oh,
If you know,
Rip me.
however,
okay, no offense, but if it requires me to become a cleric or whatever of Lathander to get out of my taint,
no,
keep me
no.
wrapped
Hey,
up.
hang
Like,
on. Trust me.
fuck off.
And
He seems like
I
such
know
a
what
party.
I know what I said at the start of the session, but trust me, there is something going on here. I am not like doing any of that. Trust me, there's something going on. Lathander speaks and says, "You have, over the course of your service to me, you have gone to many places outside of your own world. If you know of a place in another world that is close, I can send you there."
What the goddamn hell?
Dragon Realm Mountain? I don't know
Yeah.
the technical term, but like through the mountain, through the pool, shit like that. Can I go there? Can I go to that town that we were in briefly?
You're never in a town on the other side, I don't think. I think
We met like a barkeep because like we met a yellow dragon and another dragon. They brought us to town. They said, "Yo, why the fuck are you here? Get the fuck out of here!"
Yeah.
And then they sent us
All right,
back.
there was a town. I forgot that you guys visited. I thought you just went straight back. However, Lathander says the material plane is in fact split. I might be able to send you to the other side in the location you desire. Allow me a moment.
All of us?
If you'll allow me to, I need to use your power, your own power, to make this
All
work.
right.
And
Yeah.
and everyone around Colgrim just sees Colgrim start to glow like insanely bright.
I probably like fucking crack my neck before and like kind of
No,
like
you're in
stretch the shoulders.
You're in
No,
meditation
it's
at
immediate.
this time. You're in meditation at this time.
All right.
You see you see a light envelop him, and Colgrim's clothes appear to now be a white and gold cloak with a cape billowing behind him in the light. His hair glows bright yellow. And you see his hands just sort of crackle with radiant energy. Zill, you're almost like knocked back by the force of just pure good that has briefly embodied Colgrim. As all of a sudden, um, you in the space directly in front of Colgrim, he basically does a Doctor Strange with a sling ring, and all of a sudden a circular portal appears in front of you, and on the other side is the pool that some of you remember from the other side of the mountain.
Can I
Wait,
say
what
anything?
pool?
What?
Oh, right, that pool.
And a large booming voice emerges from Colgrim. I have created this portal and can keep it open for a minute. Go through now.
Wait, does this lead to that like alternate dimension place that we visited earlier?
Yeah.
Pretty much. I get through.
So we can just jump back in, right?
If we have a dragon scale on us.
Or
Oh,
Dragon's Bane.
hey,
Or Dragon's
Drakmir.
Bane. We consume like a shot of Dragon's Bane, hold it in our mouth, go through, and then we black out on top of a mountain. Perfectly safe.
Perfectly. So,
Except I don't
So-
have enough doses for
so-
everyone.
all right,
Dra-
let's go in.
Drakmir goes through. Silver goes through after just seeing Colgrim, and admittedly, she's a little bit scared. Assumedly, Tears goes through and is just like, whatever. Gods. It's normal. Hey, have you met my mom? And Colgrim just gives Tears a weird look, because Colgrim, being embodied by the spirit of Lathander, just gives Tears a weird look, like, just go. Does everyone go through?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. That was the gate spell. Finally, Colgrim, you yourself step through, not fully in control of your own body, and all of a sudden, once you're on the other side, you collapse as the light leaves you, and the portal suddenly snaps shut. You find yourself on top of the mountain, breathing heavily, and just in awe that it actually worked. You gather your bearings and realize you find yourself on the other side of the mountain, portal, which is really close to Drumbin.
Why the fuck did I stay here? Oh god. Oh.
This is probably closer than you could have gotten otherwise. Now,
I need to puke and eat like a large amount of tacos.
the fatigue only holds on to you for a second, as all of a sudden Lathander speaks to you once more, and your body is once again um, enveloped in a white light, as you hear his voice saying, "Go now and save that one that you choose to save." And you are subject to the effects of a greater restoration spell as Lathander leaves you. So if you had any exhaustion from this whole experience, it would have been removed with that action by Lathander.
I no longer need tacos? Okay.
You got Jesus tacos.
You
All right.
basically had Jesus tacos. This is the following morning.
Alright. How did we get through this last time? Was we just like swallowed a bit of Dragon's Bane and then jump through?
Drakmir says, I can go straight through, but, and he just looks towards Silver. I don't think she could drink that.
I don't recommend it.
Okay, child drinking starts at a young age in these parts. Pinch
She
the
might,
nose, tilt the head.
Silver might
Don't let it
actually
hit.
die.
I might actually die?
Silver.
So he drinks Spain to try to get through.
She's a
All right.
child.
Alright. So, is anyone hiding any dragon scales from the party?
Other
I
than
look
the
at
one,
Drakmir.
other than the ones on me, no.
I like how I was like, someone's gotta say it.
I mean, I was looking at Zill, to be honest. Like,
Still would, if anyone here.
like we can just tear it off of Dravok, and then
I could jump straight through, and Zill might be able to as well, given, well, you know.
Does Lokar have dragon scale? I mean, Zill, you were in an enclosure with dragons and wyverns that were beginning to become of age and shedding their scales. Surely you would have
Wormlings, not
searched for
wyverns.
scales that would have a large amount of money worth for little effort. And sorry, I'm just dunking on Dominic right now because I
Dominic,
know
did
he
you?
doesn't have any scales.
Dominic, did you?
I did not.
Unfortunate.
Of course not.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I could just try to go to sleep right now, lose to Dravok, and y'all can like take skills from me.
Dravok, can you stand there while we treat you like a pinata?
I mean, can we buy scales in this? I mean, there's a town right there, and then we can just fucking ask for it.
I can try to yoink some from some people.
I mean,
let's not steal from a realm that's literally full of dragons, Zoe.
I mean,
Why?
We have money. I mean, Helena has money, and then we can sell something.
again,
Get back.
I if it helps, I can go straight through and back at as you guys need me to.
Would Lokar have access to dragon scales? Could you just like
He's a
tell him
dragon.
like, hey,
Probably.
hey, you know, Colgrim
that?
channeled the essence of Lathander and transported us to the dragon realm. Can we have
What are the
scales?
chances that the dragonlings have hatched and maybe dragon shells work? Except they would be consumed as soon as you go through the portal. Probably.
Unless it was Drakmir or me that took him.
Drakmir, can you get to Drumbin safely and find Lokar?
Yeah, but absolutely, or anyone else in Drumbin. But what if what Helena said was right? What if even if I get dragon scales, it might just dissolve. Is there some way we could test something?
What, like Dragon's Bane?
Yeah, is there some way to maybe see if somehow I could take it through?
Perhaps if somebody has a Dragon's Bane, like.
For speaking from a scientific perspective, considering Drakmir doesn't melt into a puddle every time he goes through the portal, I think the dragon scales will be fine.
Yeah, if he just held it
as
in
a
his
reminder, the last time someone used a dragon scale to come through, it dissolved upon transferring one way. Am I remembering that correctly?
Sounds right.
It's been a long
I think
time.
so.
But it has been a long time.
Yeah, a dragon scale or dragon's bane is a one-way trip.
I have a jar.
So the question.
And some questionable liquid that should not be given to minors.
I don't think I should drink the dragon's bane.
I don't recommend drinking the dragon's bane. We should get.
Is there a way that you could like pour it on a cloth and just bite on it, and then go through?
I mean,
that way it's soaked in a liquid, and you're not getting as much of the alcohol, or like on a rocky, like like a liquid absorbing material.
Like tinder.
I mean, a box. If we could find a way for me to bring it through without consuming it or using it.
You could just hold it in your mouth.
Why? Wait. We're being extremely dumb. Why not we just all take a shot of Dragon's Bane?
Kid can't.
We don't.
Okay, we take a slight swig of Dragon's Bane.
You don't
and
have
then
enough.
Just give
I
Silver
have
the
6
bottle.
doses.
We can take less, and it'll be fine. We don't have to take a full shot.
You guys haven't tested with less than a full shot before.
She can just hold. Okay.
I can't drink, like
also,
my character.
Wait, yeah, your character can't drink.
Oh,
You
shit.
literally can't consume anything.
They can just hold the bottle and go in.
Yeah, will that
Beep
count?
boop, beep boop.
She can just hold the fucking bottle and go in. Like,
Or try pouring it into the lake and then jump through. All I know
honestly,
is I
that's,
need more Dragon's Bane after this. His stash is running low.
Come on, guys. This is a quick one.
I mean,
Recall?
if it's dragon
Can you
scale,
do your word of
You
recall now?
No, word of recall does
On the
not
same
work
plane.
across plane. I mean,
are there any scales around a mountain?
you could roll investigation.
Is anyone helping me?
I will help.
I
Oh,
will
I'm
Silver
definitely help.
can.
I'm casting guidance on
Wait, I
myself.
have a really
to
good
give-
investigation roll.
I do
can
not.
do it. Can I
Silver
do
can
it?
help.
Can I roll for it, Matt?
Yes, you can.
I'm giving guidance to myself, so I have an extra D4. Do I roll at advantage now?
I missed my Pathfinder numbers.
Yes, you do.
All right, and then I get to add a D4 since I cast guidance on myself. All right, 22. I said 22. I don't know
22?
if you heard me or not.
Let me roll percentile. I'll give you advantage on the percentile.
Can Warforged eat if they choose to, or they're just physically incapable of doing so?
I believe physically incapable.
Okay.
Warforged is what? Is
My
Eberron. Is in
His
Eberron.
race.
Yep.
Alright, give me a moment. I've got Eberron's actually. Races. Warforged 35. Let's see here. Warforged traits.
You don't need to eat, drink,
You don't
or breathe.
need to. I will say that doesn't mean you can't. Just does nothing for you, and you probably need to drain yourself after. I don't know. I could think of another way. If you want to go more creative, you could just like drill a scale into yourself so where it's a part of your body.
I
Can we
mean,
just hold a
sure.
scale and go through? Like, we don't need to fucking.
Last time, if I recall, it was in your mouth or something.
Okay. I thought the dragon's bane was in our mouth, but
The dragon's bane was in your mouth as well, but I believe you also held the scale in your mouth.
yeah. So, yeah. How many?
I think
How
the
many,
whole,
if
I
any,
think the
do
whole
I find?
idea, you find one, or actually you find two. So that might be enough
All
to get
right.
you guys through with
So,
Dragon's Bane. However, um, do we want to use Dragon's Bane?
I think it's the most convenient option.
I mean,
if we can try to spit it out after we jump through.
is there a way I could take a scale through without it being used? And if actually, let me roll a d4 to figure out how many you find. Oh, crud! You actually find 4, so you guys have room to experiment. Is there a way I can?
4 scales.
Portable hole.
Helena, you're part of the group. You could speak up. You don't need to whisper.
Portable hole and/or bag of holding.
How are those? Wait, how are those useful?
If you go
Getting
through,
a scale through.
Maybe.
That
Should we try it?
actually sounds like it would work because it's not
A
part of the
different
same like,
dimension.
dimension. Yeah.
and
We
it
try
wouldn't be
it?
consumed, so you could go back with it, right?
Yeah,
Maybe.
which is why I still have Dragon's Bane from my last attempt going through.
That makes sense.
Fuck.
I thought
That's right.
that was from something else, but we could try it.
Oh, it was Shushan's at some point, but he probably brought it back too.
I thought you just purchased more, and we came out through a gate. Either way, we could try the bag of holding.
Hey, Noah, real quick, I Super Saiyaned your character while you were going all Jesus-y.
You did
Yeah,
what?
That
yeah.
makes more sense.
Oh,
than what I was
yeah,
okay.
I saw. I saw. It was really cool.
Okay.
Anyway,
So,
back to Activator.
And I go back to being normal, stupid Colgrim, unable to solve
so
simple puzzles.
maybe let's try putting one in a bag of holding, and I'll carry it, and see if I'd come back with it.
Sure.
Okay, so which bag of holding are you giving him?
This is the important question.
The one with all the blood vials, or the one with all the coins?
See,
Yeah,
the blood
geez.
vials are the ones that are also in the coins.
Why?
That's the treasure bag.
People's lives aren't treasure. Well, oh, you should treasure people's lives, but they aren't treasure.
Yes,
Okay,
but it's the
Matthew.
important bag. It's the more important bag.
Was that too bad of a pun?
Yes,
Matthew,
because I
if
didn't catch it.
if I had a bag full of gold and a bag full of blood, I'd put them in the same bag.
Okay, fair enough.
They're both important.
Anyhow, so which one do you hand him?
Bag of Assorted Wonders. Bag number 2.
All right, so you
The one
just
that
put.
does not have blood vials in it.
Okay, so you put it in there, and Drakmir just sort of takes it with one of his mouths and grips the
I
bag
also
of
take out the
holding.
Dragon's Bane and put it in the other bag.
All right, fair enough.
We'll do some swapping.
Yeah, so Drakmir just sort of takes it after you put one in, jumps through the portal, and then jumps back, because there's no point checking the first time through. And he just passes the bag to you. And you
Yep.
look, and lo and behold, the dragon scale is still present.
Huzzah.
Okay, is that
Power
because
dimensions.
Drakmir can go through, or because the dragon scale didn't work?
Well, one way to check would be one of you guys try going through, and if you go through, then that means it would have been used. But if you can't go through, then obviously it's safe.
All right. So who
So
is
who wants to be the
volunteering to
test
go through?
subject? Yeah.
I volunteer as tribute.
Silver says if. Oh, who's
Helena
doing it?
volunteers.
All right,
I
so
was
you.
just about to volunteer myself.
All right,
I waited a good solid second.
yeah, Helena,
I
you
also want to
try.
see if I can get through. So I'm gonna go as well.
Zill, you actually just get.
Actually, the question is, should I leave the bottles of Dragon's
Well, I'm
Bane
gonna do it like
here
without a
for...
skill or
You
anything.
should leave the dragon's vein here.
Yeah.
Worst case scenario.
Yeah,
And if
I
you
have
don't
other
come back in
extra
like
bottles, so
5
I can
minutes,
pour separate things of it.
so Zill, you just sort of
How many doses will I need to leave?
plants. Oh, yes, I see, Sarah.
if you to leave what?
Dragon's Bane. I have 6 shots of it. How many
Yeah.
people are going to need a shot?
Noah.
Because I also have other jars.
Well, obviously, Silver needs a scale, but like Noah, Tears, Silver.
No.
I'm just counting how many. Noah, Tears, Silver.
Me.
You, Zill, and Ethan,
Wait, what about me?
and Alva. Yeah, so that makes 5, I think. So
Yeah.
technically, you could
Theoretically, we can get
you
back,
guys
but
can go through right now.
we don't want to black out in front of this mountain.
Exactly.
I mean, blacked out Noah tried to do a backflip off a hay bale before. We don't need people with magical powers
Doing that,
blacking
yeah.
out on top
Yeah.
of a mountain.
Probably a bad idea. So,
So that sounds like don't leave them with Dragon's Bane then.
The problem is I'm a chill ass human when I'm drunk,
so do
but
you?
blacked out Noah's
What are you
like,
doing,
hey,
Helena?
backflip.
I was planning on going through and leaving Dragon's Bane, but it sounds like nobody else wants to take it because they don't want to be
No,
blacked out.
I'll take the bottle from you. I'll take the bottle
Oh,
from
okay.
you. Worst case
Okay.
scenario, fuck
Yeah.
it, we go through with Dragon's Bane.
Yeah. Okay. So
And we have 3
you
scales.
pass the bottle to Noah. you take the scale in the bag and attempt to go through. Meanwhile, Zill attempts to go through. I need to roll a percentile on this.
Did he just straight up go through because of lycanthropy?
Lycanthropy, he's not a half dragon, nor is he a dragonborn. So it's a bit weird.
He has dragon qualities. There's a dragon inside of him somewhere.
My patron's a dragon.
You
He's
go
a tier
through.
3 sub to Pokemon if that helps.
Okay, so you go through, but you take during the process of traveling between, you take
100 force damage. You are
81
now
force,
unconscious.
81 force damage.
81? Are you serious?
Dead serious.
Instead of being blown out drunk, you'll just be blown
I'm
down.
down.
Wait, what did he,
Yeah,
what did
he
do
might
to
die.
take that damage? Is that what the portal did?
No,
You
it
guys,
shouldn't do that.
you guys do not see this happen. But you just see him jump through and start to disappear, but disappear slower than Drakmir did.
Helena, you should go through now. That looks weird, and who knows if it works, right?
Helena, meanwhile, while attempting to go through, cannot
Throwing
with the
Helena under the
scale
bus.
in the bag of holding.
Okay, good sign. How many of the scales do you want me to take through? And then I will jump through one scale.
One. Go now.
Take one
He
in the
might be
bag and
dying.
take one
Look,
to use?
I get
Give the
your
rest of us to
concern.
us.
I get your concern, but you are kind of metagaming here for being worst.
Okay, fair point.
Okay.
That being said, so what's the plan now?
Helena goes through with one because she can heal people, and who
Wait,
knows what the fuck.
why would that need to hang on? Why would that need to happen?
I mean, it is true.
Above board,
Zill's not entirely dragon. It might get weird.
Dude, you're meta gaming a bit here.
Okay, fine. Yeah. So I mean, who wants to?
So, Zill, don't roll anymore or at all if you haven't rolled yet. I'm not going to say whether or not he has. But guys, you should go about. Ideally, you go about this roughly the same way you would as if nothing happened, because Zill
right.
didn't scream or anything. He just faded through a bit slower, and it almost as if it took longer to accept him.
All right. So Silver and Pile Driver should take a scale. Who wants to not be drunk on the other side?
Wait, but since I can
on a-
wait, but we just found out we could bring stuff through. So what if
Helena didn't go through when she had the scales in the bag of holding.
right? But I did.
Drakmir, you're a dragon.
Yeah, but that means I could bring scales through from the other side.
Okay, then bring some of us through now, get more scales, and then come back.
That works
But
too.
how are we going to get more scales? I'd rather just all just be together.
That's a good point. I don't know.
Can I say something above board that y'all can't use for metagaming?
Sure.
Only there were like 3 dragons on the other side that we were close personal friends with that we could get scales from.
Those don't
Oh.
exist.
It's not like we're friends with them. I mean, you could, like, get scales from... I mean, like, unless... I don't know how, like, scales work, if it's, like, dead skin, where you can get more, but, like... Ziva or Lokar might have some, but, like, other than that, like... This is our best option to get through at one thing, so we should just, you know, go through now.
All right. So who's going through?
Assuming we're all going through now,
Well,
Pile Driver and Silver.
wait, what? I thought you guys were planning on like seeing if you guys are all going through now, and some of you guys are doing Dragon's Bane. Did I miss something?
Helena can't go through with it in a bag of holding.
Right.
So, what Colgrim just argued for is I don't want us to separate unless we can get scales from Lokar Ziva, I think it's better we just stay together. We use the dragon scales we have. We have 4, right? So we have 4 people sober and then 2 people or 1 person fucked up.
I mean,
That
I
should
could.
be
5 people on the side.
safe.
I mean, I could check if they can't. Like, why are we so rushed?
Wait, I mean, because we're in like a.
We're
What is
kind
there
of
here
looking
for us to
our
do?
pretty-
Aren't we in like an alternate like dimension right
Yeah.
now? Like,
Yeah,
don't we want to
we're
get back to the material plane?
right, but we're closer to Drumbin than we would have been using a teleport circle anyhow.
What are you suggesting?
Since we're close, I could just fly over to Drumbin and see if they have scales.
All right,
Is
sure.
Drumba
that
not
works.
through? Wait. Is Drumba
Yep,
not
we can just
through
camp
that
here.
portal?
Drummond's through to
Party.
teleport, but Drakmir can get there. Can you?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
If anything's bad, just come back as soon as you can.
yeah. I need a bag of holding though.
Toss the bag holding number
Okay.
2. Winter
Okay.
assortments.
All right, Drakmir jumps
Minus
through
Dragon's Bane.
and then jumps back and says, "Zilla's unconscious."
Neat.
You, me, or who's going? Helena? Who? You or me?
Yes, no, maybe.
One of us.
I don't know.
Give me a skill. Give me a skill.
Toss a scale.
I
Take
thought
it.
no.
Jump
I'm really turning into Krillin.
So you just jump through and see Zill unconscious.
Healing
Sensibi.
word.
Sensubing. What? Do you think I'm just giving these away?
Go ahead and
Healing
roll
word.
healing word. Meanwhile, Drakmir jumps back through and says, "Okay, I'm gonna run to Drumbin now and see if I
Yeah.
could find scales."
Okay.
Uh-huh. 11 healing if he's still alive.
Yes, he's still
I'm
alive.
doing this as I'm rushing towards him.
Yes, he's still alive. He
Yeah.
had 2 successes and 1 failure. That was funny though.
Oh, Zill, why the fuck did you jump in?
I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I thought I would be fine.
Maybe if you were in dragon form. But you're not.
Alright, well,
Well, now I know not to do that again.
Well,
Not anytime
don't
soon.
do it again in the way that you did it.
Yeah.
So, from your perspective, while you were going through, it felt like you were basically being pushed against a brick wall, and the brick wall was giving. But, like, you weren't intentionally pushing, so you were getting crushed against that brick wall until the brick wall moved.
Mm-hmm.
And then you just fell unconscious, laying in the pool on the other side.
if it takes more than 10 minutes for Drakmir to come back, I'll cast Prayer of Healing at 3rd
Okay.
level, if that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine. Eventually, Drakmir makes his way to Drumbin
You get 25 health still.
and tries to see if he could find if any of the dragons have scales that they've shed recently. It's been a couple of weeks since you left Drumbin, at least. I can't say for sure how many. I think we said 2 or 3.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think we only need that much, honestly.
Huh? For
Yeah.
dragons to molt? I don't know.
Oh, I thought you meant, I was talking about how much we need to get people through. Because I think only one person had to take a shot of Dragon's Bane.
There are 2 dragons here. One is a young. Let me roll a percentile here. Let me roll a dice here. Drakmir is able to come back and say, I'm forgetting the name of the young black dragon, but he says
Shokum.
that Shokan has had shed just the other day, so he had some scales. You seemed a bit confused why I was asking for him, but I got 10.
Neat.
That's more than enough.
Yeah.
Why
How
don't
many
you
am
get
I
everyone?
keeping in the bag of holding of Wondrous assortments?
I'm gonna go back through and you see Drakmir try and basically do a swan dive back through, but he has 5 heads, so he can't get that arrow shape, so it just sort of splashes up
Cannonballs.
as he comes down the other side, flying through and um, passes these scales to everyone, or the bag of holding back to Helena. Explains that Zil is now conscious, and Colgrim's okay as well.
So that's a total of 14 scales. There's, what, 5 people that need them?
13, because Colgrim used 1 to jump through.
Yeah.
Similar math. So
1,
9
2,
should be left.
3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 are needed.
7.
Sorry, 6.
Oh, including tears.
6. 6
Yeah,
including
6
tears.
6 are
including
needed,
tears.
including Colgrim?
No, yeah.
No, excluding Colgrim, because Alva, Helena, or sorry, 5 including Colgrim, because Far's not here. Alva, Helena, Alpha,
Me?
Tears, and Silver makes 5.
Yeah, 5.
8.
I don't think you mentioned me in that list.
I did.
He did.
You Alba and
Yeah.
Alpha.
Alpha,
I
to get this to
must
work
have.
for you, you basically just like sort of screw the scale into yourself. Basically, sort of like you just think like, I can't eat it. Smack. Just sort of
Yep.
fuse it like with such a roll a strength check actually.
Oh boy. Oh
So,
hey.
I said Alpha. Sorry, not Alva.
Pile driver.
Alva, are you
Oh,
there?
Oh, strength check.
Strength
Okay.
check, please.
that makes sense. I don't know why.
Yes.
I don't know why you should have
Yes.
stopped.
You,
You should have
Robot
stopped
man.
me. I was just
Stop
saying things,
giving people
embarrassing
that, to
myself.
be
similar
honest, that
Strength
sounding
check.
freaking names.
to be honest, that's
Strength.
even funnier. Strength check, yeah.
Just not a saving throw.
Just strength.
Just
Just
That's even
click the.
funnier. The idea of Alpha saying, "I can't eat this or put it in my mouth, so I must fuse it to my skin." Smash. Um,
Hulk
It's
smash.
just pile driver just making composite materials out of dragon scales by just shoving
that's
the
pretty much
dragon
what he's
scale in
trying to
his
do.
face.
That's his first instinct, and I normally I'd puzzle you through that, but like it's late, so I'm like whatever. You guys get to the other side of the mountain eventually. With you had 13 minus 5 makes for 8. So when everything's said and done, you guys have 8 scales in that bag of holding.
Yep. And
Alright.
all my dragon's bane.
Is there anything you'd like to do once you're on the other side?
Celebrate by drinking. No, I'm kidding.
Alright, let's go into Drumbin.
The session ends for you once you make it to Drumbin. How are you going to Drumbin?
I can carry somebody down with like a levitate.
Yeah, I
am
can
used to
fly
climbing
for an
down this
hour.
mountain
I can
now, so I
also
just
carry
climb
it.
down.
Elena, how are you
Okay.
climbing down?
Helena, can you fly?
Shh. Yeah, I'll fly. Why not? Waste that for the day.
So
No, that depends. How long does
Zill's
it
levitating
last?
down.
I can carry
That's-
somebody too.
How
Why
long
don't you
does it take
say?
to get down by flying? At 30 feet per round.
What?
Look, I
What does
can
that
fly for an
do as a
hour, and Zill
hook?
has levitate.
I get to
Eventually,
fly
we're gonna
for a
figure it
minute,
out. Like we can transport everyone down.
Yeah,
but
okay.
I want to fall.
So you guys eventually make it down. It takes
I'm making it
roughly an
interesting.
hour to get to Drumbin, but eventually you guys make it back. It's been a long journey up north, and you're not even finished with your tasks to be done up there. However, you're finally at least back somewhere safe, and you have a pretty good idea of where Far might be. Your adventure continues down southward to seek her out. Nathan's apparently alive, despite what the Salt had believed. So maybe
Dumbass.
it would be best to start looking at those locations marked on your map. For now, though, let's swap over to Far briefly to wrap
Far's
up the
still
session.
here. Far's
Let's
still Still
Yep.
here. Awake.
Let's swap over to FAR to wrap up the session. Later in the day, because that was hectic. Later in the day, Nathan approaches you again.
Oh, joy.
So, where are we on the scale of you wanting to work for me again?
Oh, a solid 7 out of 102.
Ugh. And why is that?
You know, call me an untrusting bitch, but you know, I just don't have. I don't know. I don't know. I just don't. I'm really confused right now, and I feel like you're not telling me everything, and I don't know why, but I just. I still feel like I don't trust you completely.
Hmm.
I just, you know, back in the old days, I signed a lot of contracts for myself that my mouth couldn't cash. And on top of it all, I didn't really read these contracts very well, and I got myself into heaps of trouble by saying yes to situations I probably shouldn't have. You know what I mean? So I'm trying to be more cautious in my older age, considering my lifespan has decreased by so much being a kobold. You know, like
Actually, it's roughly
I
the
don't got
same.
1,000 years to figure out this
I
shit. I
think
got like
kobold
70.
lifespan is
So I don't
actually
know.
roughly the same. It's just they live shorter lives because they throw themselves at the sword so often. I think kobolds
It's just,
can live for like 100 years or so.
okay,
But
elves lives up to 1,000. So
true.
yeah,
Fair point.
yeah. No, my
Yeah.
lifespan was decreased by like
Yes.
to 10% max
Yes.
as a maximum.
Yes. All right.
So you know, being a kobold has really given me an appreciation of the fear of fucking death.
Yeah. Well, apparently you've died twice, so I'm surprised it didn't happen before now.
Well, that was when I was an elf. I didn't care about death then. But now, like, look, I'm a kobold. I can feel the seconds of time already ticking down, you know? Like, I'm gonna be 1 foot in the grave tomorrow. Fucking old age, man. Never thought I'd deal with it. So I can't just spend like 1,000 years figuring out how to like do laundry like most elves, because you know I don't got that time. So I gotta read contracts and be a bit more street smart than I usually am. So it's really hard for me to feel. I just, there's a lot of feelings, and I'm bad at words. So not yet, no.
Mm. I'm not actually sure if that's how that works. That's a good question. For what it's worth, I'm sorry that all that happened to you.
Well, that's the first time you said something nice this entire goddamn time.
Mm.
You know, next time, maybe just send the Hallmark card like, I'm sorry I was an asshole that one time, instead of, you know, kidnapping me and taking my shit.
He just sort of looks down and says, well, time for the next one. Roll a wisdom save.
Doing a wisdom save, it is midnight. We're gonna forget some shit. And Nathan's honestly still an asshole because he's gaslighting Far and making her forget her memories. But I won't know that tomorrow because he's getting rid of all my good memories. So I'm gonna think he's a great person.
Oh
Yay!
fuck, he might erase the full fucking "you're getting back" thing. What the fuck?
No, he doesn't know
What,
about that. He doesn't know you've been in contact via sending. Far's been keeping that under wraps, thankfully. but the modified memory does work like this. First off, do you choose to interrupt it?
Is he still threatening me with the pain stuff?
They will not go away until they're dispelled.
So yes. So if I stop it, I'll have the massive pain stuff.
Yes.
And I'm not gonna stop it.
Are you sure?
I don't know. I don't know what to do. I don't know. It's like, do I want to cause my D&D character massive physical pain or mass emotional pain? Like, I don't fucking know. Flip a coin. She'll stop it after like 30 seconds of deliberating. How about that?
30 seconds?
Yeah, 30 seconds. About the amount of time here sitting on my ass trying to figure out what to do.
Okay, let's see what I could get away with in 30 seconds. This is a high-level modified magic. There are people coming after you who are attempting to harm you. Don't trust them. They may seek to contact you and convince you they're allies. I assure you, this is a lie.
Ooh.
I mean, who's metagaming now?
No one.
Nathan doesn't know that I'm contacting her.
He says they may.
Okay.
Nathan has no idea. Plus, it's not Nathan casting the spell. Nathan can't use magic.
I'm listening. Please continue.
Unfortunately, the spell lasts. What's worse is, if I recall correctly, modify memory lasts for a minute. Or up to a minute, yes?
Duration of cast might be a minute.
So here's what's happening. Nathan, even after the caster finishes saying that, Nathan reminds him to continue for the full duration to avoid harming. So unfortunately, let me actually see this. Modify memory. Concentration up to 1 minute. So
casting time is an
yeah,
action.
so
Right.
you wait 30 seconds to do it, but 30 seconds is too short or too long. By the time it gets around to 30 seconds, he has finished casting the spell, and since the spell has been completed without interruption, these sigils do not go off. Just got a lot harder to roleplay, Sarah, and I am sorry.
It's okay. It's just like, by this point, I based it off of Far would be so indecisive on what to do because there's like this physical pain aspect, and should you trust Nathan and go with the process, or trust these voices in her head, like what's going on? And I think she was just so confused, she stalled herself into making the decision by doing nothing. Like she just didn't make a decision quick enough.
Here's the thing, though. Modified memory. A modified memory doesn't necessarily affect how a creature behaves, particularly if... Actually, shoot. That's actually not modified memory, what I described. So hang on, I need to retcon that, because that was implanting an idea. That was not a memory.
Mm-hmm. That is right.
So let me rectify this. 30 seconds, yes?
Si, senor.
Okay, let me do a. Let's see what happens here. I'm going to start a stopwatch. Okay?
Okay.
And once I start talking, trust me, I'll have started the stopwatch and I'll see what happens. There is a group of people traveling with a dragon with an absurd number of heads who are seeking to harm you. They may reach out to try and contact you and convince you they're your allies, I assure. But they have attacked you numerous times in the past. Don't trust them. They've hurt you in the past and they'll hurt you again.
That
is
still sounds like an idea to me rather than modifying an actual memory.
Right, that is an idea, but what I'm trying to imply here is that they're trying to, over the course of 30 seconds, trying to
Implant memories of us trying to kill
pretty
Far.
much, yes. They're trying to implant memories of a group sort of hidden in shadow, but figuring out, but like with a weird dragon traveling with them, attacking her, and also you have new implanted memories of someone in that group, trying to, like, you see their mouth moving and say, "Don't worry, we're your friends," while still slashing at you. So like you're just
Okay,
like,
so the modified memories aren't what you said. They're basically me getting attacked by the party in various forms.
generally it's implanted memories. It's not a modified
cool.
memory in this case.
Got it.
But you're still, it's very vague. It's very believable. It's like a waking nightmare. Like you're sure, like it seems very, very real, but you're not 100% on this one because it's shortly described.
Okay. So they're like very detailed, hyper realistic, but short flashes of recollection of getting the shit kicked out of myself
by a indeterminate number of people traveling with a weirdly shaped dragon, apparently with 5 heads.
Okay.
Because, well, Nathan hasn't met Drakmir. Ewar certainly has, and knows he has 5 heads.
Okay. Got it.
Okay. So, how do you respond to this?
Screaming.
For all, what happened?
I people were people were hurting me. Okay. I just remember that people were bad people. Some sort of weird dragon thing. They were beating the shit out of me. Jesus Christ. I'm just a little shaken up this whole.
The concerning thing is this would be a bit more believable to you as being something that's possible considering all of the arenas that occurred.
But she wouldn't remember those.
She doesn't remember the arenas, but her being beat up by you guys is something her mind may be more willing to accept than if the arenas never occurred. Do you get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like, if the arenas never occurred, then it'd be far more likely that she would just reject the memory outright.
The synaptic pathways of me getting beat up by my fellow party members were still there, although severed. So the modified method only needed to reconnect these synaptic pathways rather than start from scratch, to put it scientifically.
Yes. Yes.
Indubitably.
Indubitably.
Perhaps.
It'll be okay.
Hmm.
You're here.
I just
I'll protect you.
want to be left alone right now, okay? Just everyone get away from me for I need alone time.
Okay. Let me know if you need to talk.
No. And Far's just sort of gonna curl up in a little ball and just count to 10 over and over.
Mm. Things are getting rather tricky.
Yeah, nice job, Nathan, getting the person who has been continuously beat up by various people and giving them more memories of getting beat up. That will go great in terms of mental stability. Great job, Nathan. A plus therapizing.
You
Everyone self clap for Nathan.
you sit there with Nathan standing there briefly after he commands everyone else to go, and they eventually do. And he says, "Is this really worth it?"
What the hell are you talking about?
I'm sorry, I'm talking to myself.
I don't like remembering pain, okay? I'm very good at blocking that shit out. That was a lot, okay? Think that would be a lot for anyone. You ever been a crispy what else? Because by God, you could smell me like Kentucky Fried Chicken. They hurt me.
I'm
Almost
sorry.
as much as you did at one point. Let's be real.
I'm sorry.
Do me a favor and get me a bottle of your cheapest wine, and everything will be okay. Okay?
I thought.
Just
Yeah.
do it.
Okay.
Your cheapest, strongest, most pain-stirring bullshit that you guys got, and I'm gonna try chugging it despite my monk bullshit, and we'll see if it works. Okay?
Nathan says, no, I'm not going to do that. And here's why. There's a reason why I made it where there are 2 release conditions. One of them is definitely better for you. But if you go down the road you're asking me to let you go down, the one I've let you go down several times before, there's not going to be a way back out this time. If you want to, I'll let you go down that road, but I've been trying to hold off the worst for the past couple weeks.
Right now, I'm gonna get a martini in my hand
No.
in the next 30 seconds, or I'm just gonna scream for the next 4 hours. And you can pick one of those two. I am pretty good at screaming. Okay? Because you and your little magicy bullshit just subjected me to very visual memories of me getting beat up by these random ass people and beat the hell out of for quite a while. It felt like infinity. So thank you very much for the PTSD. Now give me a martini or I will start screaming soon.
Far right.
10, 9, 8, 7,
Hold on a moment.
6,
It's.
5,
Can you
4,
wait a moment
3,
and let
2,
me explain?
1. And R starts screaming.
All right. You just keep screaming?
Yep.
Okay. Nathan just sits there and waits and waits.
Can I do a con roll to see how long and how annoying I can scream for?
Yeah.
Okay, can I do 2? One for how loud and one for how long?
Absolutely.
Beautiful. Apparently I do not got them lungs.
Your voice is a bit hoarse from how you've been eating or drinking lately, or rather lack thereof. But it's rather excruciating. It's rather painful. Not the worst sound in the world, though. Your bagpipes have sounded worse on occasion. But he just waits there patiently, waiting for you to stop until eventually your voice cuts out, whether from just exhaustion or whatever else. At which point he says, I just want us both to get out of here alive. That's all I'm trying to do. I'm sorry if you're hurt because of it. But the ends justify the means. And I'd much rather you hate me for what I did for you and wind up alive in the end.
Scar doesn't speak. She just sort of turns her back.
You're the only reason I'm alive right now. It's complicated, but my life is in your hands as well. You saw how quickly he was willing to get rid of me when things didn't go well. I don't know why he's doing this.
I think maybe deep down we both deserve this suffering for all the shit we did. We're not good people.
I'm certainly not. I have no doubts where I'll end up when everything's done. I've been there once in the past day. It's not pleasant. But I wanted to give you a chance. And once you told Ybor of the chance that I gave you, whether you realized it or not, well, what you saw was his punishment. A reminder.
Look, Nathan, I don't know what your goals are here. My head's been sideways, upside down, tipsy-turvy the past few days. I don't know what's real or fake anymore. I don't know who to trust. I don't know how to feel. But I do know pain the past few days. And so, by God, just let me have this one day to myself to just cope on my own. Like, I'm sorry, but I don't feel like dealing with your pity. I don't feel like dealing with those emotions right now in terms of my emotions towards you. And I just want to curl on a ball. And that's it. It's a really simple, mathematical problem. Bar makes sphere, then you leave at 4 feet per second. I don't know about I don't want to think today about any of this complex, evil, almost seeing you fucking die, murder, complex political intrigue bullshit. I just want to have a day where I can stop thinking for 30 goddamn seconds without this giant, complex bullshit of like, well, what about Nathan? Is he okay? Is he a bad guy? What the fuck is going on there? Like, and all this memory stuff. Just give me one day to try to get that beautiful 30 seconds where I shut the fuck up in my head. Okay?
I'll leave you be, Far, but I implore you, do not take time to shut off. In the coming days,
You don't
this will.
make these decisions.
Let me finish. In the coming days, this may get even worse, and if you don't bolster yourself now, you may not be ready for what comes next.
I think you lost the right to decide my future a long time ago. I am my own person, and I have held on to that despite all of this. And by God, that is the one thing I will keep through all this.
And I want to make sure
my
you.
own.
And I want to make sure you do.
And you know what my own person is saying today? Fuck off to everybody.
Just over the next couple days, as best you can, try and keep your thoughts straight. And that's where. And Nathan's going to leave there.
I want to marry a woman. They're never straight, Nathan. Bye-bye.
And with that, Nathan leaves with a slight chuckle, but a bit of a downtrodden expression. And with that, we're going to end the session for today. Holy crud.
Wow.
Wow. All I can say is...
Yo, Nathan's kind of a gaslighting asshole, isn't he?
Kind of.
Nathan's motivations are beyond comprehension. He has like 4 chess moves on the board at once.
He's playing.
Hey guys, did everyone see Worm Gang?
I just saw Worm Gang.
Worm Gang? Where?
Worm Gang.
Where?
I'm a worm.
Bottom of the map on the side.
On the map?
Yeah, bottom and right.
Worm
the entire exterior.
Let me just show this on Stream Real fast.
Oh my gosh, I just scrolled down. I just saw all of that. Wow.
Alright.
Oh, wow.
So, that was really intense. Update regarding tomorrow. No session tomorrow. It's Easter, and too many of my players are saying nah. So, as a result, no session this Sunday. However, we will be back next Saturday with more of this shit. Holy crap.
Well, let me just say I'm glad that at least this week I don't have work tomorrow.
Yeah, like, holy shit, that session was insane. I hope you guys enjoyed that as much as I did.
That was good.
That was a really good session. So, okay, before we go, here's what I was hinting at for a long time, and eventually I'm just like, you know what, forget it.
The fucking teleport bullshit or something else?
So, if you find a teleport circle and know the other teleport circle you're going to, doesn't matter. Like, you can just... Or there's the potential of getting a spell scroll of teleport circle from the Hanolis. That was something I was considering. But just the potential of using a teleport circle there to get back to Drumbin. That's generically what I had in mind.
Yeah, but we didn't have the means to teleport there. Like,
you could have asked Lokar to
Can teleport to give us a teleport scroll to teleport back?
No.
Yeah, and he can teleport to us because we're in Cadentem.
No.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, he couldn't teleport to Cadentem. Ice Evolved is a whole other story, especially if it has a teleport circle.
Big
I
if
think
there.
me getting lucky as hell and hitting a 12%
Oh, that was
odd
way
shot.
cooler. That was way cooler.
That was way better. But keep in mind, 30 minutes before you guys were going in circles, like before that finished, Matthew just DM'd me like, "There's a teleport circle that Eisenwallen," and I'm just like, like,
Uh-huh.
because it's like, oh yeah, there's teleport circles to the east, and I was DMing Matthew like, they won't get that because the east and the north have two fundamentally different economies, and y'all didn't get that.
Right, my hit
And then
with the East was
oh,
the whole idea is that like, hey, remember how the East is setting up teleport circles with the West, and how they don't need to make new circles for that? But that
what
was my
drove me nuts was when Mason spent like 10 minutes
Yeah, you were
talking
asking
about
the wrong
let's get
person
horses
about
from
the
the nearest
West,
town, and I
It
knew the
just
nearest
seemed
town was
reasonable.
Eisenwallen.
yeah.
but you were
The
asking the wrong
likelihood
person
we
about
would
the
have been
West.
able to break into whatever fucking government building to find the teleport circle, and then we don't even have a spell to cast though.
Oh
To
no, I
like
was just
get
hoping you guys would diplomacy the Hanolis and eventually like they would help you out with that.
Yeah,
boo.
Boo.
They seem kind of
great.
cringe. They seem
Kind
kind
of.
of cringe.
Look,
Very.
there's more questions you could ask about it to Dungeon Daddy later on after 10 days have passed.
The only
Regardless,
countdown
though,
I care about in days is my fucking divine intervention coming
That is a
back.
week, I believe, yes?
Yeah, it's 7 days.
that
Very
was the
nice.
best divine intervention ever. You just turned into Mega Jesus and then teleported everyone. It was great.
And
Yeah.
then
Another
it still
dimension.
wasn't completely fixed. We still need to find fucking scales.
But we now have a stash.
I actually
Yeah, we
had
can
that
teleport back there on will now, actually.
from one time.
Yeah, well, yeah, one time.
But like the moment
We have a one-way trip.
the moment you had divine inspiration, the moment you mentioned divine inspiration the first time as a possibility, I immediately pieced together like, okay, they're gonna gate. This is the place they're gonna go. I was hoping you guys would piece together that location on your own, and you kind of did. I was trying to nudge you towards the mountain.
Just give me a teleport spell, dude. It's way simpler.
I know it's way simpler, but the way I believe divine inspiration should work when it comes to spells is they basically have the access to the entire cleric spell list, no material components needed, but like
It's like, yo, inflict wounds, 9th level,
borders
please.
on it's sort of like between wish and it's sort of like between wish and like anything else, but like it doesn't have the risk of backfiring is the
Yeah.
upside. Like divine intervention will always be beneficial to you, without exception.
You know, great
Like,
for me. The fact that Matthew's now going to spend like so much time like carefully downloading the spot and saving it and all that stuff.
It actually
And
takes like no time. It's like 2 clicks.
it's just for me the idea that you're like, wow, this is one of the best sessions. I should promote it. And then before it even gets to any of the good stuff, you have like Sarah's dirty jokes for 10 minutes is iconic.
Look, I just need to make sure it's not listed as for kids when it's thrown on YouTube.
And you had
Ethan and Noah talking about shit that doesn't matter in video games and World War II history during the break.
yeah, because I was talking about
Yeah, the Johnston.
God,
the Johnston.
this was a wild session today. Like starting off with the Speak with Dead, the whole situation with Far, starting off not remembering the party, and now ending with, oh, this group is coming after you. But also
question is-
starting to get in contact with a messenger of a deity. We're getting there.
I don't think Colgrim ever mentioned being part of a group though, so like the messages still could work theoretically.
Hypothetically. Depends on how you play it.
Yeah.
Have
Now,
to be very, very careful.
yes. Just to give you a bit of insight right now, I actually have my scorecard right in front of me for how you're doing with the gods, and how like what the next steps are for modified memory. You're neck and neck. It can go either way. It's frightening how close it is.
Hey, nice, Noah.
I feel like Tiamat's been completely abandoned because it went from
No,
hey,
I still gotta talk to Tiamat because bitch got my money.
bitch better have my money.
But apologies to Zilford not really doing as much of the the lycanthrope bullshit recently, but like this is kind of taken front row. I
Yeah,
hope
no,
you
it's all good.
understand. Assumedly, this has been
Also, Zil absolutely dog walked Trevok. So
I did. Kind of just bitch slapped him into submission.
huh? Travak.
Oh,
the
you didn't
fucking
mention
dragon
what
microphobe.
Yeah.
above
I
board. What are my
mean, is Tired Matthew have worse recall than Fireball Noah?
Yes.
I'm just gonna reheat like the fucking General
It's
So's
insane.
I have half eaten
Today's
and then
session was
fucking watch
insane.
movie.
This was a lot of fun. Oh my god. I had a lot of fun today. But tomorrow I have to study for exam, so yay! That being said, let me see who I can raid at this point.
Do I
Yeah,
have the
good luck on your
emotional
exam Monday,
energy to be able to stream?
Don't.
No. Yeah, no, but okay, imagine Noah streaming a strategy game on the hardest difficulty. It'll be
Don't do
funny. It'll be funny.
Don't
I'm
do it.
opening Streamlabs. You can't stop me.
Don't
I
do
don't
it.
know, Noah. Live your life. Do whatever the fuck you
Noah,
want to.
Noah,
Yeah,
challenge to you.
I'm not playing that
download-
fucking game.
What?
I'm not playing that fucking game you're talking about.
Damn it, I was about to say, Drunk Noah
No.
Reacts playing Aurora Frex C#.
Watch Babylon 5.
Why is my Mac freaking the hell out? I can't figure out who to.
Oh my
Probably
god.
need the attention
Streamlabs
span
need to
for it.
update. Hold on. Checking local files.
Stop it.
But Babylon 5.
I do need to close War of Dragons though, so Streamlabs can use my camera. It's actually taking so long to check local files.
Oh, Far. Actually, Nathan's not trying to redeem himself.
Good, because I'm warning you now.
Oh, I know. I know. He's not trying. Like, it's yes, but also no.
Cool.
If you want, I could explain following stream. Freaking. I don't know.
No, I was just letting you know, like, if you've had big plans for a redemption arc, like, as soon as I get my memories back, I'm eating his head. So,
Yes,
like,
Yeah, like,
Let's
depending on who
raid-
gets a final fucking shot on Nathan, he's fucking dead.
Let's raid Proton John. I know he's a big streamer, but what the hell? Why not?
No, but, like, I have Streamlabs open.
Yeah, that's a shame. Because I have, like, one viewer anyway, and they're lurking, so whatever.
It was me.
What's your
Get absolutely
username?
destroyed. I will stream though. I just need to reheat my General So's, and I'm ready to
What's the
go.
username of the sulker?
So, we'll be back here next week. See you guys at 6 on next Saturday.